Well, what a weekend. Bit mad that, wasn't it, chat? Crazy stuff. It was so wild when I went live and streamed some video games. That was so crazy. Nothing else happened. Nothing else crazy happened. But that on its own was crazy. Mad stuff. Yeah, again, your reminder that you should be supporting my gaming Twitch stream. Yeah? You should be doing it. There's no excuse. No, I'm joking. There is an excuse. The excuse is that you don't come here for games. And that's fine. How are you all doing, chat? It's good to see you. We got the classic chat is in the chat already. Oh my god, we got Fraser, we got HBB, we got Morgana, we got Ninny, we got Sally, we got Johnny, we got Atomically Powered, we got UE6969696969. We got Nappers. What's up? Why not use the same channel for both? More growth. Actually, what you'll find is that I've tried that in the past, and it, in fact, does not result in more growth. Let me explain what I mean. I stream politics here, Monday to Thursday, yeah? And that is where I get the majority of my views. Now, if I want to hit partner on this channel, I have to maintain an average viewership, yeah? And it has to get to 75 viewers on average over a period of, like, I don't know, I think it's like a month or something. So I have to, like, consistently for a month hit 75 viewers. It might be 3 months. I can't remember. It's something like that, right? Now, if I start to stream video games, which, as I said, I have done in the past, even at points, I'll tell you a funny story, right? I could have had 3 times the audience that I had now had I not had a variety streaming schedule 4 years ago, right? Because 4 years ago, 5 years ago actually, when Joe Biden, you know, had it was the inauguration, the day of the, you know, doing the inauguration or something like that, and January the 6th happened, yeah, January the 6th happened, I did a clip of my stream where I was talking about the idiocy of identity politics and why gamers are, you know, absolutely obsessed with racism and, like, all that kind of business. And they obviously, like, don't see identity politics as important and shit like that, but they don't see class as important. Anyway, I'm not explaining it right. I did a really good clip. It got 1 million views worldwide on Twitter, right? There were Brazilians who were messaging me saying, can I translate this into Portuguese? Because we want to share it with Brazilian comrades and shit like that. And there were some people who were, like, still here from those days, right? But no, it was ridiculous. It got millions of views, and that old Twitter account got fucking banned because I said that something very appropriate should happen to Tony Blair, which I now disavow because the appropriate thing that should happen is illegal and wrong. And after that, the stream after that I did, I had 120 people watching me, and it was a politics stream, right? Then the stream after that, because what I used to do back in the day was I used to do Monday was politics, Tuesday was art, Wednesday was weird and wacky games, and Thursday was normal games, right? I had a variety schedule. And after about 3 weeks or something, that audience size halved. And I did maintain that audience size. Basically, I am at the moment currently around that audience size right now. So I hope that explains it for you. That's why you can't get growth if you do variety on Twitch. It's really good. It doesn't make sense, right? By the way, it doesn't make sense, and it's shit, right? But you know, I know that that's the game, and it's the game that you've got to play. Sadly, you know. Cristiano Vibes, hello. Who else do we got? We got Yui. I said hi to Yui. We got Nuclear Slayer with the 80 consecutive streams watched. Yo! Let's go, Nuclear Slayer. Thank you for all the support. Thank you for being here. 2 months is how long it takes to get to partner to maintain the 75 thingy. The 75, you know, average viewers. I guess the issue with it is you develop an audience and you have to cater to the audience if you want it to grow because they come to expect you for one thing, really. That's the sad reality, and that's why I do gaming on a second channel. And it won't do growth. I hope that makes sense, Yui. But I'm glad that you asked that question. That's why I have a second channel for gaming. There you go. I followed in August 2021, and I love your wildness. I'm a lurker and a watcher mostly. Appreciate that, Cristiano. Thank you so much. I think it's cool we're both English. What are the chances of that? What are the chances of that happening? Hey, Soka. I missed the gaming stream again. Sorry. It's alright. It's all on the VOD channel anyway. I do upload the gaming VODs to the same VOD channel because I'm not interested in growing the VOD channel, right? The VOD channel, if it takes off, it takes off. You know what I'm saying? I don't think it will. I don't think I'll get to the point where it's like, you know, fucking Vinny Vinesource's full stream channel or some shit. You know what I mean? Oh, 99% of the time you're talking to Americans, it's fun seeing a familiar accent. I see what you mean. I see what you mean. You know what they say about being English these days? You're right. Call you English. Say you're English. Throw you in jail. I watch whenever I can. There's this pesky job I have. Oh, Grandpa Simpson. It's okay. You don't need to worry about that. You don't need to worry about that. Nappers, thank you for the 7 consecutive streams watched. And thank you, Grandpa Simpson, for the 5 consecutive streams watched. Thank you very much. Middle-earth Marxist, welcome in. I thought it was something to do with... I thought it was something to do with saying you did something that probably hadn't happened with Graham Linehan's wife. What, that I'm fucking his wife? No, that is happening. Graham's wife calls me up on the regs. She says, it's so nice having a cisgender partner who isn't obsessed with trans people. We're not together. We're not together. It's just a, you know, it's just a casual thing. We're not partners. We're not together. No, that was my other Twitter account that happened to, and I begged Elon Musk for that account back, and that's the one that I have now. So, yes, the one where I told Graham Linehan that I was fucking his wife, and the TERFs did a huge dog pile on me, yeah? That is the current account that I have now. And I begged Elon Musk for that account back, which I do have now. Yeah, exactly. Can't two consenting adults spend a little quality time together without someone's husband getting all angry? Twitch servers requested us to reconnect. I'm getting banned. The TERFs have found the Twitch channel. I'm getting banned from Twitch right now. That's obviously what that means. Being English today means complaining Greg's pork sausage rolls come in chicken now to appeal to spooky foreigners. Exactly. Hey, Krill, what's up? Hey, Kensai, welcome in. New chatter, new member of the community with 5 consecutive streams watched. Let's go. What the fuck? You see, this is growth. This is what I'm saying. If I just ended up doing a gaming stream now, the audience would just... everyone would just be like, fuck this, I'm out. I'm not even a good gaming streamer. This is the thing. I wanted to be a gaming streamer when I started streaming on Twitch. The first ever game that I streamed on Twitch was Super Meat Boy in like 2015 or something. And I was doing like Five Nights at Freddy's and shit like that as well. And I'm just not that good at it. I'm not that good at it. Especially when cam is on, when it's like a cam on thing. So, you know, I always wanted to be a gaming streamer like Vinesource, where he just chills out and he just has funny little chats with his viewers, and you just like, you know, play some interesting video games that are not really like on the beaten path kind of thing. No, I'll never be a VTuber. That's never gonna happen. There's no way. There's no way. But what's the point? Just turn the cam off. Just don't have a cam. You don't need my hottest take of all time, yeah, is that VTubers are like completely unnecessary and a product of Twitch's algorithm and YouTube's algorithm that says that you have to have a face in order to be watched, right? You know, they say that all the time. They say you gotta have a face in the thumbnail, otherwise you won't get clicked on. You gotta have a face on the stream, otherwise people won't watch you. That's dog shit, man. Some people don't give a shit what you look like. Krill!
You are a Melpet streamer now.
I'm a Melpet streamer. It's true. It's true. And here he is. Thank you so much. Aww. Thank you so much. Oh. Whoop. Whoop. And there he is. Thank you so much for the £25. Thank you for subbing up Twitch. Thank you for supporting the stream. No, you see, Lesbian Hot Sauce, I knew that this was going to be a nuclear take, actually, in terms of how my hottest take would be received. I knew it would be nuclear because, of course, you use a VTuber avatar, don't you? But my take remains. I see your point, which is a lot of femmes use VTubing models so they don't always have to be perceived. My take remains the same. You don't need that. You shouldn't have to need that. You shouldn't have to need that. Here's a wild idea. When you don't want to be on camera, just don't have anything. Your voice should be enough. That's my take. Your voice and your personality shines through. That's what I'm saying. By the way, you should... Who said you need it? That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the fucking... I was talking about the YouTube algorithm. The YouTube algorithm is like, you need to be a person, you need to be whatever. Some people just do it because it's fun, and that's great. You know what I mean? And that's fine. Anyway, listen. It's a hot take. It doesn't mean that it's right or wrong. It's probably wrong. And that's why everyone should go follow Lesbian Hot Sauce. What else do we got? What else do we got? I missed some people. Meow, you're dead with the 3 consecutive watch stream. Another new community member with a watch streak. Thank you so much. Welcome in. Hello. As an American, it's nice to hear a foreign perspective on this conflict. Hell yeah, you know it. You know it, comrade. Grandpa Simpson says, I wanted to do a political cooking stream. I work with an org that sources and cooks large meals for groups of kids during school vacations. Again, this pesky job. That would just be so ideal and cool. You've got to be a persona, and I guess having the cam on helps with that. Yeah, that's the thing that I hate. That's the thing that I hate. That's what I really don't like. I think that art should be able to be... I think that streaming is an art a lot of the time. And I think that you should be able to do your art in whatever the fucking way you want. And I just think that there is an overabundance now of VTuber models where they aren't necessary. And I think that some people would just probably like, you know... maybe be more comfortable. Maybe people feel pressured to do it. You know what I'm saying? Some people have a character that is like their vibe. Fuck you, Mule. Wait, what do you mean? I'm saying I'm probably wrong. It's fine. I don't mind being wrong on this. It's whatever. I do think that the algorithm demands it. I do think that that's a big thing. And that sucks, right? That's the thing. The algorithm isn't fair, but we can't like blame every trend or idea on it. I think we could blame the trends that the algorithm encourages on the algorithm. I think we can do that. Okay, but you have a persona right now. What's that got to do with anything? I watch Melpert and Winston more than I watch you or Marcus. No offense. Yeah, that's fine. For me, sometimes I like being on camera. It definitely leads to better engagement. The PNG is there for when I can't be asked to be on camera. It's like a comfy, cozier space for me. Yeah, I mean, that's how I feel about having like a no-cam stream when I'm doing a gaming stream. You know what I mean? Your persona is bisexual and we love it. That's true. That was more of a response to a specific thing you said about VTubing being about projecting a persona. That was what someone else said in the chat. Someone else said that in the chat. I was just reading a chat message. Yeah, that's what Atomic said. I do not deny that I have a persona and I'm being perceived. The reason I literally have the cam on and I'm doing politics is because A, I care about politics. I couldn't not talk about politics. B, the algorithm demands that you have a face when you're doing politics, you know, like a newsreader. You know. It's a shame, but I know that some people don't do it. I know that some people still don't do it. Like, Kel Thickness doesn't do that, right? And I think that, yeah, I think that it still works if you have a VTuber and it will still get that level of attention on you. VTuber, what do they call it? PNG? Kel and Little Bear. Does Little Bear have a VTuber thingy? Because I know Kel has a VTuber thingy. I guess I don't see the meaningfully problematic difference between having a camera or a VTuber. Yeah, that's totally fine, because I wasn't saying that it was problematic in the slightest. I just said that this is what I think. It's not even, it doesn't even matter. It's just like a stupid hot take. Hey, Alyssa, how you doing? You know, not everything I say is like a, you know... Not capital P problematic. It's not even little p problematic. I'm being so for real. It literally doesn't bother me. It's just a take. It's literally just a take that I have. JPEG tuber. I want an animated PNG of an actual tuber. Yeah, you do have to do that. Hello, Morrigan. Welcome in. Vordrella, welcome in. Did I miss anybody else coming in? Hello? Hello, hello! I think that's everybody. I think I got everybody. One thing that does make me laugh is when femmes create PNGs that have massive fucking bazengas. Not touching that comment with a barge pole. It's not for me to say. I'm a man. You gotta remember, like, I know a lot of people do forget. Sophie famously, right? So, Sophie, it's not famous. Sophie said to me once that sometimes she forgets that I'm a man. And that's a really high compliment. That's like a high grade compliment. But I do, of course, remind her that I'm a man. Not, I don't mean like I like say to her, like, just so you know I'm a man, right? I don't do that. But sometimes I say things and she's like, oh yeah, you're a man. That's annoying. Yeah, it's because you're a man. Right? But you can't forget, you mustn't forget I am a man, and I can't comment on things like VTubers having big bazongas. That's not for me to talk about. That's not my business, and I will never touch anything like that with a barge pole. Helgina, welcome in, how you doing? Midwestern Cat Lady, what's up? Welcome in. Aslan Silver, hello. Everybody please go follow Aslan Silver as well. Being a cat did wonders for Galloway. I'm not going to be a cat. That's not going to happen. Part of the appeal of VTubers is being able to be perceived as something other than what you are physically. I understand. Yeah, sure. I understand that to a degree. Yep. I do understand that to a degree. But my take is just literally meaningless. It doesn't mean anything. It's not even necessary. I shouldn't have even said it. I shouldn't have even said it. Do you know what? I shouldn't have brought it up. Chat, let's forget all about it. You know what we can't forget about? Yeah? Hello, Virulent. Welcome in. I'll tell you what. I've dropped yourself in it. I'm digging myself deeper in the hole. That's the problem. That's the big problem. World War III? What? Because I said VTubers are bad. Well, we're on World War V. There's no recovering for this. When will I be accountable for the VTuber slander? You know what we can't forget, chat? You know what we mustn't forget? It's 20 years to the day of Neil banging out the tunes. This is fucking great. What great news. Yep, that's it. We mustn't forget. Rest in peace, Neil. You'll never be forgotten. I'm gonna call you out. Are you writing a Google Doc? You wouldn't be the first. It's Neil banging out the tunes. He's not naked, he's just a rat. He's just a rat. So there you go. There's some really good news, isn't there? What else have we got? There was a time when this image didn't offend, when blokes could be blokes, before my soon-to-be ex-wife was possessed by the woke mind virus. Now it's all suspicion and scorn. I am left clinging to these images, angry and alone, yet comforted by Rupert's patriotic machismo. No, this is satire. It's satire. It's just satire. It's a bit. It's a bit. It's not real. Yeah, Beautiful Britain is one of these like accounts that just like posts shit like this, and it's extremely funny because it is the kind of thing. It is the kind of thing that if he likes hot men, go for it. No, Helgina, it's a joke. It's a joke. They just post the kind of thing that these kinds of guys would say, and it's funny as fuck. Front guy looks like Mr. Nebercracker. What are you talking about? That's a new sentence. That's one of the newest sentences I've ever seen in my entire life. Mr. Nebercracker. You made this guy up. I've never heard of this before. Monster House. Not real. Not real. So basically what you're saying to me, I mean, this is Rupert Lowe. This is Rupert Lowe. He's the head of the new Restore Britain political party in the UK. Mr. Nebercracker images. Let's have a look. So you're saying that Rupert Lowe looks like this. That's crazy. When will it be okay to be English again? The critically acclaimed film Monster House. It's so true. Hey Gummy Mama, how you doing? Welcome in. Right, so there you go. That's him. That's that. What else do we got? Oh, I was meant to put this. I was meant to put this somewhere else. Yo, who's this, chat? It's John Burkow. He's back. Everyone's favorite Speaker of the House, the British House. If you don't know who this is, international chatters, this is John Burkow. He was the Speaker of the House before Lindsay Hoyle. He's back, and he's speaking at some kind of conference where they're talking about Iranian monarchist restorationists, and he's talking a little bit about Reza Pahlavi. Let's listen to what he's saying.
Mr. Pahlavi cannot be accused of too much arduous work over the decades. He was born into enormous wealth
Duke of Blonde.
And privilege. He scuttled off to the United States 4.5 decades ago. I'm not aware of anything useful he's done since, but apparently...
He's so loud.
He goes to bed at night, my source tells me, eagerly entertaining the hope that the moment is nigh. The prince over the water, who will come to the rescue and achieve a position of leadership. Well, I stopped believing in fairy tales before I became a teenager. Oh! Mid-60s. I have to say to him, just as our little secret between Mr. Pahlavi and me, Mate, you are deluded. In political terms, you are off your chump.
Off your chump. I've never heard that before. Off your chump.
In political terms, you are off your chump. You haven't got a clue. It's not gonna happen.
This is so good.
That the mass of the
Hey,
people
Technomancy.
of Iran
Hey,
are
Icky
going
Drugs.
to say to the son of the most appalling autocrat who pillaged the country and presided over mass destruction, please, sir, we know you haven't got much of a curriculum vitae. We know you haven't done much by way of effective work in your life, but we'd really like you
He's saying he's not done any work in his life. This is so good.
to be our next leader. Mr. Pahlavi, it isn't going to happen. Do something else.
This is great.
Take up golf. Undergo a course in Japanese basket weaving. Become a specialist cook.
There's a mix of people either extremely offended, like this guy and this guy in this room, and like a bunch of other people who are just like, yes! We've been waiting for someone to say this. It's so good. Hey, Yusef, how are you doing? Welcome in.
Study the great philosophers.
He's like, do anything but this. Do anything. Study the philosophers.
Read a collection of Greek mythology. My dear chap, I don't mind what it is, but stop muddying the waters as far as the future of Iran is concerned.
It's so good. So good. I saw this clip go by this morning and I watched up to the bit, right? I watched up to the bit where he said, in political terms, you are off your chump, and I fucking laughed so hard. I didn't think it would be that funny when I heard it again, but it was. But the rest of it was just as good. That was just quality shit. So, there you go. Comrade speaker. Well, I wish he was more of a comrade. He's a centre-left wishy-washy win it. But I think he is quite prescient of comings and goings geopolitically. And I think he's just absolutely spot on with his with his appraisal of Reza Pahlavi there. We got some new news. We got some new news coming in. Chat, I heard that you disavow terrorist groups, and like you, I am the same, and I oppose terrorism. I disavow it. It's bad. Any group that the UK government says is a terrorist group, I oppose them. Anyway, this is the news that the new IRA has claimed responsibility for an attack on the PSNI police in Lurgan, and in an Easter statement has said it remains committed to the path of revolution. Now, let's see if I can get full access to this article by registering and logging in. And let me see if this is possible. It might not be. Just give me a hot minute. I would like to read this whole thing. No, you can't. Okay, well, that's unfortunate. It does say that you should be able to do that. It's from Irish Republican News. You know, this is a little publication, a little known publication going around in Ireland for some time. But we can have a look at, unfortunately, some colonialist news about this. So this happened, obviously, over the Easter weekend. Let's take a look and see what ITV is saying about it. This is pretty much one of the only sources that exist on this stuff. I'm sure the BBC don't want to be reporting on the fact that the IRA is still around. New IRA claims responsibility for Lurgan attempted proxy bomb attack. The new IRA has claimed responsibility for an attempted proxy bomb attack targeting a Northern Ireland police station earlier this week. A pizza delivery driver was forced at gunpoint to take the bomb to the police station. He was able to alert those in the station to the deadly device. The device was described as crude and viable. PSNI Chief Constable said cowards were behind the attack and it was a reminder of the past. It's also a reminder of the future, you know, so that's that, isn't it? Mr. Butcher said the incident is likely to have been a sad attempt to appear relevant ahead of the planned dissident Republican parades over Easter. The incident was condemned by political leaders across Northern Ireland. Of course they were. Of course it was. Who's surprised? Mr. Butcher told the policing board on Thursday that investigation into the attack is ongoing. There's little doubt that dissident Republicans are responsible. The only thing these people are interested in is themselves and their own egos. Wow, who does it sound like they're talking about, chat? Who does this sound like they're talking about? They are irrelevant to today's communities in Northern Ireland. Who does it sound like they're talking about? It sounds like they're talking about... It sounds like when another country talks about other groups. Just can't quite put my finger on it. There is no place in democratic society for such criminals, and I appeal to anyone with any information whatsoever to come forward and tell us what they know, who was involved before these idiots caused some harm. Well, that's the end of that, isn't it? So, you know, I thought that was a relevant thing for us to look at and discuss, considering the Holyrood elections coming up later in the year. In fact, only a month away, less than a month away. And chat, don't forget, we are near to the halfway point of the month. I've been live for about 40 minutes so far, so it's almost an hour. Please consider supporting the stream. And please consider doing that by donating via the tip link in the chat. Because that means that I get 100% of the money that you do donate to the Donkus Jonkus Mule stream. And it also means that you will be contributing towards the tip goal, which is the one on the bottom. It says Bill's Food Rent. If we get to the £700 dono goal by the end of the month, I'll be doing an all-night British May elections stream. Yeah, we'll be staying up late. We'll be getting the results and hopefully laughing at Labour and how they're getting fucking absolutely humiliated and decimated in the local elections, which is like a British midterms. So please consider helping us get to that goal. It would be great if we could get to the halfway point by the 15th of the month. So that'd be 350 quid. So we only need another £101. So if, I don't know, there's like 50 people in the chat right now, if everybody donated £2, we'd hit that instantly. Yeah. So please consider doing that. I could be on the stream if I win in my ward. Oh, are you a councillor? Yeah, you could. Yeah, you could be. You could. That could happen. That could genuinely happen. So anyway, there you go. What else did I miss in the chat? I was voted most likely to disavow in high school. That's good. I disavow all the time. Yep, it's good that you do that. We don't like terrorism. It's so not good. Yep. We'll be able to hear them telling the wives how they won medals in Flanders. Yes, I'm sure we will be able to hear the PSNI saying that. Torrification is inevitable, Mr. Anderson. Inevitable. Nice to know the MLA's decided to give himself a 14% pay rise despite us barely functioning again. That's fucking mad. That's fucking mad, Johnny. I actually hadn't heard of that. Oh, this was in March. £14,000 pay rise. That's absolutely mental. Stormont Assembly members getting a 14 grand pay rise. Yeah, exactly. For what, dude? For what? for just like maintaining Westminster's rule over Northern Ireland. It's fucking mad. Anyway. It was a big week for protesting. A big weekend for protesting here in the UK. There's been a bunch of mad stuff, not just in the UK, but the British Isles, including Ireland. let's take a little look at what's been going on all over the UK. We had the Defend Our Juries protest because, of course, the Met Police said that they were going to start arresting people for holding signs that say that people support Palestine action. Let's have a look at how that went. This was on Saturday. So we've got a 29-second clip here from Defend Our Juries, and it should tell you everything that you need to know about what happened here. Yeah. Yeah. Good, that, innit? It's just proper good. Fucking state of this, man. Absolute fucking state of this. A nana being carried away by the cops. And then another nana being escorted away by the cops. And then in the back, what's that? What's that, chat? There's another nana being escorted away.
Out of the way.
Good, that, innit? It's good, that, innit? Do you feel good about yourself? You feel good about yourself, you fucking scum? They're putting her down. Why are they putting her down?
Anything to say, friend?
3, 2, 1, up.
Heaven help us.
Come and help us.
Guys, can you move out the way, please?
Come and help us. So there you go. Some phenomenal work. It's only a matter of time before the cops end up breaking some pensioner's spine doing this shit. Yep. She said, heaven help us. Oh, okay. All right. I thought she said, come and help us. Well, I'm choosing to hear, come and help us. That's what I'm choosing to hear. She said, come and help us. And I think that none of us should do that. None of us should break the law. And we shouldn't listen to her. Anyway, what else do we got? We got protesters disrupting London Defence Conference. So what was this? This was last week. Friday, 10th of April, students and activists mobilised outside Bush House at King's College London to protest the London Defence Conference and condemn the genocidal companies and speakers invited to the on-campus event. Sovereign Media was on site to capture the protest. The LDC first launched in 2022 as an annual defence and security gathering hosted by King College London's School of Security Studies. 2026 edition, themed Readiness, takes place 10th to 11th of April at Bush House and is by invitation only. Previous years have featured a litany of genocide enablers, Keir Starmer, David Lammy, Grant Shapps, and Ukrainian Ambassador Valery Zaluzhny, who addressed a closed-door session at KCL on 25th of March ahead of this year's conference. Companies involved in the Gaza genocide, such as Palantir, BAE Systems, and Rolls-Royce, sponsor or support the conference. These conferences aim to further commercialize mass murder by increasing military spending, while companies that arm Israel's genocide in Gaza pocket the money. Protesters are condemning both the government representatives and their corporate sponsors. Let's take a look at some footage from the protest here. This is from Sovereign Media. Let's take a look.
Palestine is not your home! Palestine is not your home! Palestine is not your home! Palestine is not your home!
So we got like an incredible selection of gammons here. Like, you've got people who are holding Israeli flags and England flags, and they've got printed out signs saying defend our national security. Defend our national security. There might be like, I don't know, 30 people there who are there to counter protest, which is pretty funny. Oh, look at that. What's that I just saw? What's that I just saw? There's an Iranian monarchist flag. That lady there is just in a Iranian monarchist flag. Yep. Please bomb my country. Oh, another one there. There's another one right up there. There you go. Iranian monarchist flag there. Gammon buffet. It's sadly not a massive protest. I feel like some people probably slept on this. I mean, what do we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 26, 39, 40. There's roughly 70 people in this protest. It's a bit shit. You you know, that there weren't more people there. But I think fair play to him for organizing it, you know? Fair play to him. And sometimes it doesn't take hundreds and thousands of people, but... Yeah, I love that. The moves. All right, pretty fucking decent. Pretty decent. Great work, peeps. But here's something that I completely disavow. This is just something that I disavow. And I would never cheer this on. Let's have a little look and see what's going on here. What's this? Oh my god, chat, it's crimes. I would never celebrate this. Oh my god, look at all the crimes that they're doing. This poor weapons factory. This poor defense firm. Horrific. Awful stuff. Just terrible. Look at that, the poor servers. How are they going to get on the internet and enjoy things like the djmuel stream? This is terrible. How are they going to do it? I can't believe all this violence. I'm glad that the chat is disavowing. I'm glad. Hello, Lil Zipper. Thank you for your disavowing. Thank you, Gumba Master. Thank you for your disavowing. Poor baby server. Yeah, just a little baby server that, like, identifies children to be killed. That's so innocent. Despite, you know, I may disavow this as much as possible, but the fact remains, doesn't it, chat, that actually people will just continue to do stuff, won't they? They'll just continue to do stuff like this while a genocide is happening and while an illegal war is happening. It's crazy that I was right about that, and Red Planet have been right about that. I work in IT. Those monitors just break when they get guilty and nervous. Good. Hello, Crescent Moon and Star. Everybody go follow Crescent Moon and Star. How are you doing? It's good to see you. I feel intense pain seeing this footage, thinking about all the tech hardware that could be used to host porn instead. That's right. That's right. Why host genocide AI identifying things when you could just host mad crazy porn? So the people who did this were rightfully arrested with extreme violence by the state, which, you know, I will always say is good and right. There's apparently some footage of it.
On the floor! Get on the floor! Hands down now! Put your hands on your head! Hands on your fucking head! Get on the floor now! Put your hands! Get on the floor! Hands on your head! Fucking head! Face down! Hands on your head now! Hands down! You know, don't need to be violent, bloody hell!
Cops are so funny, man. Cops are so funny. Like, the way that he's yelling is so funny.
Get down now! You need to be violent, bloody hell! Hands down now! Hands down now! How are you? Alright. Cool. What do you need? Oh,
ow, ow, ow. You don't need to pull my hair.
I'm not pulling your hair, I'm trying to get all this off.
Well, you pulled my hair.
Well, you come in with the fence at the moment, haven't you?
Pardon? Do you know why we're doing this?
Right.
Do you know why I'm doing this?
407, you're under arrest on suspicious burglary.
And,
you have to send
and
people
you are
to
a
the
op of humanity, aiding and abetting genocide. How proud of yourself are you that millions have been slaughtered in your name? The UK is complicit in genocide. Where?
Sounds like some really peaceful arrests are going on in the background. Just had a phone interview for an AI-driven company. Didn't know much until the interview. Turns out the company is into home security. Their AI model scans the public for devices nearby to determine and detect whether they're an intruder or not. The pay is good. I don't think that you could. I don't know if that like cleanses your soul. I don't know if any money could cleanse your soul for working for a company like that. Hey, Star Spangled Shitlog. Welcome in. You'd be mad too if they had to try and make up the law they're going to arrest someone over because you forgot your basic training. Oh! Yeah, they're actual soulless robots. Yeah. Hey, Larry, how's it going? Everybody, please go follow Leaping Larry as well. What's good? Welcome in. Larry, I don't know if you heard me say it, but you were vindicated. Completely vindicated. Last week, what happened? You were right. There was a special operation, wasn't there? Completely vindicated. Great call. Great analysis. I stand corrected. You were absolutely right. But I do still think that they're going to do a ground invasion later. I do still think that that's going to happen. But yeah, obviously there was a special operation that happened to try and get the nuclear dust in Iran, and it went very badly. You've been around the block a long time. I didn't want to say it that way. You said it that way. Yeah? I'm not calling anybody old here. Far be it from me. I'm 36. I didn't want to say it like that. I actually don't know how old you are, to be fair. Anyway, right. Let's yeah, there's some peaceful arrests are going on here, aren't they? Really peaceful stuff.
We're resisting a genocide. You up of humanity, and he's complying, so mind yourself. You brutes.
I'm not resisting.
Free Palestine.
A very young 40 years, you're right, you're right.
Free Ivory Coast. The UK is complicit.
Right, madam.
You lot will be defunded.
And stand you up.
Pardon?
Are you going to be compliant?
This is what happened.
I will not comply, absolutely
You're not
not.
comply. So if I
I'm
do
not
this
gonna
cuff,
comply
you're
with you.
going to resist me.
I will not resist, but I will not comply.
Yeah.
Look at him shaking. Look at his boot shaking.
You realise like I'm doing this to resist
On your feet.
a genocide. I told you I wasn't going to comply. Was that not English? Wow, look at these fucking ACABs. Wow, dragging me by the hand.
Don't act like this. That's how you're going to be treated, isn't it? Come on.
This is how I'm going to be treated. What have I done to you personally? Why are you mad at me?
We're trying to get you
How
out
am I not helping? I'm literally fighting against genocide.
Legend. I mean, I disavow. I completely disavow this. What's the other thing that happened this week that was a bit crazy? Well, this is Shannon Airport, where there has been a long and ongoing campaign to kick US troops out of Shannon. I don't know if it's Shannon Airport. I think it might just be Shannon Air Base, right? Let's have a little look and see what was going on there. Oh, there's a fella on there. Wow.
Still hammering the wing.
Oh, he's got fucking... Oh my god.
We have multiple dents now.
I disavow, actually. I didn't realize this was going to be so evil and wrong. Well... Yeah, my soul is crying. My soul is crying because of all of the crimes that are happening, actually. There you go. Please welcome in McGinn, how you doing? Good to see you. Why does he hammer there? Can't be the most vulnerable spot. The thing is about planes, right? And this is why I developed a fear of planes for some time, right? For like quite a large section of my life. Is that if there is anything wrong with the exterior of a plane, even some dents where in fact there shouldn't be dents, yeah, that can cause a catastrophic failure in the flight of the vehicle. So one screw loose at any point in the fucking plane, doesn't matter how like important it is, could result in a catastrophic failure, right? So important to remember that. Now, if I were to put myself in the shoes of someone who was going to commit sabotage, right? I would say, if I didn't have a comprehensive engineering degree or understanding of flight engineering and aviation and stuff like that, I would probably use my brain to try and ascertain what would happen if I just damaged a bit of it and scared the people who were running that plane into thinking, shit, there's some kind of device on there, we're going to have to investigate that, and we're going to have to repair this plane and maybe take it out of service because we don't know what the extent of the damage is here that's been done. We don't know why he attacked that bit of the plane. It might look like he's hitting it with the hammer, but he could have put some plastic explosives on there. I don't know, right? And it would cause them a bit of grief, right? It'll cause them a bit of grief. What my opinion is on people who criticize people who would be, and again, this is me disavowing these obvious terrorists. I'm obviously disavowing these obvious terrorists, but I feel like if you want to criticize them, someone who would be brave enough to break into a US Air Force base, climb on the wing, and hit it with a hammer, I would ask yourself, I would say to yourself, if you think you can do any better, you should definitely not try. I guess the thing to remember here is that you just shouldn't do this, yeah? But in fact, people will continue to do this. Star Wars Hour, welcome in. If you're flying spirit, just some duct tape and you're good to go. Yeah, that's how that works. Anyway, this is crazy. It's mad that this stuff is happening. I wonder why it could possibly be happening. We're moving on to the main bit of news of the day. Not the main bit of news. The main bit of news is, of course, the stuff that happened over the weekend with the ceasefire and the talks and all this stuff, yada, yada, yada. But we're going on to some title news. It looks like your party is pretty much at some point of a catastrophic failure of its own. So we are going to go through this just before the Iran news. We have covered your party on the stream before, and my take on it has always been this. And a lot of you are obviously not in the UK and will be interested to hear what someone in the UK actually thinks about your party, especially someone who is a communist, who wants to build power and, have some kind of a peaceful resolution, something that sounds like that in this country. What my opinion of your party is and what I think of it. And yes, you've come to the right place because I am going to tell you what that is. My take on your party has always been, it doesn't matter how long it takes to organize it, because hopefully it's going to end up being a vanguard party, which is a more revolutionary party that has the solid revolutionary policies that we need in a socialist party in the UK, such as, when we get into power, there will be a massive mass removal of the bourgeoisie. We will remove the House of Lords, we'll remove the monarchy, we will install a dictatorship of the proletariat. MPs will get all paid exactly the same as the prime minister, as every minister, and it will be a living wage, and that's it. And then you could have some kind of a, hope for at least a mandate to understand how many people would be up for that in the United Kingdom, right? Replace the House of Lords with the House of Unions. These kinds of policies, right? So that was why I always supported your party. Despite the fact that the Greens are doing really, really well, right? Incredibly well in the electoral politics, sort of moderate social democrat position. And of course, we should never just be happy with social democracy, because of course it's not a revolution, it's not a dictatorship of the proletariat, but there is a possibility for social change. It's the Green Party is absolutely a vehicle for social change in this country, and they have a broad amount of policies that do end up actually being pretty good, not just for people in Britain, but also for, our effect on the imperial periphery, right? So, despite that, I thought it was a good idea to still support your party. But sadly, recently, it does seem like things have gotten exponentially worse. And it is all to do with the fact that there is a unfortunate cult surrounding Jeremy Corbyn. And it sucks. It just fucking sucks, honestly. It's just absolutely rubbish. The best person who is covering this kind of thing... Hey, Soundkiller, how you doing? The best person covering this stuff is Eleonora Stats, Lefty Stats on Twitter. And she was talking about recently... Let me have a look and see this. Is Corbyn the Sanders of the UK? Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. Hey, Hippie Marshmallow, how you doing? Welcome in. I read his critique of Allende's Chile before. Not good. Yeah, it is just the big issue. The big fucking issue with your party is the cult surrounding Corbyn. Jeremy Corbyn was fine as a social democratic candidate for a political party, a left-wing political party in the UK, but when it comes to being part of this revolutionary movement, it's just unfortunately very bad. Let's take a look at this reporting. This came out earlier this week. Let me just see if I can find it with... last week, not earlier this week. It's fucking Monday, you know what I'm saying. What's your opinion of Galloway? My opinion of Galloway is that he is a fucking... scab. He is a scourge on left-wing politics in this country. He is a disciple of Alexander Dugin and National Bolshevism. His Workers' Party of Great Britain is entirely a Nazbol party, and he shouldn't be taken seriously in the fucking slightest. He is literally scum, and I would argue, considering the fact that he hated Muslims and was extremely Islamophobic in the years before the Workers' Party existed. I don't think he gives a shit about Palestine at all. I genuinely believe that. I don't think that Galloway gives a fuck about Palestine in the slightest. And I know that lots of people will hear him talk about Palestine and be like, well, he sounds like someone that cares about Palestine. Knock, knock. Knock, knock. So does Tucker Carlson. So does Tucker Carlson. So that's the take on the Workers' Party. I wonder though, would the Greens have been able to surge as much as they had under Polanski if the initial Your Party movement hadn't ignited the idea of a genuine left-wing challenge to Labour? I think that he would have, yeah. Because your party was massively... If we're talking about a mainstream opinion of electoral politics in this country, your party was never something that was massively spoken about in the mainstream. But the Greens were. And, Zach Polanski being spoken about is like... Yeah, it was a convergent evolution. It totally was. Yeah, it just happened at the same time. Hey Val, how you doing? Despite all that, I was glad to see him in Cuba. Corbyn's fine. Corbyn is like a fine individual, but it is time that the British left move on from the jam grandad, right? That's just what we need to do. That's just what needs to happen. What else was I talking about? What else was I... hello, Parkour's Language, by the way. Everybody go follow Parkour's Language. Space Lansador, how you doing? The public infighting in your party is ridiculous. Argue, but do it among yourselves. Yep. Which Sockdem is better, Polanski or Corbyn? Polanski. Without a shadow of a doubt. Polanski is far better than Corbyn. He's got way more zest. He's got way more, you know... He is far more willing to fight back against the establishment when they criticize him unnecessarily and smear him. Corbyn was just too weak against the smears. He was just useless. And the Greens arguably have better policies than Labour did back in the day under Corbyn. He's got the magic. He's got the magic. Polanski's got the magic. There is a reason why me, crusty fucking organising communist, decided to join the fucking Green Party just so I could vote for Zach Polanski to be leader, right? I heard the things he was saying. I was like, yep, he's talking the talk. It's got to happen. It's just got to fucking happen. So, let's talk about this, right? He knows how to use social media like Zohran Mamdani as well. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, so let's talk about this. Tomorrow, your party's executive will vote to purge the socialist left. Members of socialist parties will be expelled, but also anyone in a faction. A direct attack on the grassroots left. A vote is expected to pass easily. So let's take a look at this. This is Eleonora's little graphic here. Membership of the following organizations are deemed not to be aligned to our party's values and proposed as ineligible for the purposes of your party membership rules. This is not an exhaustive list. The Socialist Workers' Party, Alliance for Workers' Liberty, Socialist Party, Trade Unionist and Socialist Coalition, Communist Party Great Britain, Scottish Socialist Party, Socialist Equality Party, Revolutionary Communist Party. Now, there are a number of these parties, I would say 3, that are trot letter writing organizations that do nothing. But there are a number of parties, particularly ones that are not mentioned, that are completely just organizations that have been working to help your party. For example, Democratic Socialists of the UK or Democratic Socialists of your party, I can't remember which one it is, who are looking to try and push your party further to the left to turn it into a vanguard party. And there are other organizations that were doing that as well. I know that the name is confusing, Democratic Socialist, but they want to create a vanguard party. Communism and socialism in the UK is confusing. Yeah, it's confusing. It has been thoroughly infiltrated by cops. You know, it's difficult and it's stressful and it's shit. But anyway, hey, Widow of Oz. Hey, Emily, how you doing? Good to see you. So, these organizations maintain independent national political structures, membership organizations, internal discipline. Their internal organizational models and strategic objectives are distinct and incompatible with the values and constitutional framework of your party. These organizations stand candidates in elections. So is Corbyn's mission now to sabotage the Greens? Seems pointless to run under these premises, I have to say. Your party is not going to amount to anything now. It will be relegated to a bit of a joke party, surprisingly, like all of these parties that they're mentioning. And I don't know, man. It's pretty hard to sit here and not think that Carrie Murphy, who is behind all of this, she's the person that was involved in Jeremy Corbyn's campaign and running his campaign, and apparently the way that she fucking speaks to people and, you know, treats people and, yeah, how she just, you know, conducts herself. It's hard to not think that she's a cop. And if she isn't a cop, she should be being paid by the state because she's doing the state's job by completely wrecking the fucking party, trying to fucking control everything and shit like that. Most people involved in your party say that this comes from her sort of cohort within the party that are determined to turn your party into Jeremy Corbyn's Labour, which didn't work, right? So there you go. I haven't taken them seriously after the first few weeks, really. The Greens had already become the place to be before this nonsense started. I don't think that's true. I don't think the Greens had become the place to be before your party started. I think that there might have been a week between it, maybe, but I don't know. I don't know how correct that is. I seem to remember that the Greens elected Zach Polanski, and then a week after they were like, we're doing your party now. It's meant to be a question. Yeah, I think that I'm not sure it went that way. I'm not sure it went that way. I don't fully understand how they can publish a non-exhaustive list. Surely people need to explicitly know which parties are actually banned. Some parties are banned, but we won't say exactly which ones. It's just vibe-based from the Central Executive Committee. Yeah, it's bad. Yeah, it's bad stuff. It's really bad. It's really bad organizing. So, Eleanor was saying here that the purge has prompted action by internal left-wing groups. With the Scottish section of your party meeting later today to discuss their response, it is highly likely they will vote to formally split from your party, as many Scottish members expect to be expelled. So this is Niall Christie here. Niall Christie is, I guess, in one of those groups. In solidarity with our dual members. Sorry to have to share this. We're working to oppose this at the CEC on Sunday, including on Scotland, where members' votes at our founding conference in Dundee will be overruled if this is not stopped. For those in Scotland, Spaceman Sidor, thank you for the 3 months of Prime. Appreciate you. Thank you very much. For those in Scotland, come to our meeting on Sunday, link below. In solidarity with our dual members, like thousands of members as voted on at your party conferences in Liverpool and Dundee, we support dual membership and oppose purges of hard-working socialists who have helped build your party. Over the last 9 months, there are people who have worked shoulder to shoulder with us to build this party from the ground up. Many of them are playing an important role in fighting elections on the 7th of May. While we agreed not to share the proposal ahead of the full report and open discussion next week, it is only right that we respond to the understandable alarm from members on this. In building a mass party, we believe our focus should be on growing and uniting our movement, not kicking out hard-working socialists before we've even agreed our policies, and while the far right are on the rise. We're working hard on amendments to prevent this concerning paper passing, including asking for exemptions for Scotland as per members' views. So, this is the organising group that wanted to prevent that from happening. How did that go? Your party Scotland over as leadership team resign en masse. So that's how that fucking went. Great work, Carrie. Great work, Jezza. Good stuff. Yeah, it's fucking embarrassing, man. This is just real embarrassing shit. And another thing that Eleonora was talking about earlier in the week was the fucking bizarre endorsements by your party who were endorsing independent candidates, right? So this was all happening last week, and I was getting stressed out because I was thinking, like, what the fuck is happening? Is this even real? Like, what is she talking about? But Eleonora remains absolutely on point, on top. So you've got Graham Sheldon, who was a Tory councillor until 2025, Mohammed Adnan, Tory councillor until 2022, and Ubaid al-Kabir ran for the Tories in 2022. So there's 3, ex-Tory councillors who are now independent that your party was endorsing. And it's like, your party can't just be the party for Gaza, right? They could, but like there already is. There just already is a party for Gaza. It's the Greens, right? You know what I mean? It's like, if this is your only like single issue thing, it's just not going to go anywhere because the Greens are already like totally fucking outflanked you on this completely. And you're just like, yeah, man, we should organize with people who used to be Tories because they agree with us on Gaza. And it's like, you are going against all of the things that people were pissed off about. Are the Greens doing similar bans for socialists? No! No, why would they? It would be fucking stupid. And they're not doing it. It's just so mad. It's just so mad. It's just so mad. It's just ridiculous. So yeah, so this is what you've got. Like the entire issue with your party at the start was that the single issue of Gaza meant that they were having people in the party who were landlords. They were having people in the party who were outright fucking misogynists, like anti-abortion misogynists like Adnan Hussein, and transphobes like Adnan Hussein, you know, and it's just like, you're just doing the same thing again. Like, I guarantee that all of these people are either landlords, and there's another one here as well. Your party's candidate list is out, and oh dear, in Oldham, they're backing a group led by landlord Kamran Ghafoor, whose 20 tenants had to be evacuated from his substandard housing. A previous property was found to be in a serious state of disrepair. You can't just be doing this. You can't just be doing this. You can't just be, like... It's just mad. Like, what are you on about? So, you know... This was stressing me out when I was receiving this news earlier. Like, look at the state. This is one of his fucking gaffes. This is one of his gaffes. Ghafoor also owned another property that collapsed 2 weeks ago. The collapse led to 3 injuries, and he blamed windy weather. Just a fucking slumlord, man. So when this news was coming out, I was fucking getting proper pissed off. I didn't know what to make of it. I was like, I thought that they'd sorted all this stuff out. Turns out they haven't, and now it's completely fucked. So let's have a read of this. The 12-strong interim Scottish Executive Committee have quit, accusing the UK leadership of a generational fumble as they announced they would set up a rival outfit. The party were accused of blocking Scottish activists' attempts to contest the upcoming Holyrood election, and the party's UK High Command was also said to have consistently ignored the one Scottish representative on its ruling body. Wow, that sounds really good for a new political fucking party in the UK to be recreating Westminster you know, prejudices, like, you know, Westminster fucking style shit. This is just classic Westminster fucking shit. Just ignoring the fucking Scottish reps. Probably ignored the Welsh ones as well, you know what I mean? Like, we've not heard what the Welsh representatives have said about it, but anyway. In a joint statement, the outgoing Scottish Leadership Committee said, as a result of this consistent denial of autonomy for Scotland and a willingness by the UK leadership to sideline an entire nation by withholding funding and mailing lists and in refusing to engage, we have, after careful thought and consideration, taken the collective decision to resign our positions on the interim Scottish Executive Committee, having found ourselves completely blocked when we attempted to carry out the clear mandate set for us by members from across Scotland. The group said that the move came after a meeting of the UK-wide Central Executive Committee on Sunday, which saw Niall Christie, the Scotland representative, prevented from putting forward measures to allow the Scottish Party ability to contact members. Prevented them from communicating with members. Mental. Absolutely mental. His attempt to put forward a motion affirming the Scottish Party's independence also failed. Not even talking about independence. Like, what is happening? What is fucking happening? Oh, sorry. No, not Scottish independence. The Scottish Party's independence. But still, what are you doing? Like, what are you doing? No serious attempt to unite the left can be done through purges of socialists or by disregarding entire nations and their representatives, said the outgoing Scottish members. It's clear that these are fatal blows to the Your Party project from which it cannot recover. This is true. I believe this now. I remember when all the shit was coming out last year, yeah? And I was saying, no, they just need to have the founding conference. They need to set off on the right foot. After all this, they need to get organized and things will be better, right? And people were saying, no, it's over. It's not going to recover. And to be honest, it did, right? It did recover from that stuff because the membership overwhelmingly voted for trans liberation as a policy. They overwhelmingly voted for... you know, having socialist policies and being a vanguard party and all this kind of business. But it just appears that there has been this successful capture of the leadership of the party, which is just completely done. It's just completely fucked it. I think it's over now. Zara needs to join the Greens for sure now. Yeah, absolutely. Your party's done. It's over. You literally cannot recover from this. Hey, Spooky, I had so much hope for this party. Yeah, I mean, me too, but at the end of the day, I think that it's like, if you're gonna do a vanguard party, you can't be doing it with people who organized a bourgeoisie electoral party, right? Because they are just gonna be sat there in their fucking mind the whole time being like, I know what I'm doing. What are these kids talking about? They want to do a fucking revolution. They don't know what they're on about. That's never going to happen in this country. You have to do it by the books. You have to do it like this. You have to do it like this. We have to control everything. right? And that's just what's going to be happening. And I think that that's where it's fucked, right? Hey, Threads, how you doing? So, you know, I think that what this is just going to result in, it's just going to result in the grassroots orgs that were trying to actually organize this to be a vanguard party to just do this on their own now, right? This is just what happens when certain revolutionary prospects like this fail and become captured by bourgeois electoral freaks. It does just inspire the people who get kicked out to just do their own thing, and they know exactly what to do because they've got experience in doing it because they were in the party before. The only way your party can recover is to abolish the Central Executive Committee. It's the same thing as scrapping the whole thing. It never got off the ground. Yeah, they need to tear it up and start again. They just need to tear it up and start again. You know? Make sure your plans are palatable to the king. Despite this generational formula of the left in Britain, the need for a new party on the left in Scotland couldn't be more urgent. It's our clear intention to continue working towards this. There you go, they're doing it. We call on others who share our vision to join us in doing so over the coming weeks and months as the reality of a rising far right and its representatives joining our national parliament, setting simply put, the best time for change is past, but the next best time is now. There you go, it's happening. Your party too. At Sunday CEC members meeting, members of your party's ruling body were said to have voted to ban dual membership, an issue which was one of the starkest divides between Corbyn and Zara Sultana's camps at the party's founding conference last year. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. You should be able to be a member of more than one fucking party, right? It's ridiculous. It's so stupid. Christie said, it has become clear the party has run out of road. This is in no small part down to the consistent disrespect shown to Scotland and Scottish members, with decisions about us being made without our input and on our behalf. I'll be continuing the essential work needed to build the party we're all promised in the summer 2025, but I'll be doing so outside of your party. With an election on the horizon, it's time to take stock of the political landscape in Scotland and work to bring the left in Scotland together, truly, and move towards something new in the not too distant future. My own takeaway, having been involved in your party, is that whatever comes next must be built in Scotland, by Scotland, for Scotland. Anything else is doomed to fail. A your party spokesperson said, we thank Niall and members of the Volunteer Interim Committee for their contribution to support members in Scotland at an early stage of the party's development. That's fucking so scummy, man. We understand these members disagreed with the vote taken by Scottish members not to stand candidates for the upcoming Holyrood elections. That is their right. No! Sorry, what? That isn't what this is about at all. This is ridiculous, dude. Your party Scotland members voted by 54% to 46% against standing candidates in the Holyrood election in a vote which took place 5 days before the deadline to stand candidates. Christie told the National that members had voted overwhelmingly in favour of contesting the election at the party's Scottish conference in February, and members in Dundee had backed contesting their patch. Your party spokesperson added, following our executive committees, I mean, it's part of it, obviously, but I think there's more to it than just that, right? Your party's so shit, dude. Following our executive committee's decision earlier this month, your party's already begun the work of establishing a Scottish nations working group through sortition, ensuring a representative body drawn across the whole membership in Scotland. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. This is not going to work. Not after this. This approach is about strengthening participation, transparency, and long-term stability. It creates the conditions for meaningful member engagement, the development of the Scottish branch structures, and the preparations of elections for a permanent Scottish Executive Committee, the democratic structures that Scottish members will voted for and deserve. Every decision about your party in Scotland will be taken by members in Scotland. We understand that there are differing views during a period of transition. Our responsibility is whatever. Nonsense. Why won't Scotland let your party colonize them? Yeah, exactly. Okay, so moving on. Some other pretty fucking funny UK electoral politics stuff that I just wanted to go through because I think that this is just in the face of that incredibly bitter pill to swallow. I think that we should have a little laugh. Chat, we've got our very own North Korean defector in the UK. I didn't know this. She's called Ji-hyun Park, and she's on the ballot for Moorside Ward in Bolton. for the Conservatives. It's gonna go so well. It's gonna go so well for her. Berry, sorry, not Bolton. It's so good, man. It's so fucking good. You know? It's so crazy, dude. It's so crazy. After escaping North Korea, I know what real freedom means. So I joined the Conservatives in the UK. Any relation to Yeonmi Park? No, Park is just a very common Korean surname. No, she's not related to Yeonmi Park. Do Conservatives vote for non-white candidates? I don't think Conservative voters are going to be voting for anyone. I don't think they're going to be voting for anyone this this election cycle. Matt Goodwin, what's he on about? A life moment I will never forget. All I've had for 2 weeks is endless criticism from the establishment. But last night, we came back from a quiet dinner out and the news came through. Suicide of a Nation is not just in the Sunday Times bestseller list for the second week running. It is now the #1 paperback in the country. I couldn't believe it. #1, despite relentless attacks on me and my life's work. #1, despite the fact that no one can seem to find the book in our High Street bookshops. The people have spoken. It's time to engage in the debate about what is happening to our country now. I'm ready. I'm not afraid. I don't care what they call me. But I am completely humbled by the support this book has received from the British people. They tried to cancel me. Oh, I did the wrong one again. I slipped. It's too, the soundboard is too far away. I'll try it again. I'll try it again. They tried to... Mao would have said the same, actually. They tried to cancel me, but the people didn't let them. Can we keep Suicide of a Nation in the list for 4 weeks in a row? Tell your family, tell your friends, tell your enemies, exclamation mark, in brackets. Let's show the establishment we never give up. Onwards we go together. This is all just nonsense. It's not Sunday Times bestseller list. Nonsense. This is the book, by the way. This is the book that he wrote with ChatGPT. By the way, just so everyone is aware, that's what this is. Yeah, the exclamation point in brackets is crazy. Even his kitchen is all white, I know! Hi, Loki Human. Yeah, Matt GPT. Matt fucking GPT over here.
So, we are celebrating being #1 in the entire country.
Let's see that again. General paperbacks. 1. Suicide of a Nation by Matt Goodwin. An examination of the UK political climate and how it may look by 2100. 2100. 2. Atomic Habits by James Clear. Random House Business. The minuscule changes that can result in life-altering outcomes. Careless People by Sarah Wynne Williams. It's just nonsense books. It doesn't mean anything. It's just expensive toilet paper, yeah. I had to read Bad Loss's ramblings on the elites being liberals in cities in my uni course. Wait, what? What do you mean? What do you mean?
Which is the #1
They're just slot books.
paperback in Britain. That is quite an achievement, I think.
It's just bollocks. It's just not. It's not real, man. Like your book is not #1 in Britain.
Despite all the criticism.
It's just a list of the number of books printed and sent out each week, yeah. Has he ever used that kitchen? No, he hasn't. Look at the state of it. It's fucking mental. It's so sterile. He's still seething that he lost to a green plumber. He absolutely is. He is playing rap. That's how you know he's not racist. He listens to rap music. That's all it takes. I don't know if you knew this. So I was looking forward to streaming this today, to reacting to this on stream, but unfortunately, the BBC have not put out the full video of this, so I don't have it. So I think that we'll probably end up watching it tomorrow. But the BBC hosted Scottish leadership election debates last night, and I really wanted to watch it. Unfortunately, we can't.
Here's an absolute...
Ross Greer, leader of the Scottish Greens, released this little clip. Hello, Bellatrix, by the way. Welcome in. Yeah, I wonder why they didn't. Yeah, no, my sentiments exactly, Sorka. I mean, it could be on BBC Scotland on YouTube, and I've not seen it, but we got a lot to get through anyway today, so it might be worth us doing it tomorrow to actually give it the time that it deserves. But let's have a look at this little 25-second clip from Patrick Harvey's leader. Am I wrong then? It's not Ross Greer? Is Ross Greer deputy? Is he deputy leader? Right, okay. Well, let's hear this from Ross Greer anyway.
He is an absolute chancer. I mean, this is a failed Tory minister who gave the Tory party 200 grand and then they gave him a seat in the House of Lords and ministerial office. I'm sure that was totally coincidental. He was part of that failed Tory government. The former leader of Reform in Wales is currently doing a 10-year jail sentence for taking Russian bribes. They are not the answer to any of the challenges this country faces.
Ross Greer is the leader. It's co-leadership, right? Gotcha. There you go. All right. So it looked like it was a bit of a banger. Looked like it was a bit of a banger. But there's some other stuff going on in the chat. There's some other absolutely mad stuff going on. Oh, what's this? Now, I reported on this very briefly last week that someone had set fire to a warehouse they were working in. You can see the footage. We watched all this last week, and the resulting devastation is absolutely massive. Burned down the whole fucking warehouse, right? A disgruntled worker. And then you got the United States Attorney Bill Asalee saying, "We've federally charged Kamel Abdul Karim, 29, of Highland in connection with the massive blaze that destroyed a 1.2 million square foot warehouse in Ontario early Tuesday morning, causing damages estimated at over $500 million. Blah, 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 don't care." So they've arrested him. There you go. Federally charged and arrested him. But what's this? What's this? You're telling me that there's more things that have happened? That's crazy. What like? Atlanta, Queens, Bakersfield, Ontario. This is in Atlanta. Fire breaks out at business near Gwinnett County Airport. That's crazy. That's so crazy. This is in Bakersfield, an Amazon warehouse on fire. I don't know about you, chat, but I'm disavowing. I'm disavowing. This is so illegal and therefore wrong. Hey, Cynic 2, I know what you're thinking, but I have to warn you, roasting marshmallows over such a fire is dangerous for your health. It's really important to remember that. Really important. Thoughts and prayers to all that capital, yeah. Yeah, no, it's just that the laundry room caught on fire. Yeah, no disgruntled workers did this. This guy's a job creator because of all the emergency services. So there you go. That is in, where is this? There's another one here. This is a Bakersfield warehouse. Is this in Bakersfield? Is that where this is from? Is this the same one? I think this is the one in Bakersfield. I think it might be a bit different. That is a totally burned down warehouse, chat. Hey, Groove Homes, welcome in. Remember the saying that strikes were the alternatives to the workers just burning down factories? No reason for me to bring this up. Yeah. I don't know why that's relevant. It's almost like strikes and negotiating with workers was the conservative compromise. That's so wild, actually. It was the conservative position, actually, to say yes, we should allow unions to organize in our workplace. So there you go, and I think that might be all of them. Another massive warehouse fire has broken out this time in Baker. So here's another angle, maybe of the Bakersfield one. So again, really important to sort of point out, chat, that like a lot of these places look like they're about to survive this shit, and then you see photos of them later, and it's like totally burned to the ground. It's fascinating how much they just simply aren't designed to survive a fire. And, you know, that shit's supposed to be pretty important for keeping your workers safe, right? So, there you go. We've got Olia Scootercaster here, who constantly gets footage of stuff happening in New York. Like protests and all that kind of business. She managed to... Oh, no, she didn't get this. She got this from another Freedom NTV caster, video journalist. So here she is sharing that. Fire Department of New York battling flames of 4-alarm massive fire at a warehouse in College Point, Queens. Let's take a look at this one. This is in Queens. How far apart in time have the fires happened between them? I believe the majority of them happened this weekend. So I think 3 in total happened this weekend. The first one was on Tuesday last week. And the one after that was, I think, on Friday. And then there was another 3 over the weekend. If you look down from a satellite, do the fires make a smiley face? Yeah. It's it's just not like, you know, like it is just fascinating. That's one of the biggest like fascinating parts to me in all of this, is that these warehouses are so easily fucking you know, just completely destroyed. What's the full list of places burnt down? Bakersfield, Ontario, Atlanta, Georgia. So these are California, then Atlanta, Georgia. One in New York. And then there's another place, and I can't remember what the 5th place is, but there is also a non-warehouse that was set on fire. This is just some fucking clothes store. True Religion, brand jeans. Someone just, like a fucking worker just set fire to the fucking jeans shop. In Ontario again.
The Uniqlo and
when I used to do IT for small businesses, fire was never something these owners seriously considered, including a guy who serviced propane tanks, kept his server next to those tanks. That's mad. That's mad. Why is the jeans shop called True Religion? Marketing. Exposed for now, future warehouses will have barbed wire and those hunter-killer robot dogs Boston Dynamics are building. Yeah, I'm sure that'll go really well. Do you think it was coordinated? I think it was coordinated in the sense that, like, a worker who hates his fucking life and hates his fucking job saw that another worker who felt exactly the same as them burnt down a fucking warehouse and went, I'm gonna do that. I think it was coordinated to that extent. I think that when the working class are massively oppressed and their material conditions do not improve, and they, try and unionize their workplaces and get fucking sacked and threatened with sacking, and the people who do unionize get sacked, and they see it happening all the time. I think that when workers have all those things happen at once, I think that they go, fuck this, I'm going to burn it down. You know? Millions of workers going hungry and losing shelter in the USA. Yes. And again, chat, you've got to remember, this, you know, is what I was talking about when I said the war in Iran, if the USA goes to war with Iran and things get bad, even worse economically for Americans, working class Americans, this is inevitable. This kind of shit is completely inevitable, right? And we are witnessing the beginnings of it. This is the beginning of it. I mean, the beginning of it was decades ago. I don't want to say that the working class in America haven't organized, they don't have any unions or anything like that, because of course they do. But the unions in America are right-wing, they're captured, they're yellow unions. Some of them are company unions, like HR unions and stuff like that. The issue, right, is that those kinds of, corporate unions have been captured, like I said, but there is going to be more and more consequences like this where people are just, of course, the Black Panthers, all kinds of liberation movements in the US, but this kind of desperation is the only thing that can come from a densely oppressed populace. A yellow union is a union that becomes a organization that simply collects membership fees and does nothing. So Unite in the UK have been described as a yellow union. Even though they do organize strikes, they do organize strike action and shit like that, it kind of just depends on who the general secretary is at the time. And the general secretary position is often taken by someone who has an interest in maintaining that union as a yellow union. There's a Red Planet episode on this. Yes, you can check out the Red Planet episode. We did it fucking years ago, talking about yellow unions. A HR union is literally just that. It's like a pretend union that is just a HR department, and it's owned by a company. It's ran by the company itself. True Religion's About Us page makes them out to be great, but I guess they all do. I'd need to do some more research on whether this was explainable on a local or corporate level. Wait, what do you mean? It's explainable in a Marxist economic analysis that I literally just did level. I don't think it matters if it's like, oh well, the local branch manager was a cunt. Because if the local branch manager is a cunt, what is that a symptom of? It's a symptom of the fucking corporation being a cunt. If you don't manage your branch managers to provide good working conditions for your workers, for your employees, then you are going to create these things. These things are going to happen, I was thinking the other day how unhinged the US government is for deliberately destroying Cuba and Iran's economies in order to cause civil unrest, and not realizing they're also doing the same thing in their country. No, exactly. Hey, RT clearance. I prefer socialist revolution, but in a just world, the US gets subjected to economic shock therapy by a foreign power and stripped for parts. That is what's happening. Yeah. Some kind of immortal science called Marxist-Leninism. Yeah, it is crazy. Depends on the individual motivation as to whether this applies. Could be a justifiably discharged employee or something. Right. Okay. Justifiably discharged is crazy, right? Because why would a employee get sacked from their job? Is there a good reason that an employee gets sacked from their job? All the reasons that employees get sacked from their jobs are conditions that are created. Threatening customers. Well, why would an employee threaten a customer? Why would they do that? Right? Because they're not getting paid enough. No, even extreme shit. Literally any extreme. If you have to wait. Like, have you worked? Cynic, have you worked? Have you ever worked a job? Right? like the reason that you do shit at work and you perform badly is because the company treats you like shit. That's why these things happen. Even when people do extreme shit, like taking a shit in the display fucking shelf, setting shit on fire, punching a customer. All of this stuff happens because of the conditions of the worker, right? It literally just happens. Yes, prime example, warehouse work isn't customer facing, exactly. It is because of the workers' conditions that they do things like this, and that's why workers get sacked, and that's why they get new workers in, and that's why there is a constant revolving door of workers in every single fucking company that you could possibly imagine. Because, you know, the way that it works is you get someone to work, extract as much value from them as possible, fucking like punish them with like shit shifts, no fucking organization, terrible fucking HR, no benefits, all this kind of shit. They get stressed out, they do something insane, you sack them, you get a fresh one in. That's all that matters. That's all that matters to the fucking corporation, man. So even these extreme things, you know, are not justified. It's never justified. We should not have to beg and be polite in order to be allowed to eat and have shelter and healthcare in this world. And they don't even get healthcare. They don't even fucking get healthcare. So, you know, there's no point in doing any further analysis to be like, was this a justifiably discharged employee, you know? Because there's no such thing. There's simply no such thing.
So I literally walked by, I saw the fire. Like, I was like, oh, what?
I don't think I've been to Ontario Mills for over 15 years, maybe. And now there's fires in the mall. I was over by Nordstrom, there was a fire. Now it looks like there's some kind of fire over here. Police, helicopters.
I was justifiably terminated for procedural errors. Small things accumulated, and so my employer cut their losses, and I was still on probation. My disabled wife being pregnant with our third child was not a consideration. Exactly. Justifiable fucking, like, termination is just, it's not real. It's just a thing that corporations invented.
I got out just in the nick of time, I guess.
Amazon has it literally documented in their HR handbooks how long they can exploit a worker before they replace them with a fresh one to keep productivity at max. Yes.
Going on.
Exactly. Hello, Rebel Phoenix. Welcome in. Yes. Okay, so that's that. Warehouses burnt down. Also, a Molotov thrown at Sam Altman's house. A politician's home shot at because they supported a data center. A spree of attacks on the ruling class appears to have begun. And I think that Josh Hill is right here. I think that Josh Hill is absolutely right. And it's also important to remember as well that there was a Molotov thrown at Sam Altman's house, and then yesterday someone shot at his door. These things are only going to keep happening. They're only going to keep happening. Yes, this is all activity that we of the Donkers Jonkers community would never condone, by the way. Correct? I was justifiably terminated from a contract once because I kept telling them uncomfortable truths about their infrastructure. They found a more junior person who would just tell them what they wanted to hear for cheaper. They unjustifiably approached me a year later to help mop up the mess that everything had become since I left. Yeah, classic example. Classic example. All right, here we go. So we are 2 hours into the stream, chat. That's where we're at. That's where we're at. That's where we're at. We've covered the little bits of news, the little bits of minor updates. The subtitle news. And we're about to get into the Iran stuff. So, please remember, it is me, yeah, your boy, Donkus Jonkus, being paid, which keeps the stream going. As I said earlier, all I would require of you is £2 each, and we would hit the dono goal so fast. It would be so fast. It would be so fast. It would be the fastest you've ever seen anything happen in your life. Well, we would hit the midway goal, is what I meant. So please consider subbing off Twitch. Please consider supporting the stream. The tip link is in the chat. Don't forget, if we hit the £700 dono goal this month, it means that I will be doing a all-night stream. Literally, I will be starting at the normal time at 5 p.m. on the 7th of May next month, all the way through till the election results coming in. It might even end up being a 24-hour stream. I don't know. But we'll be staying up all night for the UK midterms. It's basically what it is. It's the local council elections. It's the national elections for Wales and Scotland. We're going to see Labour get humiliated. It'll be really fun. I will enjoy doing it. I'm up for doing it. Really excited to do it. Please consider donating so we can make it happen. Alternatively, you could just subscribe. You could subscribe on Twitch. Obviously, it means that you get no ads. It means that you get a bunch of emotes as well. And it also means that we get movie night. We had a movie night last week after the stream on Thursday. We watched Melania, which was very fucking funny. And we also watched a good film about a Trump family member, Donald Trump, which was just fantastic. I would highly recommend watching The Apprentice by Ali Abbasi, funnily enough, by an Iranian filmmaker, Ali Abbasi. And he depicts via Sebastian Stan and Jeremy Strong the relationship between Roy Cohn and Donald Trump. It was very, 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 very interesting. And it just kind of makes you go, that's why he's like that. That's why he's the way that he is. I will do a little stretch. Thank you, RTE Clearance. Talking about pulling all-nighter, I'm about to leave for a night shift. Banker, thank you so much for stopping by. Appreciate you. Don't work hard, work smart. Yeah? Hey, Soph, how's it going? Had 3 different parties literature through the door today. It's wacky how much the reform leaflet is just a scam that relies on the reader being an idiot. Yeah. Hell yeah. It's so good. It's so fucking good. Blasted human body falling unconscious and making me miss movie stream. I'm sorry about that, Middle-earth Marxist. That sucks. I'm sorry you missed it as well, Grandpa Simpson. But we will be unlocking another movie night. We already have another movie night that is planned. I don't know exactly what we're going to watch, but it's going to be good. Oh my god, did you see Melpet's teeth just then? That was crazy cute. Oh, you just did a little noise, didn't you? Anyway, if we get to the sub goal, we'll unlock movie night, double feature movie night. If we hit the sub goal and the dono goal, so not only do you get the benefit of the all-nighter stream for the May elections, if we hit the dono goal, but also you unlock another movie. So we'll have the double one. We've already got another one planned. Don't know what we're gonna watch, but you will get the notification in Discord if you sign up to the event. You don't have to sign up. You just have to click I'm interested, and it will give you a ping. And you also just have to have the movie night status, movie night role, and then you will get pinged about the movie night. So there you go. There's the promo. There's the call to action. Chat, everybody please go follow Sophie. She's my co-host on Red Planet, one of my co-hosts. Streams some incredible stuff. With the time difference, movie night is always during judo for me. Yeah, it sucks. I'm sorry to hear it, man. Okay, right, listen, chat. I'm going to go put some more comfortable pants on. And I'll be back and we'll cover the news. Don't go nowhere. All right. It's time, chat. Damn, what happened to the weekend? I don't know. Let's find out. Okay, yeah, so I should start with this, to be honest. I was pretty impressed that the talks actually went ahead. You'll remember me saying on Thursday that I did not think that the talks were going to go ahead. I am constantly and consistently surprised by the good grace of the Iranian government, despite having thousands of their own people murdered and enduring 49 years of constant pressure from the United States, the evil fucking pedophile empire, the great Satan, and still being gracious enough to actually participate in negotiations with this evil fucking empire. 50 million protesters murdered so far. No, I wasn't talking about that. I was talking about the other way around. They surprised me with attending the talks to Islamabad. They arrived in extreme levels of drip that I do just want to shout out. Like, our politicians absolutely just could fucking never. It is completely insane. Like, just look at the state of this. This is ridiculous, dude. Hey, by any means necessary. Did I say hi to you earlier? How you doing? So, that's what they're looking like. Here's some video of them arriving. Let's take a look at this. Just the most dripped out uncles that you've ever seen in your entire life. There's no sound for this. I thought there was going to be sound for this, but yeah, this is just video of them arriving. This is apparently Pakistan's foreign minister. It may even be the prime minister. I actually don't know. But when he met the delegation of Iran, he was dressed in military uniform. When he met the delegation from the USA, he was wearing a suit. And that is quite symbolic, considering just how compliant the Pakistani government has been with US interests over the last God knows how many fucking years. But it is a pretty important bit of symbolism that I think is worth noting. And the people who attended were, this guy is, I can't remember his first name, but it's Gabilaf. This is the Speaker of the Parliament. And you've got Syed Abbas Araghchi and somebody else. I think maybe Masoud Pezeshkian. That's Araghchi. I don't recognize anybody else, actually. But there's been a, it was a pretty big contingent. There were some military members, there were some politicians, etc., etc., etc. So they turned up for the talks, and shock horror, they didn't go well. Let's listen to what JD Vance says about it in this CBS report.
Bad news is that we have not reached an agreement, and I think that's bad news for Iran much more than it's bad news for the United States of America. So
oh, yeah, sure.
We go back to the United States having not come to an agreement. We've made very clear what our red lines are, what things we're willing to accommodate them on, and what things we're not willing to accommodate them on. And we've made that as clear as we possibly could, and they have chosen not to accept our terms.
Oh.
Questions?
Sir, Nick Robertson from CNN.
That's crazy, dude. It's almost like they said that they wouldn't accept your terms beforehand, and you went and did the talks anyway and tried to get them to accept the terms that they said that they wouldn't accept. That's wild.
What have they rejected here? Can you help us understand it a little bit?
Well, I won't go into all the details because I don't want to negotiate in public after we negotiated for 21 hours in private. But
by the way, just keep an eye on Steve Witkoff here, looking like a bemused carp.
The fact is that we need to see an affirmative commitment that they will not seek a nuclear weapon, and they will not seek the tools that would enable them to quickly achieve a nuclear weapon.
Witkoff, to me, looks like someone who either thinks that they've just done something very smart and they've completely hoodwinked him, or he looks like someone who has just figured out that all of this is bullshit and he's trying not to laugh. Hey, Ethia, welcome in. What are you going to do? Terrorist good at terrorist, JD Vance. Yeah, he might as well just said that, yeah. Oh, the guy with the thingy is Asim Munir. He's the head of Pakistan's military. Yeah, he was wearing a suit when he met the US delegation. Witkoff knows Vance is full of shit and he's enjoying knowing. I fucking put this on Blue Sky, and I said that just the mere fact that he is looking like a bemused carp during this presser is probably enough to send oil prices into the stratosphere. Right? Imagine that guy trying to fight Irakchi. You mean Irakchi? Yeah, no, insane. There's no way. Like, completely intellectually, absolutely overpowered both of these guys. It's as you said, Mule, the US regime is just regrouping. Nothing in that room mattered. No, it's nothing. And it's hard not to see it all as a massive pump and dump operation. And we'll get into that in a second, right? Vance said we negotiated in good faith, which is honestly enough to know what happened. Yeah, they wouldn't need to say it if they had. Yes, absolutely. And we know that their demands are insane. 1,000%. It's so ridiculous. You know?
Weapon. That is the core goal of the President of the United States, and that's what we've tried to achieve through these negotiations. Again, their nuclear program, such as it is, the enrichment facilities that they had before, they've been destroyed. But the simple question is, do we see a fundamental commitment of will for the Iranians not to develop a nuclear weapon, not just now, not just 2 years from now?
Yes. Yes, you've had that for the last 30 years.
But for the long term.
Let's move on.
We haven't seen that yet. We hope that we will.
Can we move on from this? Can we move on? Is there going to be any? Is there going to be any fucking journalist that pushes back on this dog shit? Is anyone going to do it?
Jen.
Was there a framework on anything? And also, did the Iranian frozen assets come up? And did you reach any conclusions on those frozen assets?
We talked about all those issues, Jen, and we talked about a number of issues beyond that. And so certainly those things came up. But again, we just could not get to a situation where the Iranians were willing to accept our terms. I think that
that's crazy.
Flexible. We were quite accommodating. The president.
That's so fucking crazy.
Told us you need to come here in good faith and make your best effort to get a deal. We did that, and unfortunately, we weren't able to make any headway. Preston.
Mr. Vice President, how often did you communicate with President Trump throughout the negotiations? There were
hey, Chaos, how you doing? Your terms are shit. Yeah, exactly.
Where there were breaks in between negotiations. How often did you communicate with the president throughout those rounds, and what was he saying as you were going through these negotiations that you said fell short?
Yeah, obviously we were talking to the president consistently. I don't know how many times we talked to him, a half dozen times.
It's hilarious. Iran has publicly released their 10 points for a ceasefire. USA refuses to post whatever their 15 points are because it has to be more than Iran. Yes, absolutely. They've been an imminent threat for all those 30 years. It's true.
Times over the past 21 hours. We obviously also talked to...
Yeah, no, it is crazy that he is basically saying it out loud, Emily. You're absolutely right. Yeah, we just couldn't get to a situation where the Iranians accepted our terms. That's not a negotiation. It's not a fucking negotiation. All the press there are radical leftists like Alex Jones. It's so true, actually, yeah.
To Pete, to Marco, to the entire national security team.
Melpit is looking very handsome, isn't he?
So look, we were constantly in communication with the team because we were negotiating in good faith. And we leave here with a very simple proposal, a method of understanding that is our final and best offer. We'll see if the Iranians accept it. Thank you.
See ya. Bye, JD.
Remove. Did you going back to war, sir?
Are we going back to war?
Did they give you any indication of this?
You've been watching Vice President J.D. Vance speak in Islamabad.
Yeah. No one cares. I was visiting my grandma yesterday when Sophie, the very same Sophie from Mars, in the chat, sent me a message saying he's played a fucking blinder, right? And alongside that was a screenshot of this Truth Social post from the pedophile president. Let's read it together, chat. In case you just didn't get this news yesterday. So there you have it. The meeting went well. Most points were agreed to, but only the point that really mattered. Nuclear was not effective immediately. The United States Navy, the finest in the world, will begin the process of blockading any and all ships trying to enter or leave the Strait of Hormuz. At some point we'll reach an all being allowed to go in, all being allowed to go out basis. But Iran has not allowed that to happen by merely saying there may be a mine out there somewhere that nobody knows about but them. This is world extortion. The leaders of countries, especially the United States of America, will never be extorted. I have also instructed our Navy to seek and interdict every... He would never say interdict in real life. He would never say that. He got an auto suggestion from his fucking phone, and it's the only one he's ever chosen when he was doing a fucking Truth Social post. Interdict every vessel in international waters that has paid a toll to Iran. No one who pays an illegal toll will have safe... He would have said interdict. He would have said interdict. Yeah, you're right. No one who pays a legal toll will have safe passage on the high seas. He's a pirate now. He's a pirate. Will also begin destroying the mines the Iranians laid in the straits. By the way, there is zero evidence that they mined the strait. Just so everyone's aware. Just so everyone's aware. Yes, exactly, by any means necessary. Yes, there's zero evidence beyond US baseless assertion that there are mines. Do you know where it comes from? Do you know where it comes from? Someone in a Trump presser said, what would you do if Iran mined the strait? And he like lost his mind and he started going like, mines, they're putting mines, they could do whatever they like, it'll never work. I did everything right and they indicted me. No, that's indicted, not interdicted. Or am I saying interdict? Am I saying interdicted wrong? It's interdicted? Is that right? Interdict? Interdict? It looks like it should be interdict. Anyway, I don't know what I'm on about. He would never say it. He would never say it. It's too many syllables. Any Iranian who fires at us or at peaceful vessels will be blown to hell. Iran knows there. It's interdicted like dictate. Oh, okay. Thank you very much. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing. Iran knows better than anyone how to end this situation, which has already devastated their country. Their navy is gone. Their air force is gone. Their anti-aircraft and radar are useless. Khomeini, he would have said it, Khomeini, and most of their leaders are dead because of their nuclear ambition. The blockade will begin shortly. Other countries will be involved with this blockade. Iran will not be allowed to profit of this illegal act of extortion. They want money, and more importantly, they want nuclear. Additionally, and at an appropriate moment, we're fully locked and loaded, and our military will finish up the little that is left of Iran. President Donald J. Trump. There you go. I do think he meant intercept, yeah, when he wrote interdict. I don't know what it means. Hey, Connor Walls. I only read the capitalized words, and they kind of make sense, yeah. Khomeini's been dead for 40 years. No, he loves to say Khomeini. He does love to say Khomeini. If the Navy is gone, how is Iran closing the strait? Many questions. Many questions. Hello, Garlo Mango. Hello, Pitsy as well. Welcome in. Yeah, you went to uni? Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean? Yeah, you went to uni. I studied music at university. I didn't study English. I swear he has to be trying to break the empire. I mean, listen, to me. Oh, you were sniping Sophie, not me. Oh, okay, fair enough. I was gonna say. And then a Lego video showing Lego mines was released, and everyone knows Lego videos are considered factual under international law. Yes. Correct. Praise Allah. Praise be to Allah. Remember Iran, I said Iran. Remember Iran taking control of international waters next to themselves. Very illegal against international law. US blockading waters halfway around the globe from themselves. That's okay. Completely fine. Very just. Yes. Also, they're not international waters. That's the really important thing to remember. They're not international waters. The waters that Iran is pushing the the flow of oil away from, it's all water that is deep enough for tankers to actually get through in the strait. So I wonder if there's like a map of international waters, but I guess I'll just bring up a map and just try and explain what it is that I'm talking about, because I don't know if I'm getting that across right. So the parts of the Strait of Hormuz, again, this is why they are able to do this. It isn't just that they we're saying, what we have to remember about Iran is that they are actually completely fucking obsessed with international law, and they've been so fucking restrained with this stuff when it comes to actually having things happen against the United States and responding and stuff like that. Let's do a little screenshot. I'll do some drawing. You all love it when I do this. So, as far as my understanding about this goes, and again, I could be wrong, this bit is Iran's waters. So all of this belongs to Iran, and all of this belongs to Oman. That there belongs to Oman. And then obviously that belongs to UAE, right? And shit like that. Unfortunately for the Omani, international waters here, tankers can't actually, like, go through in their territory, right? They actually can't go through because the water is not deep enough. And the place where tankers go through is literally just like here. And you can see it on the maps, right? You can see a bunch of it on the maps. It's actually within Iran's fucking waters. It's very shallow on either side. It just happens to be the place where they could cross is on Iran's side. Iran is planning to give Oman a cut of the proceeds from the toll, aren't they? Yes, that's right. So this is how I understand it. I just looked it up. International water stops at the pinch point of the strait. You would have to go through their owned water to pass. Yes, that's right. Yeah. Yeah. So again, they aren't even trying to block. They're not even trying to take control of international water. They are trying to just, control their own waters. So let's take a look at, Trump reacting to the peace plan, and let's see the BBC News coverage on this. Before I do that, actually, let's have a look at the oil prices. I do think it's important to have a look at this. Here you can see the drop-off after the ceasefire announcement last week, right? This was on Tuesday, and then the prices steadily, the market just didn't quite know what to do. And then all of a sudden yesterday, boom, another fucking $10 on the barrel, right? Another $10 on the barrel. After Trump was like, we're blockading them. And, the price is fluctuating a little bit here. Trump is saying that, there's going to be the blockade. Apparently, it's supposed to have happened like an hour ago. My favorite finance bro streamer back at it again with the market analysis. Chat, it's not just me that's wearing a fucking cringe suit right now. All of you are wearing business dress. We're all in a conference room together. We're looking at a graph together. Even Melper is in a little suit, right? And he looks very cute in it. So, I am just convinced at this point, right? Now, Sorka, I know that you were saying before, he's JD Pondon. He is literally, I'm in business shorts. It's, we're all briefcase wankers all together. Sophie's dressed like a sexy secretary. Exactly. We're all in the conference room. That's what's happening, right? That's what's happening. Sorka, you were saying before, he's JD Pon Don, right? JD Pon Don. He's bringing down the whatchamacallit, the empire from within and all this stuff. I raise you on my personal theory, right? It's all the other stuff that we've been talking about. Yeah? It's all the thing that we've been talking about. It's the persuasion to go to war with Israel. It's Donald Trump being given $200 million by Miriam Adelson to like sweeten the deal, to like listen to Israel more. It's also that he just wants to do American imperialism and he wants to think of himself as the biggest and best president in the world, and no other president had the balls to go to war with Iran, but he's got the balls to do it, right? And I think also, on top of that, he's doing a pump and dump. He's doing a pump and dump. That's exactly what's happening. I'm just convinced of it at this point. He is doing a pump and dump. Like, look at this pattern. Since the fucking war started, you know, you've got the oil prices going crazy. He makes some kind of announcement. It goes down. And then he tells all of his mates in the WhatsApp group to fucking buy. At this point, hello Valerie Valkyrie, welcome in. I did say that you were back from your community garden meeting today. Great work, comrade. Also, hi Nasli, welcome in as well. Good to see you. Sorry if I've missed anyone in the chat. But here we go, right? Everybody buy now. We're gonna do some crazy shit at the weekend. Everybody buy now. Boom, right? Straight up there. Straight up there. Yeah? All of this stuff. Making loads of money. I'm going to do another announcement. Sell your stocks. Right, okay. Here's another pump and dump. We're going to do something insane at the weekend. Buy now. Boom. Record fucking prices. I'm going to announce a ceasefire in 8 o'clock. You know, he's signaling these times, right? He is signaling these times on his Truth Social. Yeah? He said Iran has a deadline at 8 p.m. on Tuesday. And then, lo and behold, he said, we're gonna, you know, it's known fact at this point, right? It's known fact at this point that the US government drafted the tweet to the Pakistani Prime Minister put out on his Twitter. They drafted that for him, right? You fucking put this out, and then we'll say that we respect you and we'll do a ceasefire, right? And that's what's going on. I'm just convinced that this is part of it. Nasli says, I don't think Trump is that intelligent. Trump's only bit of intelligence is in making money and scamming people. That's the only thing he knows how to do. He has done it before with crypto, and he has done it before. You know, he takes gambles on the market all the fucking time. He does it all the time. It's the only thing he knows how to do, right? And listen, we're not giving him any kind of credit here by saying this, right? There's no credit being given to him because it still doesn't stop the fact that he's completely driving the empire into the ground. It doesn't change all the other stuff that we're saying about him where he's getting all this stuff wrong. He's the perfect avatar of American grift. He doesn't even need to think to do that anymore. Exactly. I blame Kalshi. I saw a video about that shit a while ago. Yeah, no, Kalshi's definitely involved in this. There's definitely fucking, you know, other betting, stock market betting stuff, and also just like polymarket stuff, polymarket bets. Tech bros are an insane culture. Absolutely. His casinos should be enough evidence that he's terrible at scamming people. Yeah, but he's still made money. This is the thing. He's still made money. Like, that's the beauty of corporate America. Like, when you have a limited company, you're only liable for like what, 1 cent or some shit, and so you don't actually fucking suffer if your business goes bankrupt. You still get to fucking you know, keep all the money you made. It's just your employees that suffer. He also got in the habit of not paying people for doing honest work when he was a real estate wanker. We watched that on The Apprentice, the Ali Abbasi film, last week, yeah. Short-term profit too, maximum number go up right now. Fuck everything else. Exactly. The oil futures market is so frustrating. I've been living under oil rations for 2 weeks and Western markets are literally doing the everything is fine meme. Yeah, it's so sick. It's so sick. We've all been here before, haven't we? A global crisis that few believed in until they themselves are choking in. Why people didn't think they could catch the Wuhan flu and think they're immune to this West Asian financial contagion too. Exactly. That's why you got to organize, chat. That's why you got to organize. Never bring up the yacht he lost with the casinos. He's still butthurt about it. Yeah, for sure. Hooray! Another once-in-a-lifetime crisis. Yeah, how many of them have we been through so far? Anyway, okay, let's have a look at the BBC report on this. Let's see what they're saying.
Qatari capital Doha. It is day 44 of the US-Israel war with Iran. And over the next 10 minutes or so, we'll bring you up to date with what happens next now the peace talks have ended. Let's start with some of today's main developments. Donald Trump threatens to block the Strait of Hormuz as his vice president leaves Pakistan following the collapse of peace talks with Iran.
The golden touch, the golden JD Vance touch.
The head of Iran's negotiating team blames a lack of trust for the failure of the talks.
What?
We'll look at
but the US is so trustful.
Israel and Lebanon's own talks in Washington next week.
There will be, like, if there's one set of talks that I believe will actually not happen, it's the Israel-Lebanon talks.
And we'll be live with our correspondents across the region and around the world, getting reaction to Donald Trump's comments and then the end of those peace talks. President Trump says the US Navy will shortly blockade the Strait of Hormuz, a vital shipping route, and begin destroying sea mines there laid by Iran.
YouTube always warns me about Al Jazeera being in large part owned by the government of Qatar, but never about the oligarchs that own the Western media. Yeah, and it's also ridiculous. Like, you know, you can see here, BBC is a British public broadcast service, right? And that's misleading because then when you look at Al Jazeera, they say something like it is owned in part by the Qatari government. But Al Jazeera does imperialist propaganda when it talks about Iran. I mean, at least it did at the start of the war.
We'll have more on that shortly, but his comments came just hours after face-to-face talks between senior US and Iranian diplomats broke down in Pakistan without agreement. The US Vice
Looking at the maritime map, there's nothing in the strait at all right now. Yep.
The sticking point was nuclear weapons.
We go back.
If the USA sends ships to the strait, and they might have done because, you know, they said that this was going to happen now while I'm live, and I don't fucking know if they're actually doing this or not. But if they were to do it, goodbye those ships. The only reason that the other ships in the fucking region have not been hit by Iran's missiles is because they have remained out of range of the most accurate missiles. That's it. That's literally it.
Back to the United States, having not come to an agreement.
We already watched this.
Come to an agreement.
This round of negotiations took place after 40 days of imposed war in an atmosphere filled with suspicion and ill will. Therefore, one should not have expected an agreement in a single session, despite the fact that I said this meeting was the longest we've had in the past year.
Let's take you to Islamabad, where the talks were taking place, and join BBC Persian special correspondent Kazra Naji, who is there, who's followed the talks minute by minute. Kazra, would you say that these talks have actually achieved anything?
I think it's achieved in a way that we haven't been able.
Didn't he get Trump's memo that the war was only going to last 3 weeks? Yeah, do you remember when he said it was like going to be a few days? He said it was going to be a few days, then he said it was going to be a few weeks, and then he was like, we could be there for a couple more months.
Feel on the ground, in the sense that it was the first time after 47 years that there are talks between Iran and the US at this senior level. We're talking about...
I will live without a motorbike for the next decade if I could see the USA aircraft carrier sunk by the Axis of Resistance. That's an honorable position to take.
A vice president of the United States sitting in front of the speaker of Iranian parliament, and the speaking facing each other.
Like, yeah, also talking about the imperial core shock, by the way, what by any means necessary is talking about, right? saying here that the people in the Imperial Core may not be feeling it quite yet, but wait for it. There's a time delay on supply shocks that markets are supposed to price in, but the Imperial markets are like Israel's Iron Dome and not working. Yes, you're absolutely right. I believe that the ramifications should be hitting the UK at the end of this week. Apparently, right? So, you know, we had a look earlier at the protest movement in the UK, which has been encouraged by further state repression of protest movements. So despite what the state is doing, more and more people are organizing against the state. And there have been more and more direct action groups popping up. You've even got people doing that shit in Ireland now. And also, we had a look at all the warehouses being set on fire in the USA earlier, which again is the radical response to being treated like shit in your workplace, whereas union negotiation and strikes are the conservative compromise, as we discussed. I don't think when food starts to cost £500 for a bag of rice, I don't think that stuff is going to stop happening. I don't think that stuff is going to slowly stop happening when things get too expensive for everybody. I think that the comfortable people of the Imperial Core are not prepared for something like that and will go mental. I mean, you're going to have nanas, you're going to have granddads, you're going to have unks, aunties, you're going to have everyone on the estate is going sicko mode and just raiding Tesco. That's what's going to happen, right? Yes, this is the thing. This is the massive folly. This is the massive fucking folly of neoliberalism. They're like, yeah, man, let's give everybody in the Imperial Core so much choice that they base their entire personality on it. There are people who live in our countries who think that they are in a Marvel film, right? I'm clipping it so we see how right you are come October. I just will be right. I don't want to be, but I just will be. The only way that the UK government will be able to stop something like that from happening is if we jump into the bosom of China. Marx's curse, being right but too early, yeah. Yeah, people do identify themselves based off their consumer choices. It's insane. It's completely insane. We just need to arrest more retired nuns and take away the healthcare of more trans people. That will make people not notice that they can't eat. That's correct. So, yeah, you know, that's the whole thing. Socialism or barbarism, every lib remaining will have to choose. Yes, that's the thing. And most people will just be like, I think that everybody should get fed. I think that will be the ultimate response to this kind of shit. You know?
In direct talks, and we haven't had.
We do have a precarious first world. It's absolutely true. We're gonna be eating wild garlic and nettles in this country in the next 6 months. You know? This is why Labour is cooked. Yeah, because that's literally their only solution to this stuff. No, they don't realize how excited people are for Greens. They don't know. They have no idea. Hi, Beanie Gaby. I don't know a few Heinz Beans only people who will be kicking the fuck off. Luckily, I'm not asked about not having beans on toast once in a while. Unless I get sick, and then I will be very upset if I can't get a Heinz soup. Or a Heinz baked beans. That will upset me, actually. It will. It's true. But then, you know, this is just, it's the disease of neoliberalism, and it shouldn't be within me at all. Everyone getting fed? I don't know, yo. Sounds kind of commie to me, exactly.
In one of his tweets in the last few hours, he was saying that there were friendly sort of conversations between the two sides. We haven't had.
In terms of like people wanting to stockpile and stuff like that, if you want to do that, that's fine, but don't go crazy with it. Don't start to cause a panic in your local Aldi by buying 5 bags of rice. I'm pretty sure that they still don't let you do that, even after COVID, right? I'm pretty sure I've seen signs in my local Aldi where they're just like, you can't have more more than 4 items at once or something. And yeah. Yeah, the toilet roll debacle, right? Just buy an extra bag of rice. I have actually been doing that. Just buy an extra bag of rice every time you go to the shop. Or buy one of them big 50 kilo bag of rices, you know?
That before.
Don't buy hella toilet paper. Yeah, literally. Chat, I'm going to be real. Get used to the idea of cleaning your shitty ass with the fucking shower head. It's not that bad. I've ran out of toilet paper before and had to do it. It's fine. It's actually better than smudging around poo on your asshole. You know what I mean? Get a bidet, you animals. Correct. No, don't use a rag. Just use water. Just use water and soap.
So there was some chemistry there. There was some areas that
bidets are better. It's true.
They felt that they could accommodate each other.
Have we buying extra flour? Yeah, buy an extra bag of flour. Yeah.
Issues like the nuclear issue, or
you clean the rag. It'll never be clean. There'll be just like the poo particles in that for decades. It'll never be clean.
The Strait of Hormuz, they were far apart from each other, and they
rice and black beans are a whole protein. Yeah.
So this is where we are today.
Kazra, thank you. Well, let's look in a bit more detail at the comments made by the US president since those talks collapsed. He's been posting on social media about the Strait of Hormuz. That is the vital shipping route which Iran has brought.
No, he hasn't. He hasn't been doing that. He hasn't been doing that at all. I have a selection of Truth Social posts which are explicitly him not doing that. He was posting videos of him touching up a UFC fighter. Right, watch him in a minute. Watch him in a minute, chat. He touches his leg. He touches his leg. It's a Brazilian fighter? Yeah, I heard, yeah. He's touching his arm. Gonna touch his leg in a minute. He actually hits the monitor down here to touch his leg. Look at that! He like hits his... he hits... He goes to touch his fucking leg, and he hits his hand on this monitor. Boink. Oh, mate. That's so good. It's so good. So, yeah, he was posting that. He was posting that, and then he posted this, right? Now, when I was scrolling down, yeah, I was fucking scrolling down on his Truth Social page. I was like, oh, this is just like it's some dumb, like, Trump Tower thing he's talking about. Oh, it's on the moon! Oh, it's on the moon! He's retweeting a fucking picture of a Trump Tower on the moon. He's just posting this to his Truth Social, and then you this is all stuff he was posting in the time from when he made the announcement about the Strait of Hormuz blockade, and you know, and then like the market's opening on thingy. Oh no, sorry. This was in the time since this was before he made the post about the Hormuz blockade stuff. He's just doing pensioner posting. He's just doing pensioner posting all night, literally all night. Yeah. Like a picture here of Bernie Sanders 40 years in office, and then Chuck Schumer 52 years in office. This is an insane picture of Chuck Schumer, by the way. I don't even know if this is real. It looks so fake. And then 50 years in office, Joe Biden, and then like 5 years in office. I don't even know what this is supposed to say. I don't even know what he's trying to say here. He's grilling at the Bailey's house. Hey, Detaway, how you doing? Trump is the new hot thing? It doesn't even make sense. It doesn't even make sense. I don't know what he's on about. So there's that. Wait! Did he take this down? No! No way did he... Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, he took it down. I can't believe it. Wait, I gotta try and... I gotta try and get this again. Your Fed handler sent a PM. No. Oh my god. Oh my god. Chat, it's so important that you see what I'm talking about. I think he did take it down. Oh my god, chat, he posted this mad picture. He posted this mad picture of him, like, giving the touch of life to a fucking Jeffrey Epstein lookalike. And it's like him as Jesus. Oh my god. He's never deleted a Truth Social post before. Has he? I know Melpert's gone. He was just disgusted. He actually wants his dinner. That's crazy. He took it down. Oh my god, he took it down. Thank you for getting me the image. Thank you, Rebel Phoenix. Yeah, this is the... So basically, he posted this, right? This is what it was. It's so funny. I like that everyone who's seen it immediately knew what I was talking about when you talked about that post he did today. So, yeah, so he just posted this shit, right? And it's utterly nutty. It's completely nutty, right? Like, all the things that are going on here, you have got, like, some kind of weird dead soldiers in heaven here, but then, like, I don't know, it's like a biblically accurate angel, so it looks like a scary demon rather than an angel. Looks like it's got the crown of the Statue of Liberty on it. I would be surprised if he hasn't deleted it. You probably just haven't noticed. Wait, what do you mean? You'd be surprised if he has deleted it, you mean? He tried to call himself a doctor? Wait, what do you mean he tried to call himself a doctor? He's been getting a lot of flack from his base about it. That's probably why. This is crazy, man. A plane that looks like nothing. I mean, it's obviously that the AI prompt that someone used here said, can I have eagles and planes in it? And the AI got confused and started to make an eagle and then turned it into a plane. That's what it is. There's also like an IRGC guy here, which is crazy. Like, chat, does that not look like an Iranian military official? Right there. Instead of Jesus, he was like, it's me as a doctor because we support the Red Cross. That's so funny. That's so fucking funny, man. Hey, Stargazer Steph. Yeah. This is the first thing you're seeing. I would be surprised if he hasn't deleted any posts before. It's just not... I know he probably has deleted some before, but it's just, like, not really in his nature to, like, admit that he was wrong. And I feel like taking posts down would be him doing that. Anyway, the main fucking thing here is him, like... What is he supposed to be doing? Being a faith healer? Like healing a guy that... he does kind of look... He looks more like Jon Stewart, actually. Santa AI must have got confused when they typed Satan. He pissed off the Templars? You're telling me that the Knights Templar still exist? Largest official non-Masonic Templar organization in the world and true to the spirit of our Christian forebears. What? That's crazy, man. The Teutonic Order does as well. That's fascinating. That's utterly fascinating. They only exist in AC. What's that, AC? The Teutonic Order is all old ladies now? No way. No way. Who do you think St. John's ambulance had descended from? St. John! Just St. John! Oh yeah, you thought they only existed in Assassin's Creed. Sorry, I thought that you were saying they only exist in like Atlantic City or something. Yeah. Hospitalars, that's crazy, man. This is fucking crazy. It's almost certainly some white supremacist shit. Yeah, no, it really is. 1,000%. Let's see what they're saying. Breaking the Knights Templar Order and its ruling council demand this offensive and blasphemous image be removed forthwith. They, like, talk like this on Twitter? This is so cringe. This is the cringiest shit I've ever seen. We supported President Trump in 2016 and 2024. New York Times attributed our support in 2016 to be part of his victory. However, we're deeply offended by this and have no other choice but to condemn it wholeheartedly and ask for a public apology to the Christian brethren who've been deeply upset by this depiction. We respectfully remand President Trump. They were mad when they typed this. Of the Bible scripture found in Galatians 6:7, God will not be mocked. That's crazy, man. Knights Templar, Light Crusaders, the very same. Didn't the Knights Hospitaliers turn into the Order of Malta? They're a different org. Yeah, I thought that they, like, colonized Malta or some shit. You know shit's real when someone types forthwith. Hey, Bubble, what's up? It's just mad. It's just so mad, dude. Oh my god. Anyway, right, okay, so that's that. That's him, that's what he was posting. That's what he was posting. The whole reason I brought that up is because the BBC lady was saying, what Trump has been posting in the meantime is stuff about the Strait of Hormuz. And I was like, no, he's posted about touching a fucking UFC fighter and just mad stuff. Anyway, I'm going to play the rest of this. I'm going to give Melpert his dinner.
Its closure has given Iran huge leverage that they didn't have before the war. Posting on Truth Social, Donald Trump wrote, effective immediately, the United States Navy, the finest in the world, will begin the process of blockading any and all ships trying to enter or leave the Strait of Hormuz. He accused Iran of allowing some ships through with a toll. This is world extortion. No one who pays an illegal toll will have safe passage on the high seas. And the US would begin demining the strait, he said. Any Iranian who fires at us or at peaceful vessels will be blown to hell. Let's take you to Washington now. We can join our correspondent there, Simi Jalal Oso. What a lengthy statement, Simi, from the president.
Yeah, President Trump is essentially exerting U.S. control over the Strait of Hormuz. He's trying to force it to reopen under U.S. terms by calling for a blockade of all ships crossing the strait, saying that the U.S. Navy will destroy any Iranian mines there as well, and saying that the U.S. will interdict or essentially punish any ships that have paid any toll to Iran. He also makes a threat that if U.S. naval vessels are attacked, that the attackers will be, quote, blown to hell. He says this is all as a response to Iran knowingly failing to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, which in itself has been a central pressure point for President Trump. It's made it difficult for him to end this war on his own terms. And we know the Strait of Hormuz was also one of those points of discussion in those talks between the US and Iran, which President Trump also said went well, that most issues were agreed on, apart from the nuclear issue. He said that Iran unwittingly, quote, unwittingly is not agreeing to give up its nuclear ambitions. His latest comments are a sign of an escalation, but not a full resumption of hostilities. It just shows that the US is focusing on the Strait of Hormuz. He didn't mention Iran's power plants or bridges. So there is hope.
China is already ignoring the USA blockade. We expect others not to interfere in our affairs. Iran controls the Strait of Hormuz and it's open to us. Damn. China has signaled support for Iran and warned against interference. The United States announced a naval blockade targeting maritime traffic. China's defense minister Dong Jun said Beijing was committed for peace and stability in the world, was monitoring the situation in the Middle East. Madness. Our ships are moving in and out of the waters of the Strait of Hormuz. Hell yeah, dude. Stay winning. Stay fucking winning, man.
Enough momentum over the past couple of days to keep negotiations going between the two countries, and hopefully that both would adhere to the current ceasefire.
Simi, thank you. Well, the talks between the US and Iran ending without an agreement means the next scheduled piece of diplomacy that we know about will be in Washington. And
he has made the USA a pathetic laughingstock. It's fucking brilliant.
Will be between Israel and Lebanon. Those talks due to take place on Tuesday, but throughout the negotiations between the US and Iran, Israel and Iran
gas prices have already gone up,
Lebanon, Hezbollah have continued to exchange fire. The Lebanese Health Ministry says more than 30 people have been killed by Israeli strikes in the past 24 hours. Let's take you live to Jerusalem now. We can join our correspondent there, Nick Beek. Nick, is there any indication that Israel will stop these strikes into Lebanon ahead of those talks in Washington?
No sign of that happening, Lucy. And in the past half an hour, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has posted a video on social media. He says he's with troops inside Lebanon, with Israeli troops, and he says the work they've done there has been tremendous, but there is still work to do. He says their efforts there are changing the face of the Middle East. Of course, there's been a lot of criticism of the Israeli strikes.
Changing the face of the Middle East, i.e. making it white.
Over the past few weeks, with the authorities in Lebanon saying that more than 2,000 people have been killed, among them 165 children at least. Now, as for the prospects of any sort of sudden or significant breakthrough, Tuesday, when we have these meetings between ambassadors, I can't really see any hope at the moment, Lucy, of this happening. Why do I say that? Well, yes, it's significant that the Israelis and the Lebanese are talking to each other, but let's remind ourselves it's actually Israel and Hezbollah, the Iran, the group.
Yeah, wow. It's almost like it doesn't make any fucking sense. It's almost like it makes zero fucking sense at all. I haven't seen any reports that Israel has managed to gain any ground. They haven't. Very normal for the prime minister of a country to go into the territory of a country you're supposedly non-aggressively defending yourself from. Yeah. It's so mad. It's just so mad.
Backed by Iran that's involved in the fighting here, so I think that's going to be difficult. Mr. Netanyahu also has set the bar really high. He says, yes, he'll contemplate a ceasefire, but only if there's a peace deal, which goes on for many, many years to come, talking about a generational peace deal. So I think that's going to be really difficult. And of course, the problem is that this is such a volatile front, and it's something that threatens really to scupper the wider peace agreement that itself is very fragile between the Iranians and between the United States. Iran has said that if Israel continues to strike Hezbollah positions in Lebanon, then they will fight back. So this is a really tense time, and in terms of these talks next Tuesday, I don't think anyone really, Lucy, is holding out a huge amount of hope for any sort of instant success.
Nick, thank you. Nick Beek there in Jerusalem. Well, you've been sending us some of your questions, so let's assess now how some of the developments today will impact the war going forward and take you back to BBC Persian special correspondent Kazra Naji, who is in Islamabad, to answer these questions for us. One person, Kazra, has asked,
they won't do that, Morrigan.
The blockade to open the blockade. Is it a wise and calculated move?
Well, it's a move. We don't know what the consequences are going to be. The fact is that the Strait of Hormuz is already blocked to most of the shipping using that waterway. Only ships and tankers that belong to Iran or traveling to countries friendly to Iran are passing through today. So what the U.S. action in blocking the strait means is basically blocking the Iranian oil and any oil going to countries friendly to Iran, including China, which is, I suppose, a good chunk of its oil imports come from the Persian Gulf and through that Strait of Hormuz.
And Kazra, this is such an important question that lots of people have been asking online. What happens now in Iran?
People are worried that we might go back to war. People are asking, as you people, whether this is the...
This is not representative, by the way, of what Iranians on the ground are saying. There's a lot of Iranians on the ground who have said, why are we negotiating with these terrorists? Right? Yeah, and Iran has pretty much seen this as not an end to the war at all. You know? And not even a ceasefire. There has been a ceasefire. They have stopped responding and stuff because the US has surprisingly stopped responding, stopped striking stuff. But yeah, they're you know, they are very well aware, and the majority of people in Iran, according to you know, people who live there, people who have family there, is that like Iran has been doing like nightly protests every single night of the fucking war and saying things like, this is the war of ending the US's imperial influence in the region. You know what I mean? The language is very, very wormy these days in Western media, 1000%. Oil capitalists have proven that they're capable of pretending that a war isn't going on. They're still trading gleefully. Can landlords not just do the same thing and pretend their tenants are paid rent this month? Yeah, exactly. This month, Israel and the USA run out of their various interceptors. Yeah, they're gonna find out pretty fast what it's like to not be able to defend yourself against someone that actually has, you know, a military capability. You know?
End of diplomacy, and whether we're going back to the war, which is a possibility, given the tension that has already risen over the Strait of Hormuz, and with the U.S. Threat to blockade this strait. And we're hearing reports of various airplanes, U.S. fighter planes and military planes already traveling to,
sorry, I couldn't mute that one, chap.
To Jordan and in the region. So things are hotting up again. And the wish and the hope of many in Iran, I suppose, is that this diplomacy will be given another chance. We have another 10 days of the ceasefire left, so there is time for more diplomacy.
Sorry, we have another 10 days of the ceasefire left. Oh, are they talking about it as if it's going to be 2 weeks?
The ceasefire left, so there is time for more diplomacy if the two sides agree to it.
That's the hope of many. Kazra, thank you so much for joining us from Islamabad. And thank you, whether you are joining us.
Okay. What do we got next? Someone posted this at the weekend. Good that, innit? Just leave that there. Just leave that there, mate. It's fine. Someone else will do that. Someone else will deal with it. Yeah, there he goes. Oh, he's not even doing anything about it. That's crazy, bro. Oh, here we go. Someone of the right class has appeared. There you go. Yeah. It's good, innit? Good. What do we have here? This is CBC News. So this is Canadian. The Canadian BBC. US to blockade Iran's ports. Is this all a 45-minute report on that? I think there's other stuff in this that we're not going to be taking a look at, but this is a big long report from the Canadian BBC, eh?
Tonight, U.S. forces are set to begin a blockade of Iran's ports as talks.
Yeah, it's the full broadcast. Yeah,
break down.
We'll be watching all of it.
But I don't understand how blockading the strait is going to somehow push the Iranians into...
Did he do the umbrella thing again? I thought that was from his first term. I think it is from his first term. I don't think he did it again.
With tensions ratcheting up and oil shipments frozen, CBC News is on the dangerous waters of the Strait of Hormuz.
This is the edge of Iran's weapon of mass disruption.
Plus, on the eve of 3 federal by-elections...
Yeah, whatever. Let's just get to it. Okay, I think the Strait of Hormuz stuff is the first story.
The countdown.
The backlog to travel through the Strait of Hormuz, it is about to get worse. The U.S. says it will start blocking all ships heading to or leaving from Iranian ports starting Monday morning at the direction of the U.S. president.
As you know, at 10 o'clock tomorrow, we have a blockade going into effect. That'll be 10 o'clock tomorrow. Other nations.
He always looks so fucking stupid in those hats. Like, they make him look more unwell than he already is. You know what I mean?
Are working.
It's like a combination of the color. Like, the color makes him look sick. Like, when you wear red, it, like, reflects on your face sometimes and stuff.
So that
it's definitely doing that.
Be able to sell oil, and that will be very effective.
Iran had allowed some
hiding his bald ass head
shipping route, but fell far.
What are you trying to say? You come for one of us. Yeah, there it is. You remember, didn't you? A second after fucking posting it, you remembered where you were. My partner is a bald. No excuse. You know where you are. I'm joking. I don't give a shit about that.
Far short of its promise to lift its own blockade as part of the ceasefire agreement. The American action comes after peace.
I'm literally dating a bald person. Don't care. You don't. Yeah, I know a bald guy.
Hosted by Pakistan.
Shave that chatter.
Breakthrough. The U.S. blaming Iran.
Shave it off.
There can only be a deal if Iran gives up its nuclear ambitions.
I can't be harassed. I have bald friends. Yeah.
And best offer. We'll see if the Iranians.
He's basically my husband. Now you need to put the shovel down.
The Iranians blame the U.S.
I've been bald too.
American negotiators.
It's really funny because I do believe you, but it is funny. Just pretending that you're like someone like that is just actually very funny.
Initially, they left the door.
I believe you. But it is also the kind of thing that a baldist would say.
Diplomacy never ends, said this foreign ministry spokesman, and diplomats must do their duty in all circumstances. After word spread of the U.S. blockade, the tone
I got a bald friend.
Vowed to fight back and accused the U.S. of shifting goalposts.
I don't care if they come back or not. If they don't come back, I'm fine.
I've got to find this full report. I'm sorry. I didn't know that he did a thing outside a plane. I got to find it. Trump plane shame. Trump Air Force One presser. He did a presser. Was Trump presser? This is yesterday. He did one at the White House. Oh, here we go. 6 hours ago. This is one from 6 hours ago. We gotta watch this.
Probably heard that a lot of very good things are happening with regard.
Oh, this is so good, dude. This is so good. He comes screaming to the press and going, "You probably heard lots of good things are happening."
That a lot of very good things are happening with regard to the strait.
It's so good.
And a lot of good things are happening for our country. It's been very strong. We have some tremendous numbers released economically on jobs and everything else, and things are going very well.
I just came to tell you that things are going very, very well. We're all very strong. Hey, Susie.
I would say it's holding well. Their military is destroyed. Their whole
10,000% increase in all numbers.
Ships are gone. Their navy's gone. Most of their mine droppers are gone. We have a lot of people, as you know, at 10 o'clock tomorrow, we have a blockade going into effect. That'll be 10 o'clock tomorrow. Other nations are working so that Iran will not be able to sell oil, and that would be very effective. But what we want to do is we want to, and again,
Sebastian's standing 40 years doing this bit. Yeah, there will be. They'll do The Apprentice too, and it'll just be about him being president. Yeah.
maybe my idea, maybe not. I don't know. But there are many boats heading toward our country to fill up with oil and then go and take it. So they're not going to go through the Hormuz Strait. And ultimately that'll be corrected. But in the meantime, they're using us. We have...
The what? Going through the what? The Horno Strait? The Homo Strait?
Then go and take it. So they're not going to go through the Hormuz Strait.
He said Horno Strait. He said they're not going to go through the Horno Strait.
To fill up with oil and then go and take it. So they're not going to go through the Hormuz Strait. And ultimately that'll be corrected. But in the meantime, they're using
the gaze of homos.
more oil because of drill baby drill. We have more oil than Russia and Saudi Arabia put together. So if you look at Russia and Saudi Arabia, two big ones, we have
two big ones. Big what? Big countries?
Put together. And what's happening is boats are coming over here, filling up. They don't have to go through the Hormuz.
Can you give us an update, Mr. President, on the two pilots? Are they in good condition?
Saudi Arabia, yeah.
They are in very good shape, and we're very proud of them, the two pilots, yeah.
Mule, do you think you could make a version of the oil price graph with presses and Truth Social posts on it? I don't think I could do that. I think I could do it. I just don't want to. If you're asking me if I would want to do it, if you're just saying the collective, do you think you could, as in like you, like all of us, have an ability to do this and it would make sense? Yes, I do think that you could do that. 1,000%. I'm not going to be the one to do it. Somebody with more time than me needs to be able to do that.
I think Iran is in very bad shape. I think they're very desperate. We had a meeting that lasted 21 hours. We understand the situation.
I just don't even watch it closely. It would vindicate your takes. I don't need to create a graphic to know that my takes are vindicated. You all know that my takes get vindicated pretty much in real time on this stream. Yeah? It happened last week.
Anybody, and Iran's in very bad shape. And just so you understand, Iran will not have a nuclear weapon.
Fine, I'll do it. Yeah, go on, you guys.
That they're going to get. They still want it. And they made that clear.
Correlate uses of nuclear dust with oil price fluctuations.
Oh, I don't know. I don't care if they come back or not. If they don't come back.
Wait, whoa. What was that?
Here, the other night, Iran will not have a nuclear weapon. Oh,
I can't hear what that reporter said, but he just says.
No, I don't care if they come back or not. If they don't come back, I'm fine. Their military is gone. Their missiles are largely depleted. The manufacturing capability for missiles and drones is largely defeated. We've been very nice. We haven't ripped down too many bridges. We did one only because they broke their word. They broke their promise. And remember, their promise was that they were going to open the Hormuz Strait.
Never. The Hormuz Strait. They never promised that. They never promised that they were going to do that.
They didn't do it.
Also, the strait has been open. As long as you don't get involved with the US or Israeli military. As long as you don't support them in this war.
Yeah, they're coming up and they're helping. Yeah, we have many other countries.
Any specific countries that will be buying the oil from the United States? Have you had any talks with specific
Well, you just have to see, but the ships are heading up to our country right now, empty, and they're going to go back filled up with oil.
He also just lies all the time, yeah.
I don't think he's doing a very good job. He likes crime, I guess. He hit us. Think of it.
He hit us.
Fear. What about
He just said the Pope hit America.
the fear when the ministers and the priests and all of those great people that were arrested during COVID, and in many cases they're outside 10 feet apart, and they were arrested. So we don't like it. We don't like a Pope that's going to say that it's okay to have a nuclear weapon.
What's he on about?
A Pope that says crime is okay in our cities.
What's he on about?
I'm a fan of Pope Leo. He's a very liberal person, and he's a man that doesn't believe...
He's a Pope! How is he liberal?
...stopping crime. He's a man that doesn't think that we...
Being the Pope is possibly one of the most conservative positions in the fucking world, mate.
...should be toying with a country that wants a nuclear weapon so they can blow up the world. I'm not a fan of Pope Leo.
Well-known liberal organization, the Catholic Church, yeah.
Well, that's a very theoretical question.
Wait, what? A theoretical question?
About what?
Would you be okay if a third country agreed to accept Iran to break the whole...
Well, that's a very theoretical question. Really, I don't want to answer.
It was something like, would you be okay if a third country helped open the Strait of Hormuz or something like that? I don't know, man.
Well, they're coming up.
I know they're beefing, Magic Dealer. Yeah, hi.
They didn't do that. They weren't there for us. We pay trillions of dollars for NATO.
Did you see the DoorDash Nana who delivered to McDonald's, the Oval Office? No, but I believe it.
NATO was not there. Now they want to come up, but there's no real threat anymore. But NATO was not there for us. We'll see what happens. But, you know, we spend trillions of dollars on NATO to help them guard really against Russia. When you think of it, we're guarding against Russia. And I've long
guarding against Russia with the blood of the Ukrainian people.
Thought it was a little ridiculous, but we spend trillions of dollars doing it, and I think that's going to be under very serious examination. Thank you very much.
It's good, that, wasn't it? Wait, when was this? Trump participates in a multilateral lunch with... When was this? 9 months ago, I was going to say. He did another one yesterday. Let's have a look at this. Might be able to hear the press more in this one.
The reports have been meeting...
Oh my god, why is there more noise? How is there a plane here? I guess it's on the White House lawn. It's a helicopter, right? Fuck's sake, dude.
For many hours, as you probably have noticed. We'll see what happens. Look, regardless, we win. Regardless what happens, we win. We've totally defeated that country. And so let's see what happens. Maybe they make a deal, maybe they don't. From the standpoint of America, we win. One other thing that's happening is that boats are sailing up and heading out to our country.
Hey, DJ.
Big, beautiful tankers, and we're loading them up with oil.
Didn't they interview her with Trump? Wait, who? What do you mean?
And everything else, and pretty beautiful thing to see.
What about China, Iran assets? Have you agreed to release Iran's assets in other countries?
We're going to see what happens. We're in very deep negotiations with Iran. We win regardless. We've defeated them militarily. They've dropped a couple of water mines. You call them water mines in the boat. We've defeated all.
You call them water mines.
Their Navy is about 158 ships. They have 28 water droppers, mine droppers, they call them. All of them are sunk. They probably have a couple of mines in the water. We have minesweepers out there.
Only a minute to go, Cleage.
In addition to that, we're negotiating. Whether we make a deal or not makes no difference to me. And the reason is because we've won. Whether you listen,
it doesn't matter if we make a negotiation, if we reach a deal, because we've won, bro. We've won.
To the fake news or not, you know, it's amazing. Their credibility is down to 13%. The media credibility.
13%. Oh my God, chat. He's been watching the fucking Iran videos. He's been watching the Iranian Lego videos because they're talking about 13%. In that fucking explosive media video. Can I find it? Oh. Explosive media. Yeah, it's in this one. It's literally in this one. These boys dropped a new video, by the way.
Yeah. Keep that same energy. You ain't nothing but a fraud. Yo, call him what he is. Liar!
Let's go, chat. Here we go.
Yeah. Hey, loser, come closer. I'm the exposer. Fake billionaire, your whole empire opposer. You step down, another liar takes the crown. The whole system is a circus. You're just a clown. You drop fake news, sitting high in your tower. Morally bankrupt, just drunk on the power. You're fired. Played your last trump card. No more aces, boy, you discard.
I hate AI, but I'm giving Iran the pass. Okay, there's something to be said about the guys who make these videos. They do use generative AI, but it is not in the same way that other people use generative AI. They create individual characters and animate them, not by hand all the time. They just use AI to speed up the process, but it's why when you watch some of these guys' videos, you're like, damn, this is pretty good for AI, because they actually have like a team of guys who are... there's about 10 of them. There's like a character modeler, there's a background modeler, there's a musician and shit like that. It's an actual team of people who are basically just using AI to speed up the process. Of course, it's still AI, but it's just way better than the usual USA slop. Yeah. Absolutely. Also, something to be said about the irony of using AI when the entire AI industry are backing Trump with the fascists. Yeah, these motherfuckers aren't using ChatGPT. They're using, like, DeepSeek. These guys are using the Chinese AI shit. You know?
Mirror, tell me what you see. Big ego crushed. Fake reality. We covered in stone. Spell it in the ready for the truth. Call him the liar. Labor of blood on your pride. Island Epstein secrets you hide. All your crimes buried deep inside. Rotten systems, you're gonna slide. L-I-A-R. Yeah, we see you. L-I-A-R. We don't. Wipe us off the socials, yeah, you're hiding in fear. Trying to silence every voice you don't wanna hear. From the MJ to Diana, yeah, we see how it goes. The system buries light, but the shadow always shows. Illuminati, Pac's blood and the perjury. You lie, but the mission.
Pac's blood and the perjury. They love Tupac, man. The guys who make these fucking videos fucking love Tupac.
Epstein fury, yeah, round fool. Yeah, the records are proof. Now we expose it all. This is April truth. Look in the mirror. Tell me what you see. Big ego crushed. Fake reality. We carve it in stone. We spell it in the fire. Ready for the truth. Call him the liar. Labor of blood on on your pride. All your crimes buried deep inside. Rotten systems, you're gonna slide. Hide, hide. L-I-A-R. Yeah, we see you. L-I-A-R. We don't believe. 13%. That's a failing grade.
Right, that's the whole reason that I brought this up. 13%, that's a failing grade, right? What they're talking about is a report that came out that said that Trump only says truthful things or things that are grounded in truth 13% of the time. So it's utterly nutty that he's talking about the fake news media credibility being down to 13%. We know that he hears things, he hears what people say, and just repeats it. He's been watching these fucking videos, man.
Because we've won. Whether you listen to the fake news or not, you know, it's amazing. Their credibility is down to 13%. The media credibility down to 13%. Think of it. We defeated their Navy.
He's been watching
we defeated their Air Force. We defeated their anti-aircraft. We defeated their radar. We defeated their leaders. Their leaders are all dead.
All dead.
And now all we do is we'll open up the strait, even though we don't use it, because we have a lot of other countries in the world that do use it that are either afraid or weak or cheap. I don't know what it is, but we were not helped by NATO, that I can tell you.
No, it's a total joke.
How do you know that? Why do you say that? Why do you say that? You don't know anything. Who you with? Who you with? ABC? Well, that's fake news. Let me just tell you. We win, no matter what. We've defeated their military. They have no...
We win no matter what. We win no matter what. And where did he learn that from? Roy Cohn. And you'd know that if you were there for Donkus Jonkus movie night last Thursday.
Navy,
when we watched The Apprentice.
Underwater, undersea. All of their minesweepers and all of their, they call them mine droppers. Can you imagine? A country has 28 mine droppers. You think that's nice? With all of that...
28 mine droppers.
They're all at the bottom of the sea. Now, with all of that, they have no Navy. They have no radar. They have no Air Force. Their leaders are all dead.
You watched that last night? It's good, isn't it, Susie? It's a good movie. It's a good fucking movie. I like it.
For many years...
Made by... The director's an Iranian guy.
Ruled. He's gone. With all of that, let's see what happens. But from my standpoint, I don't care.
China is preparing to ship weapons to Iran.
Well,
I missed it. What's the movie? It's called The Apprentice. The director's called Ali Abbasi. And it's basically how... it talks about how Trump's relationship with Roy Cohn, who was a mafia attorney, who gained infamy because he was close with Nixon and was involved in sending 2 Jewish communists to the electric chair for, like, traitorism or some shit. Treason in America. They were called the Rosenbergs. So he literally sent communists to the electric chair, then met a young Donald Trump in an elite bar that Trump managed to get in because of his dad in New York City. And because Roy Cohn is a closeted queer guy, he was like, "Oh, that Trump fella's pretty hot." But then he just shaped him to be like, you know, the person that he is. I would argue that like Trump's personality is not just Roy Cohn. I would argue that it's a multitude of things. It's his dad, the way that his dad was. His dad was a horrible piece of shit. And there's actually a line in the movie where his dad comes up to him and says, "Oh, you know, I was a little bit hard on you, son, but look at you now. You're a king," right? You know what I mean? Oh, no, yeah. The real reason is because they were Jewish communists. Yeah, 1,000%. That's why they were sent to the chair. 1,000%. I was surprised Cohn died from AIDS. Many such cases, gay men in the 80s. It's just what happens.
If it does that, China's going to have big problems, okay?
Yep. Good stuff. Okay, so there you go. There's his little presses. I didn't know that he'd done a bunch of presses. That's why I just went there and had a look at that. Let's go back to the CBC story on this.
Energy markets are already under intense pressure, with Trump's strategy being questioned at home.
But I don't understand how blockading the strait is going to somehow push the Iranians into opening it. I don't get the connection there.
Gas prices have more than doubled in the U.S., with Trump offering little confidence that will change anytime soon.
Trump literally had an evil gay grand vizier, yeah. Yeah, the story is crazy. I would highly recommend it.
Do you believe the price of...
The cufflinks that Trump gave Cohn were real? And there's one thing the FBI didn't bother selling from the Cohn estate because they were truly worthless? That's nuts! That's fucking nuts. Anyway, watch the film to find out.
Oil and gas will be lower before the midterm elections?
I hope so. I mean, I think so. It could be. It could be or the same or maybe a little bit higher, but it should be around the same.
After peace talks broke down and President Trump announced his plan to impose a new blockade, oil prices jumped more than 7% to above $100 a barrel.
Hey, Katie, time appears to be running out for the U.S. and Iran to reach a deal.
Rosa looks forever low-key. She's kind of bad. What do you want about?
Yeah, the ceasefire, if it continues to hold, it is set to expire April 22nd in just over a week. Neither side has said yet.
Why do you think it's appropriate to talk about women like that? Why do you think that it's appropriate to do that? Why do you think it's appropriate to value a woman based on her looks? That's the only comment that you can make about her. And then make a joke that you're like harassing her. You know? Rosa Lux is a reference to Rosa Luxemburg. Not necessarily that chatter's name.
At what happens if there isn't a deal by then.
Katie Simpson in Washington. The diminishing prospect of peace is dire news for thousands of sailors on the hundreds of ships trapped by the conflict. Megan Williams gives us a rare look from the Strait of Hormuz itself, where the blockade is affecting the local as well as the global economy.
This is the edge of Iran's weapon.
You gonna answer or what? If you don't answer, you're getting timed out. That's how that's going. I don't tolerate that shit here. Maria Bartiromo is an insane person who looks insane and is a fascist. I thought it was okay to draw attention to how she looks insane. Now you are lying to me. So I tell you what, dude, take a week off, have a think about what I said, and when you come back, you can apologize normally. Yeah? You can apologize normally.
Mass disruption. The Strait of Hormuz, 35 kilometers wide, where once a fifth of the world's oil flowed through. That was before Iran shut it down.
Now ships pass on Iran's terms. These days, the only things moving freely here are the dolphins. Among the stranded, more than 400 oil tankers and more than a dozen carrying liquefied natural gas.
Nah, there's nothing wrong with that, Sokka.
Need its military's permission to pass, and reportedly to pay a toll of as much as $2 million a vessel. U.S. officials say Iran has mined these waters and lost track of where they are, so the tankers sit and wait. Some 20,000 seamen stranded on board for more than 6 weeks. Here in Hasab, at the tip of Oman, just across from Iran, traditional wooden dhows sit idle too. It's peak season, but no tourists, who should be out in the fjords or zipping along in speedboats. Instead, everything here feels paused, on the water and on the shore.
And the hard questions remain. If there is no deal with Iran, will the world have to learn to live with Iranian control of these waters?
Oh no! Oh no! She sounds so fucking concerned. Oh no! Iran will have to have control of its fucking territory. Oh no! They'll have sovereignty. It's not right. It's not right. Utterly mental. Utterly fucking mental, man.
Megan Williams, CBC News, the Strait of Hormuz.
Israel's prime minister visited his country's troops in South Lebanon to congratulate them on their invasion.
Fear-mongering about the status quo. Literally, this is the reality. Iran does control the strait. CBC staff aren't allowed to get too emotional, eh? Gotta keep the Yanks happy, you know? It's true. It's true.
We're pushing away the danger of anti-tank fire and also dealing with the missiles, he said, adding there's more work to do. Israel is expected to meet for ceasefire talks with Lebanon's government on Tuesday. Since the latest war with Iran began, Israel has killed more than 2,000 people in Lebanon and demolished villages. It says to create a buffer against the threat of Iranian-backed Hezbollah militants. Donald Trump is lashing out at the Pope tonight, referring to him as a, quote, very liberal person and a critic of the MAGA.
Rob, thank you so much for the raid. How are you doing? Welcome in, everybody, from Rob's stream. It's me, your boy, DJ Mule. Leftist streamer from the UK. I take a look at the news, geopolitics, analyze it from a communist and anti-imperialist perspective. How are you doing? Welcome in. It's good to see you. We've got bits and bytes for bots. We got more Power of Gods there. We got Joe One. We got Dr. Awesome TBM saying, give me the P where. You cannot have it. You will never have it. We are having a look at the news. I'm sure you're all aware of how good this is. I'm sure Rob was covering it in a fantastic way, which is why everybody should go and follow the old chum Rob Rousseau. And yes, that's right. Isn't it funny that as soon as I put on the Canadian broadcasting, what is it? Canadian Broadcast Corporation? Surely it's the Canadian Broadcast Corporation, like the British Broadcast Corporation that you got from us. Yes. Hello, Bonbon C3PO. It's the Corp, right? Yeah, because it's BBC, British Broadcasting Corporation, Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. We love the king, eh? He's not a hoser. Yeah, that's crazy that Rob would raid at this time. There can't be any reason for that. Thank you for all the follows. Yeah, we're just having a look at this. We're having a look at the stuff. I'm sure you know what it is. I've already said what my takes are, and I don't know what else to say to you. Like, you know, I'm sure you know what the takes were and what they were like. We're now having a look at Trump taking the piss out of Pope Leo briefly on this CBC report. But then obviously we're going to have a look at some other stuff. Hey, Blueberry, ABC for Aussies as well. There you go, ABC as well. It's almost like colonialism leaves remnants across the globe, isn't it? It's almost like it's a consistent reminder of colonialism. Yeah. Anyway, let's take a look at this.
Like a pope that's going to say that it's okay to have a nuclear weapon.
We already watched this. We already watched
the war.
We already saw this.
By this time tomorrow.
Is there anything else about? They're just talking about Canadian politics now. I don't really care about this. Sorry, Canucks. What do we got here? There's some crazy geopolitics stuff going on here. What is this? Legendary Indian singer Asha Bhosle dies at 92. I don't know who that is. This is the Hungarian stuff. Okay, I don't think there's anything else in this news report. Let's move on. What do we got? Trump imposes U.S. blockade on the Strait of Hormuz. The Hormuz Strait. The Hormuz Strait, that's what it is.
Military has said it'll begin blockading all maritime traffic entering and leaving Iranian ports tomorrow. President Trump had earlier pledged to block the Strait of Hormuz. His comments came after talks between senior US and Iranian diplomats.
Aussies are in a proper dodgy spot with the Hormuz situation. Correct me if I'm wrong, though. Aren't they begging Japan for oil? Good takes worth repeating, especially how you think the UK will respond to gas price shock. Yeah, I just think, I just think that everyone will go mental and just start stealing food from Tesco. That's my take on that. Yeah, if the Rob Rousseau chatters are interested, how do I think that the British people will respond to the gas shock from the Strait of Hormuz being, blocked off and the UK not being able to get oil from it and shit like that? Yeah, I think that the food prices will drive British people completely insane. And I think that there will be massive food riots where they will, in fact, just raid Tesco. Everyone on the estate, your nana, your granddad, your auntie, your uncle, they're all going to Tesco and just grabbing whatever the fuck they want and then just not going to care. They're not going to care if they get sent to prison by the top cop Keir Starmer. If they do get sent to prison by top cop Keir Starmer, they will literally just overthrow the prison. Like, I just think that that's how it's going to go down.
In Pakistan broke down without agreement.
Australia's begging everyone for oil.
As JD Vance landed back on American soil, he was returning.
P-Wet is going to run dry. No, you see, that's the only food that we grow and make here. So it won't run dry. That's the only thing that people will be able to eat. I'm talking stuff like fucking spices and fruit and certain vegetables and meat, you know what I mean? It's all gonna, and it's not gonna be just that. I don't think that we'll not be able to like provide that much stuff. I do think that the price will go through the roof. Wet, literally, moisture in the name, will never be dry, correct. The UK has next to no food stockpile. Yeah, but I don't think that we will stop getting food per se. I just think the price will go massive. I think the price will go insane. The price of food will go ridiculous. And then we might start to run out. No, they don't have enough room to put us all in prison. That's the thing. And the British people will realise that pretty quickly.
Negotiation, but one that had not delivered a deal.
We've made very clear what our red lines are, what things we're willing to accommodate them on, and what things we're not willing to accommodate them on. And we've made that as clear as we possibly could, and they have chosen not to accept our terms.
After the talks, Iran said they'd not expected an agreement in a single session, but implied that one may be possible. The question now, what would President Trump do next? We did not have to wait long for an answer. Writing on social media, he said he would begin the process of...
I love these graphics, dude, where they take his stupid fucking profile picture, which is just like him with the colours of the American flag on him and stuff. It's so funny, man.
...in all ships trying to enter or leave the Strait of Hormuz. He also claimed that other countries will be involved with this blockade.
Yeah, his goofy avatar.
In the last half hour, the US military said it will begin tomorrow.
Braveheart Trump, yeah.
To Iran effectively blockading the strait to the vast majority of ships. That's had a huge impact on the global economy.
No, he didn't have it commissioned. People just make this stuff for him and he just uses it, you know? It's like he retruths all that fucking shit. Like, look, here we go. Yeah, he's doing more posting. I can't believe it, man. Iran's navy is laying at the bottom of the sea, completely obliterated 158 ships. What we have not hit are the small number of what they call fast attack ships, because we did not consider them much of a threat. This is so good. This is 5 hours ago. How did I miss this? How did I miss this? Warning, if any of these ships come anywhere close to our blockade, they will be immediately eliminated using the same system of kill we use against the drug dealers on boats at sea. It is quick and brutal. P.S. 98.2% of drugs coming into the US by ocean or sea have stopped. I wish I was a kid with a history book in the future. No, it's better. We're living through history. It's great. It's actually fascinating. We're blessed to be alive at this moment in time, believe it or not. 34 ships went through the Strait of Hormuz yesterday, which is by far the highest number since this foolish closure began. President Donald J. Trump. I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true. Okay, dude, this is so good.
One that grows by the day.
But the reason that I went here is because I was saying he just posts like nonsense that people make of him all the time, right? It's like this. He just like reposts the memes that people do. Trump 2 ended up being so loony. I know, it's fucking just so crazy. Like he does just all this granddad posting where he uses the share button on a website and it automatically shares it to his Truth Social and shit, you know? Like shit like this. What happened to Bruce Springsteen? And it's just like a close-up picture of an old guy's face. Bruce Springsteen prior to plastic surgery with question marks. You know? Yeah, he does fan service stuff. I wonder when Europe is going to take President Trump's sensible advice. What is this video?
President of the United States, but I worry about Europe. I love Europe. I love the people of Europe.
We watched this live on stream. We didn't watch it live. We watched it the day that it happened. This is his fucking UN speech where he was just like threatening fucking everybody. I've kept an eye on marine traffic. No 34 ships went through. Yeah, exactly.
Europe, and I hate to see it being devastated by energy and immigration. This double-tailed
yeah, I remember this shot of Rubio's face incredibly well.
Let that happen any longer. You're doing it because you want to be nice, you want to be politically correct, and you're destroying your heritage.
I think that it is fascinating the difference between his health then and his health now. Like, he looks so much worse today than this. And it's like, he must have just had so many strokes since all of this, like, started kicking off. Just must have been stroke after stroke after stroke, man.
This was a key objective of the talks in Pakistan. With that unsuccessful, this appears to be the president's new tactic.
It seems to be probably at least part of a negotiating strategy to
Justin Crump
Iran, and also to hit them economically in terms of less revenues for Iran. Obviously, that's key for him.
You got a guy that's name is one letter different than Trump with the same amount of fucking syllables to talk about what he thinks Donald Trump's strategy is. This is like Terrence fucking Clamp from fucking Gremlins 2, man.
And as well as potentially put pressure on Iran's partners, such as China.
But speaking on US TV a few hours later,
motherfuckers have just named anything.
Made clear it was not the only escalation available.
The only thing left, really, is their water, which would be very devastating to hit. I would hate to do it. But it's their water, their desalinization plants, their electric generating plants, which are very easy to hit. We could hit them. We could have them all down.
I get my right-wing views from kick streamer DJ Fuel. Yeah, exactly.
Days of constant airstrikes. To have pictures of negotiations on the front pages will come as some relief, even if they were not the headlines these people wanted.
I was really hoping they would make an agreement and reach a conclusion. It's been almost 45 days now, and I can see the stress in people. This is not what our country deserves.
I would have preferred that there was no war and peace and tranquility instead. But I think there's no other way than war and confrontation.
For now, while neither side seems willing to back down, neither seems to be rushing for a return to war. Joe Inwood, BBC News.
What are you talking about, Joe Inwood? America has literally announced this fucking news piece that you are on says Trump imposes US blockade on Strait of Hormuz after failed peace talks. That is literally an act of aggression that they are rushing to do. What do you mean?
And Lise Doucette is in Islamabad tonight where the talks took place. The key question, Lise, of course, what happens now?
My God! Yeah. Now, here's the thing about Lise Doucette. Lise Doucette is probably one of the only accurate and well-read, well-informed geopolitical correspondence that the BBC has. So much so that my mum started fucking reading her book on Kabul and Afghanistan. So hopefully we're going to get some like actual insight here into the reality of stuff. And I'm interested to hear what she says.
It's a question on many minds, and I'm sure many of our viewers tonight, is what happens to the shaky 2-week ceasefire now entering its 7th day. It still doesn't include Lebanon, even though
Hey, Follistan, yeah. No, it is. It's an escalation, and it's clearly an escalation because, the ships that they're moving towards the strait are like fucking 15 warships and an aircraft carrier. That's not what a blockade. That's not the kind of fucking fleet that would do a blockade. That's like their entire fleet that they are. And there's amphibious armors with them and shit like that. So it's like they are gonna do some. They're gonna do some fucking escalation. It could even be the fucking start of a ground invasion. I don't know. They've got all the troops in the region.
To enter into talks until it did. And now that effectively there are 2 blockades of the Strait of Hormuz, that increases the risk of one side or the other opening fire, either deliberately or accidentally, and that could spark...
Okay, she's wrong about this, and that's annoying, because there is no blockade. There is no US blockade. It's not real.
Another dangerous spiral. And what about the talks? Well, both President Trump and the Iranians are indicating they are ready to return to the negotiating table. But while it is clear that some progress was achieved during this marathon, what is clear is that both sides have big red lines, especially when it comes to Iran's nuclear program. And neither side will be able to move quickly, easily, or at all, which means it's more likely to be escalation rather than negotiation.
It is child shit. Open the door. Oh, you won't open the door? Fine. Have the door shut forever. And they just force the door shut. Yeah, exactly. It's completely nutty. Anyway, not a great bit of insight from Lise Doucette there, even though she is the best geopolitical correspondent the BBC has, which is not really saying that much. Let's have a look at LBC. We've got Lewis Goodall here with a little piece here saying why the US couldn't force a deal with Iran. Let's have a look at this.
Months. The question hanging over the Middle East has been simple. Are we heading towards a deal or something much worse? This weekend, we got our answer. After 21 hours of talks in Islamabad, the most senior direct engagements between Washington and Tehran in decades, for now at least, it's over. No deal, no breakthrough, no path forward. And with that, we're back to where we started, probably. Because strip away the noise, the threats, the strike, the war, the talk of regime change from the Trump administration, and the basic reality before the war is the same as now. It hasn't changed at all. What the last 5 weeks has proven is that the United States cannot force Iran to abandon its nuclear program down the barrel of a gun.
That's so good, dude. Lewis Goodall is like... not the best, he's no commie, he's no internationalist, he's no socialist even, but he is centre-left and at least can analyse things from a position of reality and understanding what is actually occurring on the ground. I would say that this guy is like Owen Jones was before Owen Jones got more and more woke about imperialism and shit. So it would be interesting to see if Lewis Goodall has a similar trajectory, because he is essentially just like the Owen Jones of LBC before the October 7th started genocide of people in Gaza.
At least guns wielded from the air alone. If war is politics by another means, it has not worked, this politics. Arguably, both sides...
I'm just going to pop to the toilet, chat. I'll be back in a sec.
...than they were before this war began. In fact, you could argue that the war has made things worse. Iran now has more leverage, not less, sitting astride the Strait of Hormuz, able to squeeze the global energy markets without ever having the need to even build a bomb. And the Americans? Well, they've expanded their demands from nuclear limits to missiles to regional proxies, turning what was once something of a narrow deal with a narrower set of aims into something almost impossible to agree. So here we are, No regime change. In fact, a regime which is more hardline, less theocratic state, more standard issue military dictatorship than before. The Iranian state still standing. The nuclear ambitions still there. And diplomacy back to square one, which leaves an uncomfortable conclusion. Because however much politicians may dislike it in Washington, however toxic it sounds under President Trump, the only deal that has ever worked, even imperfectly, is the one we already had. A version of the nuclear agreement, a version of the JCPOA, as it's called, the one that Trump abandoned, but in effect, he must now try and recreate, with a regime stung, yet
thank you for the follow, whoever that was.
Hormuz-shaped driving seat. The JCPOA, Obama era wasn't perfect, but at least it had some effect.
Where's Melpo gone? When did Melpo leave?
You don't get everything you want from Iran. You settle for less than that. Or you get nothing at all. And right now, we've got nothing. We've got worse than nothing. And the question of what...
You see how he says we've? It is very interesting when Western broadcasters either knowingly or unknowingly let the mask slip. You know? He's saying we've not got this, we've not got that. It's like, wait, what about, bro? What are you trying to say? I thought that our brave leader, who, by the way, put this out earlier today. I don't know if it was earlier today or what, but it's so crazy.
I'm not going to change my mind on that. You don't get a second chance at decisions like this. There are huge consequences, both abroad and...
let me just start it again. Let me just start it again, chat, because it's so fucking insane. Hang on.
This is not our war, and no matter the pressure, I'm not going to change my mind on that. You don't get a second chance at decisions like this. There are huge consequences, both abroad and at home, and of course for our brave armed forces. I judge that it's not in Britain's national interest to get dragged into the war in Iran.
But we have been! We actually have been, though!
Nigel Farage and Kevin Badenoch would have jumped into this war with both feet without thinking through the consequences.
So have you! You sent a warship to Cyprus! You let them use our fucking bases! You sent typhoons to the region! You're doing fucking spying for Israel in fucking Lebanon!
Because this is not our war. And we are not going to be dragged into it.
With the tunes is so insane. With the fucking girl, you really got me going. You got me so I don't know what I'm doing. Why have they done that? Why have they done this, man? It's like his PR team just don't give a fucking shit anymore, man. It's clear the US is getting increasingly desperate and that Iran has the upper hand. The only reason I think the US is bluffing again is because the resuming strikes would solicit Iran's retaliation, and interceptor stockpiles are not looking good, and a ground operation would be catastrophically bad for Trump's administration. Yeah, but counterpoint, we're winning. The Kings had their winter payments cut too. Yeah, it's true. Very true. Yeah, counterpoint. His PR team don't have much material to work with. Yeah, no, it's very true. It's so good, man. What a quality video.
Comes next.
Also, hi Crimson Tinted.
In Washington or Tehran seems ready to answer, or even able to answer right now. Well, I want your thoughts as ever throughout the show on what you're hearing. 0345 6060 973. And of course, you can text 84850. WhatsApp is the same as the call number. Let's get the thoughts and just
who was that?
Where we are internationally, domestically, politics on both fronts with Dr. Lynette Newsbacher, a war historian, former British
Dr. Lynette Newsbacher. That's who that is.
In the UK Cabinet Office, and our very own Aggie Chambray, LBC, deputy political editor, of course, who's joining me live.
Wait, what? former strategist in the UK Cabinet Office. Oh, no, dude.
And our very own Aggie Schomburg, LBC, Deputy Political Editor, of course, who's joining me in Westminster in the studio. Dr. Newsbacker, can I start with you? What is your assessment with the collapse of these talks after 21 hours? Significant that they took place. The most significant meeting between Tehran and Washington for decades, but coming to nothing so far. What's your assessment as to where that leaves us?
It's very important we remember that just before he went into the room, J.D. Vance was assessed as he's going to the Super Bowl by Witkoff and Kushner.
Wait, what? They said that?
It's very clear that he was a high school ball player going to the Super Bowl. He was not prepared to deliver on what the U.S. government wanted out of this. The U.S.
Apparently Trump deleted the Jesus pic because he was accused of being the Antichrist by his truth followers. That's so funny. That's so fucking funny. Yeah, so maybe it was because of the Knights Templar who still exist. I'm just finding this out now. And also because he was being accused of being the Antichrist.
Government wanted capitulation. They wanted the Iranians to give up, to accept some kind of deal, as you say, similar to the JCPOA of 2015. And now, looking forward, we can expect the Chinese to be sending weapons components, if not finished weapons, to Iran. We can expect the Russians.
What are you talking about? Shut the fuck up. Holy shit. Every single person is talking about this. They're like, oh, Iran and China are going to send weapons to Iran. Iran builds its own weapons. That's what this is all about. What do you mean?
To continue to provide intelligence support, especially satellite targeting.
That bit's correct.
And in a desperate effort to stop this, somebody's got Donald Trump saying that they will conduct an American naval blockade of Iran. And that's a suggestion that, first of all, reinforces the idea that this is a quagmire, that the Americans can't get out of this anymore.
This is true. This part is true.
It is the beginning of another...
I do still hope that China sends the missiles. No, Val, that's not the point. They don't need any. They don't need any. They don't need any missiles. They make all their own missiles. They have thousands of missiles left. They literally don't need any missiles. You know? Like, it's just this narrative that, like, you know, please, Mr. Ayatollah, this must end here, have some nukes. Yeah, but I don't think that they would... Imagine if China gave him a nuke. No, I don't think that they would accept that. They wouldn't want a nuke. Still not even got into their new stuff. No, exactly. Hey, Parko's language. Hello. I hope China sends ships through the strait. They have. They already have. Someone said it before. Who put it in the chat? Was it Rebel Phoenix? Someone put it in the chat before. It might have been by any memes. Yep. Yeah, we had it before. China backs Iran as US announced Hormuz blockade. China has signaled support for Iran and warned against interference after the United States announced a naval blockade. Our ships are moving in and out of the waters of the Strait of Hormuz. We have trade and energy agreements with Iran. We will respect and honor them and expect others not to meddle in our affairs. Iran controls the Strait of Hormuz and it's open for us. There you go. Literally China's defense minister. He said, we're fucking doing what we want, dog. Already. The play has been done. Once the USA gets there, the USA is there. They're already there. There is no blockade. They are not going to be able to blockade anything because they know, in fact, that they will actually just get murked. The fucking Melpert cam has manufactured, been destroyed.
Donald Trump trying to internationalize the disaster. So he's going to try to pull European and Gulf states into this mistake of his, into this gross error of judgment, and do his best.
Yeah, but he's already tried to do that. He's already tried to do that, and it hasn't worked, right? You know?
Defeat if there is no victory.
We've seen or heard overnight that the US Navy has sent 2 ships into the Strait, I think the first time since the war started, to clear mines from the immediate adjacent coast, adjacent to the coast of Iran. Is there much we should read into that? Is this the start, do you think, of a more aggressive attempt by the Americans to clear the Strait militarily, something that's thus far they've been reluctant to try?
The Iranians are not shooting much just now. Hezbollah's shooting, there have been sirens in Israel, the Gulf are bracing to receive more incoming, and the United States has briefly felt that it could conduct a transit of the Gulf of Hormuz and do a bit of mine clearing. And this represents an understanding that Iran is in a strategic pause. Iran is getting ready for the next round. And interestingly, Hamas from Gaza have just fetched up in Egypt, suggesting they're ready for another round of negotiations. So the Iranians and some of their regional proxies are moving into a lower level of combat. And I think the Americans have been trying to use that moment to create some kind of demonstration that they're winning. But remember,
she's right.
Threat in the Strait of Hormuz, yes, mines are important, but the main threat to vessels transiting the Strait of Hormuz is drone threat, missile threat, and all of that at the same time.
There you go, hippie marshmallow.
Those mines are an issue. So it is important that the American claim that they've
doing very well. Everybody go show some love to Parkov's language.
The Strait of Hormuz with warships does demonstrate the Iranians are sitting on their hands. And the Iranians are sitting on their hands because they want to recharge for the next round.
And just finally, Dr. Newsback,
when are people going to realize that Donald Trump's have no words to tether to the reality? Fool me once, can't be fooled again. Yeah, but I do think that Iran has figured that out. And those are the only people that matter at this point. Iran, pretty much every BRICS country, and now Spain. And there will be some other European countries that are going, don't know if we can trust this guy anymore. Right? It's just whether that actually translates into action. You know, any kind of meaningful action to move away from US hegemony. We'll find out.
Think in terms of, will there be another round? And I don't mean militarily, but do you think that there will be a resumption of negotiations? Or does this 21-hour period show that, frankly, they're so far apart, there's little point?
They are so far apart, there's little point, but I think...
That South Korea-Israel post was crazy. What is that, Paraf Gosda? What is that the one where they were saying, like, we can't understand why why a genocided people would do more genocide? Is it that one? I mean, the answer to that is quite simple, is that, like, the people who founded Israel, you know, they were in Israel before the Holocaust and treated European Holocaust survivors and the people who didn't survive the Holocaust as, like, weak Jews that didn't deserve any kind of, like, you know, empathy or sympathy or anything like that. You know, they were fascists, and they just literally, like, you know, it's in this one. Let's have a look. Oh, yeah, that's right. They saw this video. IDF soldiers tortured a Palestinian kid and threw him off a roof. They call themselves the most moral army. This is Jae Myung Lee. Who is this? Who actually is this? He's like a minister in Korean parliament? I need to look into whether this is true, and if so, what measures have been taken. The forced comfort women issue that we are raising is no different from the Jewish massacre or wartime killings. Forced comfort women. Is he talking about, like, forced comfort women is like women being raped in the army, right? Yeah, he's talking about Japan in World War II. Yep. So he's basically conflating, yeah, there you go. The remarks by the president of Korea, Lee... Oh, it's the president! Oh my god, it's the president! Lee Jae-myung, including the trivialization of the massacre of Jews on the eve of Holocaust Remembrance Day in Israel, are unacceptable. By the way, every day is Holocaust Remembrance Day in Israel if you criticize them, right? It's every day. Are unacceptable and warrant strong condemnation. President Lee Jae-myung, for some strange reason, chose to dig up a story from 2024 to cite a fake account that falsely presented it as a current event. This account is notorious for spreading anti-Israeli disinformation and falsehoods about Israel. The event discussed occurred during an operation against terrorists at a time when Israeli soldiers were facing direct... Blah, 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 blah. It's all just nonsense. Who cares? It is their equivalent of us comparing Israel to Nazi Germany. Yeah, they're calling Israel Nazis. Yeah. Yeah. No, that's funny as fuck. Cry about it. Fucking cry about it.
That the Iranians are willing. The Iranians are willing.
Dug up from 18 months ago. Yeah, exactly.
And as long as
no, don't worry, Rebel Phoenix. It's all good. I thought that you'd posted a link, but you hadn't.
The two real estate guys from New York are willing to agree vague deals, I think the Iranians will pull them in again.
Dr. Lynette knows back.
They're doing the Lois Griffin 9/11 thing. What do you mean? Lois Griffin? Hey, Lois, I'm going to do 9/11. They also make sure to remember the Holocaust before doing their best to mimic it against the Palestinians and Lebanese. Yep. Only if you criticize them. If you're a Holocaust survivor, they don't care. Well, that's why I added that caveat into what I was saying. Because yes, they routinely neglect Holocaust survivors in Israel.
Historian, former strategist at the UK Cabinet Office, Aggie Schomburg, our deputy political editor, is with me in the studio. Aggie, it does seem to me to be something quite weird about the effect of this war on British politics, which is, it almost feels right now that our own domestic politics, despite the fact we've got these huge elections coming up, the biggest elections this
Mrs. Griffin, what do you plan to do about crime in our city?
A lot. Because that's what Jesus wants. 9/11 was bad.
I agree with that. Mrs. Griffin, what are your plans for cleaning up our environment?
9/11.
Yeah. It's this. Yeah, it's this.
Side of the next general election across much of the UK. Despite that fact, British politics almost feels like in a kind of weird stasis to me, because however much Kemi Badenoch or Nigel Farage or whoever affects and claims that Starmer's dealing with this crisis badly, as far as I can tell, in terms of actual policy difference, there isn't that much. Would a Kemi Badenoch or a Nigel Farage actually be handling this crisis much differently? And if the answer is basic no, which I think it is, then that sort of explains why there's a sort of aridness to British politics at the moment.
I think that's right.
You see, this is where the liberalism just goes insane. It's just like, oh yeah, the reason why it feels like politics in Britain is in a kind of stasis is because it's just to do with the war. It's something to do with the war, and it's to do with the way that certain people would respond to it, or if they wouldn't respond to it. And it's like, no, the reason that British politics feels like it's in stasis is because the Labour Party is preparing to be fucking humiliated on a vast level in the May elections. Speaking of which, chat, don't forget to donate to the djmuel stream so that we can hit the £700 dono goal for the month, which means that we will have unlocked the all-night May the 7th local election stream, where I will be streaming all the way until we get the results of the May elections, the local elections in the UK. It's basically like the midterms, if people don't know what I'm talking about. But yeah, it's going to be a huge super stream. If we hit the £700 dono goal, please consider donating so that we can make it happen. It'd be very good. But they are going to be completely fucking humiliated and destroyed, and Labour are just kind of preparing for that. I think that that's what's happening. I think that that's why there are not a lot of, I don't know, politically interesting things coming out of the Labour Party right now. So, you know, it's so fucking annoying that they're just like, oh, it's just something to do with the war, you know? Anonymous Gifter, thank you so much for gifting a sub to me, Sheffy. Enjoy your ad-free viewing and your emotes. Thank you so much.
The government is extremely keen to draw distinctions between their position and Reform and Tories' position. But I think where Reform and the Tories are now, you're right, there basically isn't much difference. And we have these huge local elections coming up. We have these huge domestic issues. But once again, Keir Starmer is being, well, he would say he's not being blown off course, but the narrative is
I am not being blown off course.
Huge international events. And I suppose there's a way that Britain could have more influence, and that would be if, for example, we had become more involved in this war. That's something they're very keen to stress. They made that decision. They think Keir Starmer made the right decision. They think that's going down well with the public. But as it stands, Britain, doesn't have huge influence in this process. I mean, having said that, Keir Starmer has just had a phone call with the Sultan of Oman, and they have both discussed the peace talks, which they were not involved with, and urged both sides to find a way through, and talked about the Strait of Hormuz too, and urged that all parties avoided any further escalation. But at the moment, it does sort of feel like it is just the US and Iran and Pakistan.
And of course, one thing that the crisis has substantially affected is the Trump-Starmer relationship. I mean, it's sort of easy to forget now, whatever Downing Street is saying, that about how, I mean, Wes Streeting is talking about it being like water off a duck's back with the Prime Minister, talking to me a little earlier. But, Starmer spent a whole year positioning himself as something of a Trump whisperer, trying to get as close as possible, because his whole central axiom of his foreign policy was to say, if we stay close to the Americans and try and keep Trump on side.
Yeah, exactly, by any means necessary, yeah.
I mean, that has gone now, hasn't it? And it doesn't seem clear to me whether they think they're getting political benefit or not from that there's much to replace it right now.
No, and I think what's interesting about that point is they talked a lot about the political benefit of that great relationship. For months and months and months, they talked about how the benefit was happening, the economic benefit, the political benefit, and how Keir Starmer had made the right calls, and that was being proven. And now, of course, that's been completely blown out of the water. And when I speak to government figures, they don't know. They have no idea whether or not Keir Starmer and Donald Trump are going to be able to repair their relationship going forward. I mean, from the insults being thrown mostly from the US side, but Keir Starmer, saying he's fed up, and Wes Streeting this morning talking about incendiary, provocative and outrageous language. It's difficult to...
Conference, I'm fed up with the meanie president of the United States. I'm so fed up with him. He's such a nasty boy.
How those two are going to come back together. And it's interesting.
Sir, and he's running to the EU and going, sir, an older boy made me do it.
Now they're saying, well, of course, this is the right thing. They think that Keir Starmer is playing this decision right. And speaking to people as well, they think he doesn't...
Playing another blinder.
He had a choice, but now they think that this is absolutely right.
Just make a deal with Iran, Starmer. Exactly. Hey, Baldwin, what's up? What's up? Look at that. Gary's Economics is venturing into political commentary. I can't wait. I can't fucking wait, chat. Teacher, it wasn't my fault. Mr. Donald Trump made me do it. Donald Trump made me do it. Finish the job. This is a report from Fox News. It's so good. Fox News have been engaging in this absolutely insane theory that the Gulf states are all cheering on Trump and the USA in the region. Right? That is not what is happening. Yes, they are vassal states. Yes, they're doing whatever the fuck that they are told. But cheering this on is not what they are doing. Yes, if anything, they're just monarchs sticking together. Welcomed as liberators, saying anything else is treason, right? Let's take a look at this completely delusional Fox News report. They're talking about this. Finish the job. Gulf states cheering Trump's new Iran strategy. Let's have a look.
While President Trump giving an update on the ceasefire with Iran over peace talks over the weekend fell through.
I would say it's holding well. Their military is destroyed. Their whole Navy is underwater. You know that.
This is much better audio than the last version of this press conference that we watched. And he sounds like so much more of an old fella. This is crazy.
158 ships are gone. Their Navy's gone. Most of their mine droppers are gone. we have a lot of people, as you know, at 10 o'clock tomorrow, we have a blockade going into effect.
Well, they do have a lot of the mine droppers left. In just a few hours, U.S. Central Command forces are set to begin enforcing a naval blockade targeting ships.
Their Navy is in the water. Their Navy's in the water.
Through the Strait of Hormuz. Now is who's in control of the strait. Here to break it down, former CENTCOM Deputy Commander, Vice Admiral Robert Horwood, who spent most of his youth in Iran, I should say. Admiral.
He spent most of his youth in Iran.
Now we're going to decide who comes in and out. That means if China, Pakistan...
Why is everyone saying the talks have failed just because they couldn't get it done in 21 hours? Can they not just continue the next day? I mean, they're saying that that the talks have failed because the US was like, do all this stuff, and Iran was like, nah. That's why they're saying it. Hey, Blue Rose Moon, how you doing?
Turkey, anybody has a ship to go in to fill up or drop off? The answer is no.
Exactly right, and indicative of the options the president still has on his hand. And I got to tell you, Brian, everyone in the region is cheering how the vice president handled this negotiations, where he gave them a shot, they didn't capitulate, we're done. So all these states, UAE, Qatar, Saudi, Kuwait, they have an existential threat from Iran. And
yeah, Trump's negotiation strategy. Step 1, kill Ali Khamenei. Step 2, try and negotiate with the son of the guy that you just killed.
The components of our demand indicate that. Developing a nuclear weapon, closing the Straits of Hormuz, missile programs, funding their surrogates, all those represent
surrogates now. So Hezbollah and Hamas are no longer, they're no longer proxies, they're surrogates now.
Threats to them. So they don't want us to go through any negotiations unless all those conditions are met. And if not, they just reconstitute, and this presents that threat to them for a longer period of time. So the president has this unique opportunity. His strategy is sound, and I think it's going to be extremely successful. The last...
I'm so glad they got retired Lieutenant Colonel Thumb Waddle to say he thinks that it's going to go really well. I believe it. I believe it's true. It's going to be extremely... he's convinced me, chat. I renege on all my previous positions that this is going to go terrible. Right? Does it incense you as it does me that this fascist besmirches the good name of us balds? Not really, man. Not really. Having no hair is just a thing that happens, right? I don't care. I'm not asked about any of that. It's unfortunate that I look a bit like this guy because I have no hair, but whatever, man.
Only component not in the negotiations is the IR.
Well, this guy is saying he's just contradicting all of the mostly extremely mainstream sources we've seen tonight. Yes, this is the thing. Even most of the mainstream media is literally just like, oi, this isn't going well, bro. Like, this is not going that well at all.
See itself. And don't forget, this is the Islamic Revolution, and they are the Islamic Revolution Guard Corps. I think they are the decision makers, the real power in Iran, the real element suppressing its people. And at the end of the day, if you remove all these programs they've built to maintain power.
The ghoul literally has no hair. djmuel is rocking a right proper beard. Yes. He doesn't look like you, djmuel. You're far more handsome. Yes. That's correct. Nah, you look like a regular dude. Yes. It's good to know that chat knows exactly what to say in these situations. It is good. Well done, chat. Thank you very much. Fellow Baldy here, it do be like that sometimes. It does. It is like that. Yeah.
Then they become at risk. And so they're both closely tied to each other. And if they won't negotiate, we take them off the table. Step by step.
Which is so important is...
Are we going to hear anything about what the Gulf states are saying in this fucking news report that is said... that's called Gulf States cheering Trump's new Iran strategy?
People and academics are speaking out over the weekend and others and saying, well, it's not, the UAE and Saudi Arabia reconsidering their relationship with us and our bases. That's just not true. And we get more and more reports that MBS specifically says, Mr. President, finish the job. I will back you up financially. Finish the job. The Wall Street Journal reported last night that President Trump and his advisor are looking into some type of limited military strikes in Iran in addition to the blockade. Would you do that? And do you think that's accurate during the ceasefire? Or do you want them to be the ones to break the ceasefire?
Well, like I said, Ryan, we have yet to really use all our options. And one of those options is specifically targeting the IRGC as the Israelis have done. So if we marry up, tie our capacity, our intelligence to go after the IRGC specifically, yes, I think that's a...
This is absolutely insane, dude. Like, what are you on about? What are you on about? This is literally what everybody has been saying, even in the run-up to the war. It's like, we're going to destabilize the IRGC, we're going to hit the besieged militias, we're going to do this, we're going to do this. They haven't done that. And this fucking literal thumb is saying, no way that we can, we're going to have to take out the IRGC. There's no way. It's not happened. They're not doing it. It's not happened. Absolutely fucking crazy, man. Hey, Richard Cabessa. He wants to put all of America's troops into a big greasy pile and roll them in Iran. That's exactly what his strat would be. I've just noticed that apparently there's another interview with Trump that's just come out about 3 hours ago, and I hadn't seen this. Let's take a look and see what he's saying.
Welcome back to Fox News. So we are awaiting the president, who is set to speak live from the White House any moment. Now, here's what we don't know. We're not sure what exactly he's speaking on in terms of topics, but we do know that he just wrote moments ago on Truth Social, 34 ships went through the Strait of Hormuz yesterday, which is by far the highest.
Yes, we saw that happen.
Since this foolish closure began.
What the fuck is going on here? Is this the DoorDash grandma with the McDonald's?
Now, what's on your screen right now is the president. This is a live shot of the side of the Oval Office. He's speaking to...
He is eating so many McDonald's right now, chat. This is fucking... Chat, that's all for him. That's all for him. All of that McDonald's is literally for him. He is going to give himself 10 strokes. His fucking cholesterol is, like, screaming right now. He is screaming. That's a lot of fillet of fish. Is that what he has? Is that what, does he have fillet of fish? That's crazy. No way does he have the worst McDonald's order. Obviously, don't go McDonald's because of the fucking boycott. But, you know, fillet of fish? He has the worst McDonald's order? Damn, now I want a burger. Just go get it from a regular burger shop. Go somewhere better. Before I start going, it was your favorite thing. Filet of fish is the worst. It's the worst. I can't believe anyone who would get filet of fish. Just get 20 chicken nuggets and go sicko mode. It's this. It's this. Orale Resistance best meme of the day. Help us cholesterol, you're our only hope. Yeah, I actually like this. This is a... I can't believe we got the Strait of Hormuz blocked before Trump's arteries. Oh, the real Trump blockade. This is the Strait of Hormuz, right? He does something unholy like mixing 3 burgers together. Yeah, I believe it. I believe it. I do believe it. Where the fuck was that interview? Did I put it there? Yeah. Is that something who is supposed to be able to retire by now, bringing the president 4 people's worth of McDonald's? That is what we're seeing. It is crazy he eats like 3 or 4 a day. That's so mad. How is he still alive? How is he still alive?
A woman, McDonald's delivery.
Yeah, a young woman there who's just delivered McDonald's, and I hope she is tipped
Did they call her a young woman, ironically? That's kind of mean.
very well. I'm sure she is. An incredible, of course, testament to the president, as always, caring for his staffers in the best way that they always love, which is a McDonald's.
She's got on her shirt, DoorDash Grandma. Is she some kind of like, you know, like special DoorDash grandma? I don't understand. What, is she like an influencer or something? They do that in the States to old people. It's weird. Yeah, that is weird. He's preserved from the inside out. It's like watching a massive wind-up. Yeah, it's so odd.
She's not going to forget that, though.
She's hawking a book.
Well, neither are we.
She has no idea. National news.
Because, Emily, we do know the media are not far away. Can we hear any of what
Now you're in favor of blockages? When did I say that I wasn't in favor of blockages?
they're saying? Let's watch and listen.
We call it the Great Big Beautiful Bill. We should call it the Great Big Beautiful Tax Cut Bill because it's tremendous amounts of money. And that's overtime. That's also on Social Security, as you know.
Yes.
And it's pretty amazing.
Yes, it is.
Well, you're really nice. Would you like to do a little news conference with me with these people? These are not the nicest.
What the fuck, bro? What?
Nice. Would you like to do a little news conference? It's pretty amazing.
Yes, it is.
Well, you're really nice. Would you like to do a little news conference with me with these people?
This, do you know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of fucking, It reminds me of this.
Hey, Louie! Yeah? Is that you? Yes. Oh, I'm Scatman John. Would you like to sing a song, man?
Well, sure could.
It just reminds me of that. I don't know why. It's just got like the same energy, but worse. Because Scatman John and Louis Armstrong were fucking great.
These are not the nicest people. They're not nice like you. You know that, right?
I'll do whatever you ask me to do, sir.
So there's no tax on
don't say that, DoorDash Grandma.
tips or something special, right?
It's very special.
And that's the one that really pertains to you more than anything else.
Yes, sir. Yes.
It's fantastic. And so it was such an honor to meet you. And I think you voted for me, do you think?
Maybe.
Yeah? I heard you're a great supporter. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
I'll put this over here. And why don't we have a news conference with the president? Okay. Want to do it?
Sure.
You don't have to.
She's not a local driver. It was all staged. I do believe that. Peasant maxing to pay for cancer treatment. Is that what she's doing? She's got cancer? Is that what's going on? That's crazy if that's true. That's fucking crazy.
Mr. President, did you post that picture of yourself depicted as Jesus Christ?
Well, it wasn't depicted. It was me. I did post it, and I thought it was me as a doctor. And
her husband's got cancer.
Red Cross is a Red Cross worker there, which we support. And
oh my God.
It wasn't depicted. It was me. I did post it, and I thought it was me as a doctor, and had to do with Red Cross as a Red Cross worker there, which we support. And only the fake news could come up with that one. So I just heard about it, and I said, how did they come up with that?
Only the fake news could come up with that one. So why did you delete it?
It's supposed to be me as a doctor making people better, and I do make people better. I make people a lot better. As an example, the 11,000, I understand your husband's going through treatment.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
He's
He
going
has
through
cancer.
some very serious cancer treatment, so
Yes, sir.
this goes a long way.
Yes, sir. It sure does.
What the fuck is he doing? What is he doing? Did he think like, oh, I make people better like this lady's husband with cancer? That's nuts, bro. He's not better. He's got cancer.
Mr. President, are another round of talks
What does he mean?
with Iran? And if so, will you send Vice President J.D. Vance again?
Well, he's done a good job, and Steve and Jared, they've all done a very good job. And I can tell you that we've been called by the other side. They'd like to make a deal very badly, very badly.
What was the sticking point over? You said it was over nuclear.
It was over nuclear, very similar. Yeah, very good. I guess you're listening. It's over the fact that they will never have a nuclear weapon. Iran, you marking it down? Iran will not have a nuclear weapon. And we agreed to a lot of things, but they didn't agree to that. And I think they will agree to it. I'm almost sure of it. In fact, I am sure of it. If they don't agree, there's no deal. There'll never be a deal. Iran will not have a nuclear weapon, and we're going to get the dust back. We'll get it back either. We'll get it back from them or we'll take it.
The dust.
As far as the naval blockade is
the dust.
The end game, is it to force Iran back to the negotiating table? Is it to open up the strait so that gas prices ultimately come down?
Maybe everything. I mean, both of those things, certainly, and more. We can't let a country blackmail or extort the world, because that's what they're doing. They're really blackmailing the world. We're not going to let that happen. And, the amazing thing is we don't, can you believe this? We don't use the strait. We don't need the strait. We have our own oil and gas, much more than we need.
We don't even need it, bro.
In Saudi Arabia, think of this. We produce more. Saudi Arabia, and add Russia to it. Substantially more. And by next year, we'll have double that amount. So we don't need it, but the world needs it. And many ships are heading to our country right now as we speak to load up with the best. Really, I guess you could say, somebody said the best and sweetest. I don't know exactly what sweet is, but when it relates to oil, it's a good thing. But they're coming to our country right now. There are many boats coming to our country. Now, it could very well be this is going to be settled before that. We've been called this morning by the right people, the appropriate people, and they want to work a deal. They would like to work a deal.
Is it your anticipation?
He's talking shit. This is why the prices look like they were going back down again. Right, okay. This is why the prices went back down again, because at 5 p.m. UK time, he made this fucking statement or something, and he was like, yeah, we got a phone call, there's a deal. So the prices have gone back down again, but they're just going to come right back up again. It's fucking crazy, dude. It's absolutely crazy.
Mr. President, that other countries will assist in this effort to blockade Iran and those.
Yeah, other countries are going to also.
Which countries, sir?
We don't need other countries, frankly, but they've offered the services. We'll let it be known probably tomorrow.
Has the blockade started, sir?
Yeah, started 10 o'clock.
Bishop Robert Barron supports you and your colleagues.
Yeah, you got to buy the dip. That's how you do it.
Yeah.
He now says you owe Pope Leo an apology. Will you apologize?
No, I don't.
Are we ever going to get to a point where the market finally ignores this bollocks? I don't think so, man. The entire stock market for the last 100 years has literally been based on what America does or says. You know what I mean?
Pope Leo said things that are wrong. He was very much against what I'm doing with regard to Iran, and you cannot have a nuclear Iran. Pope Leo would not be happy with the end result. You have hundreds of millions of people dead, and it's not going to happen. So I can't. I think he's very weak on crime and other things. So I'm not. I mean,
he's talking about the Pope like he is some kind of a senator or something. He's talking about the Pope like he's a senator. Like he's in charge of a city that Trump wants to send the National Guard to. He's weak on crime. He's a woke. They're calling him the woke Pope. The criminal Pope. There's a bunch of people making obscene amounts of money from these peaks and troughs, so they'll keep responding to him. Yeah, that's true, yeah. Yeah. He's just saying stock things, yeah.
He went public. I'm just responding to Pope Leo. And his brother is a big MAGA person, and he's a great guy, Louis. And I said I like Louis better than I like the Pope. No, you have to have law and order in our country, and that's what we have now. We have the lowest crime numbers we've had in a long time, despite the fact that many criminals were allowed into our country, but we've gotten a lot of them out. We've done a great job on crime. So we have the lowest murder rate in 125 years, since 1900, the lowest murder rate. So we believe strongly in law and order, and he seemed to have a problem with that, so there's nothing to apologize for. He's wrong. The other thing is he didn't like what we're doing with respect to Iran, but Iran is a wants to be a nuclear nation so they can exterminate the world. Not going to happen.
Exterminate the world is so good, dude.
As a if the deal is not reached by the end of the ceasefire, does your threat from before still stand?
Yeah, I don't want to comment on that, but it won't be pleasant for them.
My dad would be absolutely furious with me leaving the door open that long. He's letting all the heat out. It's not the warmest April.
Has your timetable changed in any way in terms of ending this conflict?
No, it's going on. Just right now, there's no fighting. Right now, we have a blockade. They're doing no business. I didn't like seeing boats come out if they were doing business with Iran, but if they weren't, no boats came out. So now they're doing. Iran
Goes to Fred Trump is going to haunt him tonight.
Business, and we're going to keep it that way very easily. Don't forget, their Navy is gone, their Air Force is gone, their anti-aircraft
Don't forget.
is gone, their radar is gone, and their leaders are gone. It's a lot.
It's a lot.
Coming from predominantly going to China, Mr. President, has Xi Jinping reached out? I know you're going to be...
No, but we have a very good relationship with China. He would like to see this ended also. He certainly wants it ended. Everyone, I want to see it ended too, but we can't give a nuclear weapon to a group of people that have caused nothing but havoc for 47 years. Look, I'm the president that's done something about it. This should have been, and many other presidents regret that they didn't. You know, so I'm doing something about it.
Ukraine impeachment documents that were just declassified show that Eric Charamella not only submitted false information, but that he had no direct knowledge of the alleged conversation. It was all hearsay. Do you feel vindicated by those?
Yeah, I do. They're a bunch of crooked people. You're talking about with respect to all of the things that they put against me? Yeah. Well, it's come out that in so many different ways. Thank you very much for that question. I appreciate it. But in so many different ways, the election was...
You think Trump ever feels personally slighted by the last couple of popes not liking him as heads of an org famous for protecting predators? Yep.
Rigged. The 2020 election was rigged. We found that.
Did I say hi, Blue Terry Teddy?
What you
Hello.
just said is just a piece of that. It's a big piece, but minor, relatively speaking, compared to what they did. They cheated in the election. They cheated on the vote. And they cheated in every way possible. And it's the only way we got an incompetent man to be a president. And he was an incompetent man. Many of the things that we're talking about.
He was an incompetent man.
This would have been settled.
All one word.
A long time ago, not now. And it should have been settled by other presidents. But the election was
Hey,
a rigged
Adric,
election.
welcome in.
We can't let that happen to our country.
It's concealment of exculpatory information. What should happen?
Well, it's a very serious charge against them and the Democrats. They cheat. They can't get elected with their policy. So their policy is no good. They want to have, open borders. They want to have men playing in women's sport. Do you think they want
transgender for everybody?
I really don't have an opinion on that.
You don't? I'll bet you do.
No, I'm here about
Pizza.
no tax on tips.
Yeah. Okay.
He tried to get DoorDash grandma to talk about transgender for everybody. That's so funny, dude. I gotta see that again.
In women's sport. Do you think that men should play in women's sport?
It's so good. And she said, I'm not here to talk about that.
I really don't have an opinion on that.
You don't? I'll bet you do.
No,
You don't know what you do. You know the real reason. No transgender for everybody. It's so good.
No tax on tips.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Literally, normal people don't give a shit about any of this. It's like that in itself has absolutely devastated his reputation. This is like someone who voted for Trump, who's like, I support Trump, I love him, this, that, and the other. And then he's like, what about those transgenders, DoorDash grandma? And she just goes, I'm just here to talk about... I'm just here to talk about no tax on tips, bro. It's like that Steve-O moment. Has anyone seen that clip of like Joe Rogan talking to Steve-O? And Joe Rogan's like, they're mutilating kids, man. They're mutilating kids. They're doing all this stuff. Jamie, bring up that data. Bring up that data that's not fucking biased. And then Steve-O's just like, I don't know, man. All I've ever heard when I've spoken to transgender people, they're really struggling, and it's really bad. I feel really sorry for them. They're saying there's like a trans Holocaust in this country. And Joe Rogan's like, no, Jamie, bring it up. No. Bring it up. They're not doing it. It's all lies. No, it's wrong.
Your understanding that during this period of time, while the U.S. has instituted this naval blockade,
I fucked my throat doing the Steve-O voice.
we'll be able to send
His throat must be so fucked up.
through the strait, get more oil out from this area.
Yeah, I think they're going to be doing very well there, and I think they're doing very well here. You know, a lot of tankers are coming up here. They're coming in empty and out full. And we have a great capacity to take care of that business.
Okay.
Please, have you delivered to the White House before?
I have not. My name is Sharon Simmons.
And are the White House good tippers? Do you know?
Wait.
Potentially. Yes, very.
Did he forget to tip? He forgot to tip. That's so crazy. It's so crazy, man. He gave her like $5. I know. What was that? What did he give her?
The White House good tippers? Do you know?
Wait.
It's literally one note. It's look at his face. Look at his face. Look at her face. Oh, that's so funny, dude. That's so funny. It's the first tip he's ever done. Oh my god. This is wild. Yes, this is what I'm saying. Like, why? I don't understand. He is so committed to being the most tight-fisted prick of all time that when the DoorDash grandma whose husband is dying of cancer comes to his gaff and does like a fucking whole thing, the correct political move would be to hand her a thick wad of cash, even if it's all ones. Just make it look like it's loads of dough. But he didn't even do that. He's like, here's one flimsy note. That could be anything. It's not going to be a Benjamin, is it? It's just going to be like a $5 or something. It's crazy. Utterly crazy.
Yes, very.
Mr. President, can I ask you something?
It could be $1.
Mr. President, one on Cuba, sir. You previously said that you had no problem with countries sending fuel to Cuba after previously promising to tariff them. What happened? What changed?
The correct move would have been, your tip is that I'm taking care of all your husband's medical bills. Yes. He should have said, how about a fucking $1 million tip to pay for your husband's medical care? That would have been the cynical win that you could have got as a Republican politician in this scenario. But he couldn't even done that.
With Cuba. Cuba's another story. Cuba's been a terribly run country for a long time. It's got a bad system. It's been very oppressive, as you know. And we have a lot of great Cuban Americans, all of whom just about voted for me. And they were treated very badly. In many cases, family members have been killed. They've been beaten up and mugged, and like terrible things happened in Cuba. And Cuba's a failing nation, and we're going to do this, and we may stop by Cuba.
Yeah, she should be retired, yeah.
But Cuba is a
Can't wait to find out if his handler's stiffer too.
Horribly run for many years by Castro.
You said based on housing regulator Bill Pulte, regarding those two recent referrals for Letitia James for insurance fraud, do you know if federal prosecutors have evidence to charge?
Well, I don't know. I know she's a very corrupt person. And you're talking about the so-called Attorney General of New York. She's a very corrupt person. That's been proven now. And I know I have nothing to do with it, but they're looking at things all over the place, more than one state concerning her and concerning people like Comey, who's a dirty cop. Comey's a dirty cop, and dirty cops are bad. Nobody likes the police more than me, the law enforcement more than me, but Comey's a totally dirty cop, and we're not gonna stand for it. Yeah.
The UFC fight that's happening at the White House this summer. UFC typically numbers those fights consecutively, but should they label this one UFC 1776?
Chat, is chat dead? Is chat died? My Chatterino just like disconnected and it said server connection reconnected. You lost chat, yes. Yes, I did lose chat. But you're chatting you're chatting in the chat room and I can see that, right, okay, I don't know why the fuck Chatterino is fucked.
That's a good idea. I'll tell that to Dana White. I like that idea, actually. I will say I've been involved with a lot of big events. I've never had an event that's had more interest in the UFC fight that we have.
No, it's not to do with OBS. It's Chatterino.
About a 4,500 seat arena. And then in the back at the Ellipse, we're going to have maybe 100,000, 50 to 100,000 people, I guess. They're building tremendous stages, and you're going to have massive screens of the fight. And it's a very popular
We're back on
sport. But I have never been involved, and because of the White House and everything, there's a lot of reasons.
The food will be stone cold after this?
Yeah. A fight at the White House on June 14th, and we're going to have an arena built.
Cuba, who famously produces doctors who volunteer to keep your own poorer states to give medical aid, yeah.
Does he like UFC?
He might.
If he's feeling good, we'll make sure you come, okay?
That would be wonderful.
That's
Thank
better
you.
than the tip I just gave you, I'll tell you.
He has wasted so much time.
He's feeling good, right?
Yeah.
Is he doing okay? Is he going to be okay?
He's doing very well. He's doing very well. He actually, during the process, he wrote a book. And
all right, give him the name. Maybe it's
he hasn't had it published yet, but it's a book on humility, and his name is Leo, and he's just.
Good guy.
He's gonna make a comment about Pope Leo and how he doesn't have any humility. That's what's gonna happen. That's absolutely what's gonna happen here.
Doing good. He's doing great.
How long are you married?
We have been married for 6 years.
Oh, so that's good.
We've, like most people, we've been together for over 10. So
that's very good. Well, that's very nice to say hello to him. He's going to be good. Okay, he's going to get better, and he's going to be good.
Yes, sir.
Good.
Yes,
well,
sir.
I want to thank you all, and I especially want to thank you for being here.
Well, I want to thank.
He could have had a comment about Pope Leo taking a lesson from another Leo about humility so easily, but his brain is just absolute fucking mashed potatoes.
Thank you.
Thank you very
for
much.
The no tax on tips.
Oh, that's good.
It has helped my family.
He's not that fast. Hello, Rob.
And I definitely appreciate it. Thank you.
So nice. The one thing that I just in leaving, we've had more good press for a change, having to do with the fact that people are receiving more money from their tax refunds than they ever thought possible. We had a
This is so
$5,000. Another one got $7,000. They weren't expecting anything like this, and it's because of the great big beautiful bill. And that's why you came, and I really appreciate it. And tell your husband to get better.
I will.
And if he's feeling...
Tell your husband to get better is crazy, dude.
I appreciate it. Thank
All right?
you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Take care of yourself.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Anyway, let's get back to this.
Successful component of the strategy and would pay dividends. And we've done that before in other countries. There's a lot of tools you can do to accomplish that objective. But
my last tax refund was half of what it's been the last decade. Hell yeah, dude.
Stability in the region. A government in place who renounces the Islamic Revolution and avows to dissolve all those programs that support.
My tax return used to be $1,200. It was under $400. Yeah.
And this administration, the president, is moving down that line very aggressively.
You want to unfreeze those $27 billion in frozen funds, stop enriching uranium, and stop funding surrogates. That will be just the
No tax on tips has not helped her family because that will only be applied when she does her taxes, which are due on April 15th. I see.
18-hour trip to have a 21-hour negotiation, and the vice president has left. No word if there'll be another round. Admiral, thanks so much for your great analysis. Appreciate it.
Yeah, man, that was great analysis, and not just the exact same thing that we've heard from the White House for the last fucking month and a half. Let's start to see some actual reporting about this, and we've got Al Jazeera here with the Qatari version of events. So let's see what they're saying about this. This is titled, U.S. announces Iran port blockade. Tensions rises, IRGC issues warning.
The U.S. Central Command said CENTCOM forces will begin implementing a blockade of all maritime traffic entering and exiting Iranian ports in accordance with the president's proclamation. The blockade will be enforced impartially against vessels of all nations entering or departing Iranian ports and coastal areas, including all Iranian ports on the Arabian Gulf and Gulf of Oman. CENTCOM forces will not impede freedom of navigation for vessels transiting the Strait of Hormuz to and from non-Iranian ports. Additional information will be provided to commercial mariners through a formal notice prior to the start of the blockade. And Iran's Revolutionary Guard has warned military vessels to keep away. The IRGC says that only non-military vessels will be allowed to pass under strict regulations, but they have vowed a strong response to unwelcome ships and boats.
Double the blockade, double the fun.
Joe Castro is live for us in Washington, D.C. Heidi, walk us through, we read parts of the CENTCOM statement. Walk us through step by step what they are saying they're going to do. Where and when is this taking place and how?
Absolutely, because there are some points of confusion here. First of all, after the
confusion,
to produce a deal, we saw the Trump administration quickly shift to this new headline about this naval blockade. And there are discrepancies between how Trump announced it and how we're hearing these details from U.S. CENTCOM. Trump had said that this blockade would target any and all ships trying to enter or leave the Strait of Hormuz. But now we're hearing from CENTCOM that no, in fact, this would only target ships that go to or from Iranian ports. Also, CENTCOM saying that as for the rest of those ships, international vessels not going to or from Iran, they would have freedom of navigation to transit the strait. That is different, again, from what Trump had said earlier in his proclamation, saying that any international vessel that pays a toll to Iran to get through Hormuz would be interdicted by the U.S. Navy in international waters. He said no one who pays an illegal toll will have safe passage on the high seas. That issue of tolls not at all addressed in these details released by Central Command. Also, we're not sure exactly, well, CENTCOM says that at exactly 14 GMT on Monday is when this more select.
He did say interdict. I commented on that on his Truth Social post when I read it before. I was like, I don't think he came up with that word on his own. It's not like a word that he would say. I feel like he got auto-suggested it. Isn't there mine in the waters? There's no evidence to suggest that there's mines in the water.
Selective blockade takes effect. Trump had said it would be effect.
How does the rest of the world navigate the area? Yeah. Yeah, it's almost like Iran lets you through if you're not involved with the fucking evil empire.
So lots of questions here, but many people are also pointing out, experts pointing out that whatever the case, the U.S. might have to justify this action given that it's unclear whether it would have the legal authority to blockade international commercial vessels in international waters, and namely, there's China and its response. China is Iran's biggest trade partner, and so any sort of blockade of goods coming in from Iranian ports would certainly impact China as well, and all of these are lingering questions.
Al Jazeera's Heidi Jo Castro live in Washington, D.C. Thank you very much. Now, in Islamabad, mediators are urging the U.S. and Iran to uphold the ceasefire agreement. Iran's foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi, has posted on X saying, in intensive talks at the highest level in 47 years, Iran engaged with the U.S. in good faith to end the war. But when just inches away from Islamabad MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, we encountered maximalism, shifting goalposts, and blockade. Zero lessons learned. Goodwill begets goodwill. Enmity begets enmity.
Damn, that's crazy. I really fucked up my throat with doing that Steve-O voice. What is this? This is the Maria Bartiromo, whatever her name is. I can't remember her name. Interview that happened with Trump over the phone on Fox News yesterday morning. Oh my God. Wow. I'm never doing Steve-O's voice ever again in my life. She had a chat with Trump yesterday, and it's extremely funny that she reacts in the way that she does when Trump mentions how high gas prices are going to be in the future. Middle-earth Marxist says, remember, the vast majority of the developments in this war have been dreamed up in Trump's head. Yes, that's true. Emily says it's unclear if they have the authority. Now I think the legality of what the US is doing is pretty clear. Yep. Ickbert Dead, welcome in. Trump said no country should be allowed to blockade any other. Meanwhile, Cuba. Yeah, exactly. US will not fire on Chinese ships, but if they do fire on others, that's a win for China. That's true. I will hydrate. Thank you very much, Bellatrix. Yeah. From smoking all those cigarettes. That's true. That is very true.
News on the war in Iran. President Trump announcing moments ago a naval blockade of the Strait of Hormuz is beginning. Coming up in moments, President Trump will join me in an exclusive interview to give us the very latest on the war on Iran, as high-level talks between the United States and Iran.
I should have a cup of tea, shouldn't I, Rob?
Deal. It was the first direct talks between the two countries in a decade, and the highest level talks between the two since the Islamic Revolution.
Steve Voice going to get you like RFK heroin? Yeah.
The talks beginning on Saturday and lasting 21 hours in Islamabad, Pakistan. Vice President J.D. Vance was in Pakistan leading the U.S. delegation, along with Jared Kushner and Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, as a fragile ceasefire has been underway between the two sides since Tuesday, after President Trump agreed to give Iran 2 more weeks to open up the Strait of Hormuz or face further destruction. Now the president will implement a naval blockade on the strait. Here's Vice President J.D. Vance after the talks in Islamabad this morning.
We have been at it now for 21 hours, and we've had a number of substantive...
Sorry, the Melpo cam was going crazy because I had to turn up the exposure because he was in his little hole. And then he transitioned, thank you for the follow, into being on his little cushion. And so I had to turn the exposure down. Sorry about that.
Discussions with the Iranians. That's the good news.
I should just keep the camera on fucking auto, to be honest. Because it doesn't look that bad when it's on auto.
Is that we have not reached an agreement. And I think that's bad news for Iran, much more than it's bad news for the United States of America.
We already saw this.
Joining me now live on the telephone with the very latest is the nation's 45th and 47th president of the United States.
47th.
Donald J. Trump. Mr. President, thank you so much for being with me this morning. I know that your time is limited, and we appreciate you making the time to explain all of this to our audience. Thank you, sir.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you, Maria.
Mr. President, can you explain to us what is going on right now with the blockade in the Strait of Hormuz?
Well, we're going to be blockading. It'll take a little while, but it'll be effective pretty soon. And we had meetings yesterday. They, as you said, lasted 21 hours. That was a long meeting. We had some very...
At his age and health, his time is very limited. That's true.
Steve and Jared. So we were well represented. But
there we go.
We didn't get there on the important issue. They want to have nuclear weapons. They're not going to have nuclear weapons. I've been saying that for 30 years. I would never allow that to happen before I was in politics. And that country will not have nuclear weapons. Most countries shouldn't be allowed to have, but that country will not have nuclear weapons.
So, Mr. President, was that the red line there? Can you explain to us what went on in these talks? What did the United States ask of Iran, and how did they react?
Well, they reacted, it was...
He's not been saying it for 30 years now.
Weak. They came in like they had the cards, but they don't have the cards. Their army, their whole military is obliterated. The whole place is obliterated. And, as you know, levels of leaders are gone. They're literally gone. Khomeini's gone. The whole thing is gone. The whole place is gone. They have one thing that they can do. They can say, well, gee, we're going to put a mine someplace just a mine. We'll drop 1 mine, 2 mines, 10 mines. And that will, if you have a ship that costs $1 billion, you say, well, I'd prefer not getting whacked by a mine, losing my ship, or damaging it badly, at least. And so that's
obliterated
that they can do. That it's military might and military power don't do it, but it's extortion, and they're extorting the world. We don't get our oil from there. We have so much. We have, and one thing you said, and I don't know if anybody heard it well, but we have boats pouring up to the United States. They'll be filling them up, and they'll be leaving, and they're going to be packed with the best oil you can get, light, sweet, crude. They're going to have the best oil that you can get. But so that's interesting, and it's great because we have a lot of oil. We don't get any. I mean, literally last year it was 1%. We did that as a favor. We don't need the strait. But other countries do. And I will tell you, while we're on the subject, we're very disappointed with NATO. We're very, very disappointed that they didn't come. Now they want to come and they want to help with the strait, and it won't take long to clean it out. So we're going to clean out the strait, and they'll be able to use the strait in not too long a distance. But we had a very intensive negotiation, and toward the end it got very friendly, and we got just about every point we needed, except for the fact that they refused to give up their nuclear ambition.
It got very friendly towards the end. It's absolutely dog shit. Completely fucking dog shit.
And that's the only point, frankly, to me. That was the most important point by far.
And I want to ask you about that, and I will get to NATO as well. But, Mr. President, you wrote on Truth Social this morning saying that we will begin the process.
We've also got some incredible news from the UK. This has just come out 2 hours ago. The Palestine Action activists, the Filton Six, are on trial again today. Let's take a read of this real quick. 3 Palestine Action activists have been found not guilty of violent disorder at a UK site of an Israel-based firm. Charlotte Head, Samuel Corner, and Leona Camillo, 30, were accused in connection with a break-in at an Elbit Systems site near Bristol. At Woolwich Crown Court on Monday, prosecutor Deanna Ear KC said the Crown Prosecution Service offers no evidence on the charge of violent disorder. The 3 continue to face a charge of criminal damage, along with Fatima Zainab Rajwani, Zoe Rogers, and Jordan Devlin. Mr. Corner also faces an additional charge of GBH with intent. Mr. Justice Johnson formally acquitted Head, Corner, and Camillo of violent disorder, saying, I will direct not guilty verdicts in respect of those 3 defendants. So that's great. The 6 defendants continue to face trial on criminal damage, and Corner faces a further count of causing grievous bodily harm with intent to police officer. With intent to... Okay, the BBC fucked that up. A jury has been sworn in for the case, but the prosecution is not expected to open its case until Wednesday. Johnson gave jurors some opening remarks before sending them home, urging them not to get distracted by the legal battle over Palestine Action's ban as a terrorist organization. So this is very, very good news. Getting deprescribed next, hopefully. Yeah, well, the government is trying to appeal it, right? So I am hoping that the humiliation trajectory goes like this. 1, none of the Filton 24 are found guilty. 2, none of the Bryce Norton 5 are found guilty. 3, the Palestine Action, they lose the Palestine Action prescription appeal. 4, they lose massively in May. Tons of councils go to the Greens and Reform. And 5, Wes Streeting becomes the leader of the Labour Party and continues to do the same shit that Keir Starmer does and acts surprised when they lose the 2029 election. So there you go. Anyway, this is great news. It's great news, chat. It's very, very good that some of these charges have been rightfully found as not guilty in this court. So, yeah, that's great stuff.
Of blockading any and
rapid fire blinders
or leave the Strait of Hormuz, and at some point we will reach an all being allowed to go in and all being allowed to go out basis. Right. So tell us what you're trying to accomplish with this blockade,
all in,
sir.
All out. Yep. It's called all in and all out. There'll be a time when we'll have them all come in and all come out, but it won't be a percentage. It won't be a friend of yours, like a country that's your ally or a country that's your friend. It's all or nothing. And that'll be, that won't be in too long a distance. No, we're just bringing the ships up. We got a lot of ships, so we're bringing them up. We think that numerous countries are going to be helping us with this also, but we're putting on a complete blockade. We're not going to let Iran make money on selling oil to people that they like and not people that they don't like or whatever it is. It's going to be all or none, and that's the way it is. And it'll be, you saw what we did with Venezuela. It'll be something very similar to that, but at a higher level.
And Mr. President, you say that there may be a mine out there somewhere that nobody knows about but them, and this is world extortion. How will the United States ensure that the mines are removed in the Strait of Hormuz?
So we have minesweepers there now. We have highly sophisticated underwater minesweepers, which are...
He's been playing Minesweeper on the PC, and it's reminded him of Minesweeper. And he's like, yeah, Minesweepers, they're a thing. They're a real thing. Without realizing that, like, Minesweepers are people that go around with, like, yeah, beeper-type, sophisticated beeper-type apparatus and scan the sand and the ground to find fucking landmines. It doesn't mean fucking, like, you know? They have like a special minesweeper ship in the ocean. It's just not how it works, man. Also, there are no mines. There's just no evidence that there's any mines. This is all for the insurance giant shitting down his back, probably.
The latest and the greatest, but we're also bringing in more traditional minesweepers. And so I understand is the UK and a couple of other countries are sending minesweepers. A lot of countries don't have minesweepers. Think of it. They had 28 mine droppers. What country has 28 mine droppers? 28 boats to drop mines. What country? They've been completely obliterated. They no longer... So we knocked out their entire Navy. They have 158 ships. They have 28 mine droppers. Every single one of them is at...
There are boats that can theoretically clear mines, but they need to not be under fire to do so. Yeah, defo.
Can you believe it? We did that in 4 days. If
there were mines, people wouldn't be using the strait, and it's not even actually closed all the way. Wouldn't be able to let China through easily with mines. Exactly, it's just all nonsense.
This is gone.
Total fucking nonsense.
If you look, anti-aircraft. All of their radars out. Anti-aircraft is their defensive program is all knocked out. They don't have anything. And you know the sad part is, and I can't say this is for you. We knocked out everything, including their leaders. Their military is gone. Everything's gone. Their missiles are down to a trickle. By comparison, you know, we knocked out thousands of missiles. We knocked out hundreds of places where the missiles have...
Prince with the 42 months.
They're pretty much gone.
The nerd sex number.
What? Thank you so much for the 42 months. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. Why is it the nerd sex number?
Probably they say 85, 82%, 85%. Who knows what it is? But we knocked them out. We knocked out where they make the drones, and the drones are less effective now. And also, we have new machinery to kill the drones. You saw that, the computerized bullets they call it, and also lasers. The laser melts the drone. It's a beautiful thing to see. So we have a lot of stuff. But think of it. We win this thing.
Lasers melting drones. Computerized bullets. If there were mines, they'd have to tell every ship going through where they were. Several U.S. allied ships have gone through. Why would they have not leaked that they're there, where they are and where they are? Yeah, exactly. Oh, 42. Yeah, from the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. I thought it was that. Yeah, it's the meaning of the universe. Yeah. I got you, Prince. I thought it was that, but then I thought maybe Prince knows a secret sex number that is actually a nerd sex number. Maybe it's something to do with having sex dressed as Klingons or something. This is sex.
They were saying no, it was a complete obliteration. And when you read the New York Times, you think they're doing well. Oh, they're fighting very hard. It wasn't a hard battle. This was a very easy battle militarily. But when somebody says, you know, we're going to drop a mine in the middle of the Strait of Hormuz, not much you can do to persuade a ship owner that has $1 billion ship that we're going to take a trip up the strait. Now, yesterday, you probably saw, we sent 2 highly sophisticated, beautiful, brand new destroyers right through the middle of the strait. And
no, they didn't. No, you didn't.
Anything to us, because what we do is we follow the weapon back. So it follows back, and it knocks out the people on the other side. Literally within 3 minutes, they're knocked out. The technology is unbelievable. But we don't know whether or not they do, whether or not they put mines. They didn't talk about it yesterday. My inclination is to have a few. And I will tell you, it was a good meeting yesterday, really a good meeting, except for one problem. And it's 95%. They want to have nuclear weapons. It's not going to happen.
And this is a key point, Mr. President, for those people out there who...
My military-obsessed brother was arguing insistently that the UK Navy wouldn't get blown up by drones through the strait because we've invented recently a laser that can shoot Shaheeds out of the sky for pennies per shot. Yeah, he's talking about the fucking... They were talking about this like a couple of weeks ago. It's on the HMS Dragon, and it's called the Dragon Fire, right? And he's also completely incorrect that it costs pennies per shot. It actually costs £10 per shot, right? The UK has its own iron laser, yeah. Test fired in the Hebrides Range in Scotland 2024. It's basically the same stuff that I think it's made by the same company that does the iron lasers, so it only works in perfect weather, same as the iron laser. And it's like, when are you going to get that at sea, bro? Power through the ends of tens of glass fibers. However, the full technical approach remains classified. The laser and its associated targeting systems, including an optical camera and second lower power laser for imaging and tracking, are mounted to Victoria. The lasers are reportedly in the 50 kilowatt class, designed to defend land and maritime targets and threats such as missiles and mortar rounds. Its energy demands may fly well. Like, doesn't it sound incredibly similar to the iron laser? The UK, famously consistent in clear weather. Yeah, we've always got that stuff. Great idea for for Britain to invent a weapon that needs perfect weather. Yeah, yeah. I don't think that this. I don't think that this could take out Shaheeds, man. I just really don't think it could. I just think that all of this stuff is nonsense. Chill Drew, hello, welcome to the stream. Looks like a Malawi flag tanker bound for China is heading through the strait right now. Yeah, it probably is. It's probably completely fine, and it's probably just like the main flex by China, which is just like, yeah, send a fucking ship through the strait, bro. He said it needed to be at close range. Yeah, I bet it needs to be within 10 meters, otherwise it doesn't work at all. He's probably completely right about that, but is still wish casting about how good it is. Let's have a look at what it looks like. This is apparently footage of it working.
This newly released.
Oh my god, this is from 2 years ago. HMS Dragonfire.
Footage shows the Dragonfire laser-directed energy weapon system in action, and it could be in the hands of military personnel in 5 years' time. It destroys targets with an intense beam of light and has pinpoint accuracy. It's able to hit something the size of a £1 coin from a kilometre away.
So we've been talking about the cost of firing a laser weapon to be £10 a shot. And really all we're talking about is the cost of the energy that you need to fire the laser weapon. Obviously, once you've got
How is that a demonstration of it doing a thing? I'm not seeing anything like fall out of the sky. Did they not even have like a cheap drone that they could fly at this thing?
It's the cost of the energy that you need to fire.
It just looks like it's shining a light in the sky and like hitting nothing. Yeah, it's a good job that Iran have been flicking pennies at Israel. Like, what do you mean? But lasers are cool. That's true.
Laser weapon. Obviously, once you've got the system in place.
How will it cope when there's more than one? The beam will bend like in Akira? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's how that goes. Oh, whatever. It's fucking gammon nonsense.
Who have not been following it as closely. Can you explain to those people why it was critical for the United States to go into Iran? Can you articulate what was behind that move that was so...
Could never allow them to have a weapon.
Yeah, so easy. The easiest question you've asked me so far. They can't have nuclear weapons. They have nuclear. They want to enrich what they have. They want to enrich more. As you know, we knocked out with the B-2 bombers. Had we not knocked that out, they would have had a nuclear weapon.
The only cost is the cost of the energy you need to fire the weapon. I mean, 1, energy costs money, dumbass. 2, how much does the system cost in the first place? 3, you're telling me these systems suffer no wear and tear from being fired. Yeah, exactly.
Been within 1 month after we knocked out. In other words, had the B-2s, those beautiful B-2 bombers.
Yes, you're right. You're right,
totally
Children. Yeah.
Obliterated. There's 3 sites. They have 3 sites, and they are now deep in the earth.
They have 3 sites, and then on the Fox News map, it's showing like 5.
It's, tons of rock. Now, that material should be gotten, but we have cameras on it. We have satellites with Space Force. Well, that was one of my beauties, Space Force. So important. But we're
one of my beauties, Space Force, so important.
Aspect of that area.
We're watching it from the space.
Exactly what's going on. But it's deep down, and it takes a long time to get it out. It's
hey, Willow.
Amazing attack.
If they only have one of them, who gives a shit? That's also a good point.
1 month from that date, they would have had a nuclear weapon.
Right.
If they had a nuclear weapon, they would have used it on Israel and the Middle East. Look,
and the Middle East.
5 countries that were sort of neutral, I guess. I don't know how friendly they were, but they weren't in the line of attack.
Hey, Apple
they dropped
chips.
On UAE.
More like space farce.
1,800 missiles. They dropped.
I keep
on
missing.
Saudi
I keep
Arabia
missing
a
the
lot,
fucking
and they
soundboard.
dropped on Qatar a lot. They dropped on Bahrain. They went crazy, and everyone was surprised. Actually, it was good for us because they all joined us immediately. At some point. I mean, they're either going to be.
They all joined us immediately. I mean, at some point. What? What?
They went crazy, and everyone was surprised. Actually, it was good for us because they all joined us immediately. At some point. I mean, they're either going to be petrified or they're going to join. They all joined, and they've been very helpful.
They all joined, brother. What do you mean, man?
These countries have been great, and Kuwait.
And this is the key point that I was getting to, and the reason that you feel they cannot have a nuclear weapon because they will use it. And that's what I wanted you to explain to the audience.
Yeah, I think they would use it. And they'd start with Israel, and one weapon would, do damage like nobody's ever seen. Wipe it out, conceivably, big one.
Now,
wipe it out. They don't need more than one. And then they go after the Middle East, and then they'd eventually come here.
Chat, there's been a new truth. There's been a new truth. Wait, did he do it already? Oh no, it was an hour ago. Okay. Is this a new truth? Did we not see this one? Yeah, it's new. Okay. For those that still read the failing New York Times, and despite the fact that Iran has been totally obliterated, military and otherwise, you would think Iran is actually winning, or at the very least doing quite well, but that's not true. And the New York Times knows that it's fake news. When does this corrupt media outlet apologize for their lies and horrible actions against me, my supporters, and our country itself? Have they no shame? Have they no sense of decency? President Donald J. Trump. He's the maddest he's ever been, chat. Like, he is mad as hell. He's so mad.
Okay? And we're not letting him come here. And we're not going to let him. We have great allies over there. I'll tell you, those 5 countries, look at the Israeli relationship. Look at the incredible partnership we have on this. And, as Bibi Netanyahu said, we're the big brother and they're the small brother. And, it's been a very effective.
As Netanyahu said, we're the big brother and they're the small brother. The small brother.
Very effective.
The small brother.
Team, what we've done in a.
You mean little brother.
Literally in a matter of days, within 3-4 days, Iran essentially was wiped out. And it's so sad, though, when the press says they're fighting bravely. They're not fighting bravely. They have no anti-aircraft. We fly over there at will, can take out anything we want. As you know, last week I said we're going to strongly consider knocking out their power plants and the rest of their bridges. We took down their big bridge, but we just did that because we were having good discussions. and they go to the press. They're very good with public relations, much better with public relations than they are at fighting. They go to the press and they say, President Trump said it's okay for us to have a nuclear weapon, when I never even spoke to him. And by the way, that would be the only thing I would never say to them. And they know that.
Right.
And then the New York Times, which is a fake paper. It's just a fake. You just believe the opposite. It's so sad when you look at CNN, the New York.
We should just believe the opposite of the New York Times? You're saying to me, you're saying that we should believe the opposite of the New York Times. That's what you're saying? That's what you're gonna go with, Chief? We just did that for fun. I mean, like, I already did that, right? I already did do that. That's the joke that I'm making. That's the joke that I'm making. And of course, you know, if he's serious about this, then he's also serious. I just fucking lost all my Windows. Great. I love Windows PCs. I love them. They're so good. You gotta be able to turn off that fucking setting where you shake a window. I didn't even fucking shake it. Of course it would also include this famous fucking hoax document, this hoax fucking article that said Hamas weaponized sexual violence on October the 7th. So, are we to take your word as truth, Mr. President? Should we believe the opposite of everything that is in the New York Times? So Hamas did not weaponize sexual violence on October the 7th. We should believe the opposite of that. That's what you're saying? That's what you're saying. I wonder if lying for so long wears away your ability to understand reality. Yeah, I think it actually does. I actually do think it does.
Times, ABC fake news, NBC fake news. When you look at this stuff,
Fly over at will, get our plane shut down, send a bunch of others in, burn them and get out.
It's almost treasonous, actually, if you want to really know the truth.
It's treasonous. He's going to kill people at the New York Times, and I'm going to feel nothing. That would be the wildest fucking situation. Actually, no, I have standards. I have standards, actually, and I have moral positions. I'm not going to allow this world to turn me into a husk. He's gonna fucking send people in the New York Times to the electric chair or some shit. And while I would love to feel nothing, I will feel something, because, you know, I just think it's, even though these are fucking evil bourgeois institutions like the New York Times, I think that killing anyone is bad. But yeah, anyway. I've made my position clear.
The New York Times exclusively, and their circulation, by the way, is way down.
Yeah.
It's way down. I'm proud to report that. But if you're reading the New York Times exclusively, you would say that they are doing great in the war.
Mr. President,
they're doing terribly.
I want to ask you about that.
The only thing they have is the ability to say, well, we may have some mines. And if you have a ship, who wants to take a chance? You're not going to take a chance.
Mr. President, I want to ask you about that.
We may have some mines. We may have some mines.
Put out a tweet, and it really gripped the nation a week ago when we were all waiting and watching for the United States' next move should the Iranians not open the Strait of Hormuz. And you wrote this on Truth Social.
Oh my God, has it happened again? Oh my God, chat, it's happened again. I can't believe it.
Large black plumes of smoke.
This is in Miami.
A warehouse fire happening right now. You can see those large black plumes of smoke billowing out of what we're learning is a warehouse. This is at Global Warehouse Solutions. It is located in the area of Northwest 47th Avenue and 207th Drive. This is in the Miami Gardens area, and we are receiving word that it is not far from the turnpike, but you can see this appears to be just visually a very serious situation right now and potentially a very expansive fire. We can see those red flames in the background.
Media shouldn't show this nervous warehouse. Sucks to suck, bro.
Of smoke. Information is very limited at this time.
Is that 4 in a week? This is 6 in a week. This is the 6th. The 6th workplace fire that has been clearly probably started by disgruntled employees. Good old-fashioned Southern worker cooking, yeah. I don't think they solved the global warehouse issue. No, I don't think they did. I don't think they did. At some point, insurance companies are going to stop covering it if there's too many because they're going to lose money. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. This is nuts, man. How many factory and warehouse managers do you think are having emergency wage meetings right now? Many. Many. Do you not remember what happened? What was the company that did it, chat? Someone mentioned this in another chat that I was in the other day when we were talking about this. After Luigi Mangione allegedly shot the CEO of United Health or whatever it was, there was a company that was like, I was going to give myself a pay rise, but I decided to pass all of that profit on to my employees. What was that? Who did that? Was it like the Cracker Barrel CEO or some shit? He was like, I'm giving all my employees a pay rise. I can't remember. Who was that? What? But that's what that's what some of them will literally be doing automatically. And that was just one guy. That was literally just one guy. I can't remember what the company was, but I remember it very, very vividly, only because someone mentioned it again the other day, right? But yeah, there's going to be multiple companies that are having meetings about that. And there's also probably going to be a company in the next week that, no, I know it sounds made up, but it is real. It did happen, and it's like a chain company. 5 Guys, that's it. 5 Guys. Exactly, Adric. Yes. Yes, it was 5 Guys. Oh, they did that recently. Oh, I thought they did that after the fucking the burger thing. The burger the burger thing after the I thought they did that after Blue Cross Shield rolled back a controversial anesthesia time limit. Yeah. That's right. I mentioned Luigi, and it wasn't really a lot in the grand scheme of things, but it was something. They mentioned Luigi, and it wasn't really a lot in the grand scheme of things. One of the guys turned. Now they're 3 guys. Yeah. 5 Guys. 5 Guys. 5 Guys. CEO wage. 5 Guys CEO said he gave 1.5 million bonus to his workers. Yes. Oh, this was literally this month. This was literally this month. I thought this was after the Luigi thing. Luigi was a sip of adventurism. I mean, look, I have criticized adventurism a lot of the time on this show. I've criticized chatters for engaging in adventurous ideas. The reasons of which I've done that, I think you all understand. Because there isn't enough, dual power. Well, first and foremost, it's because, committing violence against the state is wrong and bad. The state should only be able to commit violence against us. That's the reality of it. But because we don't have a dual power structure in the Imperial Core that would be ready to transition to a dictatorship of the proletariat, right? Adventurism is basically when you say something to the effect of, we should just get guns and attack the government, right? That's what that is. And, I think that at the end of the day, it's just like, nonsense thinking, and it's what people think of immediately when they see stuff like this happening. They think like, oh, what if someone just killed Donald Trump, right? They just think about that. They're like, what if someone just took him out? And obviously there's multiple people who've been thinking that because he's had multiple assassination attempts. But yeah, again, like I said, I've said this many times. If someone took out Donald Trump, Pete Hegseth would kill JD Vance live on television and be like, I'm the captain now. And then Stephen Miller would come up behind him and kill him and be like, I'm the captain now, actually. It's basically the same LARP fantasy alpha male bros have with the zombie apocalypse. Yes, it's that, yeah. No, you don't have to. No, I don't mind you doing typos, Adric. There's loads of people who do typos here. It's totally fine. Don't worry. Don't fucking worry about it. I'm not judging you at all. But yeah. But it's the same love. Yeah. A glorious one day revolution where all my ideas come out on top and all the worst bad guys die and everyone sees the light. Yeah. It'll just never happen. It's not real. It's not going to work. But adventurism is just what's going to keep happening if unions and other dual power structures just get oppressed and repressed even more severely, right? Continuing to be, oppressed in this way. I never missed in my entire life. Exactly, Emily, yeah.
A whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. I don't want that to happen, but it probably will. However, now that we have a complete and total regime change where different, smarter, and less radicalized minds prevail, maybe something wonderful can happen. Mr. President, you were criticized for this tweet because you said a whole civilization will die tonight. What do you want to say about that? And what can you tell us about next steps here? Are you planning further destruction?
Yeah, I'm fine with it. That statement brought them to the table, and with the exception of the one thing which I believe that they're going to give up on. I believe they're going to give up on that pretty soon, to be honest, because it's not going to work. We actually thought we had them, and then all of a sudden they said, no, we want. So, but I believe, no. And when I say that, but remember, what have they said to us? For years, I've had to listen to them say, death to America, right? They say, death to America, death to Israel, America, the Satan. We will destroy America, death to America. Now, does anybody ever complain to you when they say that? I think that's a big step worse. Death to America. So they're allowed to say death to America. And what I'm referring to is, when I talk about civilization, it'll be much different because their military will be totally gone. It's pretty much gone now. But their military, look at their leadership. We have had regime change because the people we dealt with.
I once heard someone say, those who engage in adventurism have no brain. Those who don't take some joy in it have no heart. I disavow the second half of that. Obviously, just someone else's perspective I'm sharing. Okay.
Yesterday were, frankly, very smart, very sharp, very good.
Oh no, they've been doing this for years now, Emily. You know, like the Fox News just literally gets Trump on the phone so that he can say whatever he likes.
Harder than the people from before, Khomeini and that group. Because look what it got them. Look what all of their antics were spending trillions of. They spent all their money on weapons. We've destroyed most of those weapons. Mm-hmm. But when I say about a civilization, it really has changed. It really has. But think of it. They're allowed to say death to America, death to this, death to. And I make one statement, they say, oh, such a big deal. Let me tell you, that statement got them to the bargaining table. And they haven't left the bargaining table. I predict they come back and they give us everything we want. And I told my people, I want everything. I don't want 90%. I don't want 95%. I told them, I want everything.
Well, and what they
have
want...
no cards, Maria.
Yep.
They have no cards. Their Navy is gone. Their Air Force is gone. Totally gone. They have
no cards.
They have no ships. 158 ships are at the bottom of the sea. Good ones. New. The Soleimani, they had one called the Soleimani, was taken out by one of our Tiger Sharks, by one of our rapidly moving submarines.
Rapidly moving submarines called a Tiger Shark.
Our military is a 94% approval rating now. Well, Congress has a 14%. The media has a 12%. When I started, the media had a 92% approval rating. Now they're down to 14%.
Wow.
And I'm very proud of it because they're very dishonest.
Mr. President, I see what just took place in terms of our NATO allies pushing back. And
What is he talking about? The only thing that I can find what he's talking about is like this. It's this. Super fast shark submarine. Never seen this before. I just typed it. I just typed it into Google and it just came up with this. One of our tiger sharks. We took it out. This is what he's talking about. This is what he's on about.
Hey guys! What's up, people? And welcome back to the vlog. So, we are in Queenstown. We have done.
This is what they used. This is what they used to take out. The Iranian Navy.
Loud, guys! Woo! Love it!
He must have just saw this on like a Facebook video or something and he just decided to like repeat it about the US Navy. One of our tiger sharks. It's very above water for a submarine. You don't understand. The military, they got the advanced version.
not supporting you and the United States. And I see what has happened with our Gulf allies in the Middle East who do not want a bully in the Middle East any longer. Are you expecting those Gulf allies to help you in this blockade in the Strait of Hormuz?
Oh, yeah.
What
sure.
other countries are going to join that?
Started. So the Gulf states, now you could say they're much closer, so maybe they...
I just typed in US military submarine tiger shark. And the first thing that comes up is no ship of the United States Navy has ever borne the name USS Tiger Shark, but the name is popular for fictional submarine. The USS Tiger Shark is the setting for the 1951 movie. Submarine Command, starring William Holden as a submarine captain haunted by a life and death decision made during wartime. It's so good. Trump watched Hogan's Heroes and thought it was a documentary. It's so good. Oh my god. It's just great. It's just great.
Have to do it, but they also could stay out. But they made a mistake when they started lobbing missiles at them. And here's the good thing: the Gulf states, they are rich and they have a lot of Patriots. Our Patriot missile, which is an anti-missile missile, and it's unbelievable. They fired at us one day at a certain asset that we have, namely the aircraft carrier Abraham Lincoln, one of the beauties of the world, one of the great beauties of the world. They fired 101 missiles out of 100. These things are going more than 2,000 miles an hour. And out of 101 missiles, 101 were shot down like nothing and are now at the bottom of the sea, the remnants of them. Think of it, 101 missiles shot. In a short period of time, all 101 were knocked out. So we have the great.
I love that the fucking cameraman is just having to like do these really slow fucking pans around the screen here where it just says on the phone Donald J. Trump, President of the United States, with this picture of him from fucking 10 years ago, right?
Military equipment. We have the greatest people. We have the
like slow zoom, slow pan.
And everybody sees it, whether it's
Fuck me, dude. What a life.
What we've done with Iran. And when I read, the fake news, talking about how well Iran's...
Our audience might fall asleep otherwise, yeah.
I could take out Iran in one day. I could take down in one hour.
I found the origin of his fuzzy idea of what the US is deploying in the area. Let's have a look. Taiwan firm controls 6 unmanned surface vessels from a single station. 6 Sea Shark unmanned surface vessels are simultaneously operated from a single control station by Taiwan. Right, so they're using drone boats, and they're just called Sea Sharks. He's thinking about Tiger Sharks, and it's because it's Thunder Tiger Group, a Taiwanese drone manufacturer that has probably made them. There you go. There you go. No, I think it's funnier pretending that he watched a film called the USS Tiger Shark 60 years ago. I think it's funnier to pretend that that's why he remembered it like that. And that's what I'm going to continue to do.
Energy, everything, every one of their plants, their electric generating plants, which is a big deal. And I hate to do it because if I do it, it takes...
It is Brandonism, yeah.
They'll never be able to rebuild it. And the other thing you take out are the bridges. I took out one just to show them because they went public.
This is from 2025? Oh, right.
They admitted it. I say, I'm going to take out a bridge. And I took out a bridge. And that was the end of that. Now they've been really behaving quite well. But in one half of a day, they wouldn't have one bridge standing. They wouldn't have one electric generating plant standing. And they're back in the Stone Ages. I'd rather not do that. But I do believe they're going to come to the table on this because nobody can be so stupid as to say that we want to have nuclear weapons and they have no cards. They have no cards whatsoever.
Why are they still letting him speak publicly?
Give up that effort. Is that the plan?
It's probably because, like, I don't know. They probably just think, like, they probably don't know what to do, actually. The reality is probably that they don't know what to do. Apparently, during the Vietnam War, that squadron clocked over 25,000 hours of bombing runs. What, the Tiger Shark squad? The Tiger something? Tiger Team Task Force? They're not in control of him. I think that that's true as well. I wonder what you could convince him weapons and equipment are called. I reckon you could easily convince him that something is called the Charleston Chungus or something like that. Have you seen the Trump McDonald's thing? Yeah, the DoorDash lady? Yeah, we watched that earlier, yeah. Oh, Squadron 314 operating out of the Abraham Lincoln. Right. Well, it won't be the same squadron, will it? It's going to be different guys.
And will you further destruct Iran?
But it is pretty funny that they, you know, are going to use the same team that they used in Vietnam, and it's going worse than Vietnam.
Yeah, I will. If they don't give that plan up, yeah. I'm not in a huge hurry. What we want to do is we'll open up the strait.
Same people for 60 years.
Up to the United States.
Let's talk about that.
I've been inviting everybody. It's pretty good.
Let's talk about that, Mr. President, because you referred to a post that hundreds of super tankers are headed to the Gulf of America to buy oil and gas from the U.S. What can you tell us about that, sir?
Well, I can tell you that it used to be called the Gulf of Mexico. That's what I can tell you. Now it's called the Gulf of America because of me. One of my little things that I did, you know, one of my little sidelines.
One of my little things that I did a little thing.
It's a great honor. People are so happy. You go to Louisiana, you go to Florida, you go to these states, Texas. They're so honored by it. I used to say, why is that the Gulf of Mexico when we have 93% of the frontage? And, you know, it fronts 93% in the United States. I said, I think I'm going to change it to the Gulf of America. What a beautiful...
That picture is so stupid. It doesn't look like that on any map. No map is making it look like that. Hey, Zoo, what's up? Everyone thinks it's stupid. Literally everybody thinks it's fucking stupid. What the fuck is he talking about?
Name, and I did. And I give a lot of credit to Google because once I filed the papers, I did it. And Google Map, once Google Map changed, you know, did it, it was a done deal. But we had lawsuits, we won everything.
Oh, good, thank you, Zoo.
It's now the Gulf of America, which
needs more oil spills, yeah.
But do you expect super tankers?
I must tell you, I was thinking about calling it the Gulf of Trump, and I decided not to do it. I think maybe it was a wise. I think that one maybe wouldn't have worked out. I'm not so sure. You'll have to tell me. But I was thinking.
What do you mean, dude? What do you fucking mean? It hasn't worked out. Nobody calls it the Gulf of America. It's the Gulf of Mexico. Literally, nobody does that.
It's going to be called the Gulf of Trump. And then I said, that's not going to play too well.
I think
ahead.
you're
I'm kidding.
You're being facetious.
Now,
I know that, Mr. President. But what about oil exports?
The fake news will write the headlines tomorrow. Trump said that he should call the Gulf of America Gulf of Trump. You said it, dude. You said it. I would have never done that. I'm just joking.
About this because
I'm joking.
Super tankers. Empty super tankers to go to the Gulf of America, to go to Louisiana, go to Texas.
Well, they're already coming. Well, Texas, they're going to go to Texas. They're going to go all along our shoreline. I mean, we have the biggest ports, and they're going to go. Remember this, and this is pretty amazing. And this is my time that when I came into office, we were third and fourth.
She looks like she's losing patience with him. She is. She actually is. Like, the reason that everybody has been watching this interview with Maria Bartiromo, I think her name is because the way that she reacts, like, she has been a consistent cheerleader for Trump. I'm not just saying cheerleader because she's a woman, like, in the same way I would say any Fox News host has been a cheerleader. Fox News has been a cheerleader for Trump, and so is Maria, and literally everybody has on Fox News. And she's getting stressed. She is getting stressed. Incredibly stressed about, the way that he has conducted himself.
Doing exactly this, the oil and gas and other things. Now, we're bigger than Saudi Arabia. Think of this. And we're bigger than Saudi Arabia. Add Saudi Arabia with Russia and add another country in there. Whichever one you want. We're bigger than all of them combined.
Add another country, whichever country you want. What, like Iran? Are you saying you could just chuck in Iran in there and you make more oil than Iran, Russia, and Saudi Arabia?
Trump. And when Biden inherited that system, he changed it. Then he tried going back to it because the oil was going up.
What is he talking about?
$7, $8, etc.
This is wild.
Even now, we have to get rid of this nuclear threat, and people in our country have oil. People in other countries are getting hurt. One of the things that most amazes me, though, the Strait is for Japan, where they get 93% of their oil. You know that, Japan. South Korea gets 45% of its oil. These people haven't helped us. I say, are you guys going to help? And, we have 45,000 soldiers and 50,000, respectively, at those two places. 45 and 50,000 soldiers. We guard them and protect them. And when we want a little help, they don't help us. And when we wanted help from NATO, they don't help us. And we paid, I don't know if you saw, almost $1 trillion toward NATO in a very short period of time to protect them against Russia, mostly.
Yeah.
And then when we're there, and, Biden, I wouldn't have done this. You wouldn't have had the Ukraine problem. Russia would have never attacked Ukraine. But under Biden, who was an incompetent president, he was grossly incompetent. Look, the election was rigged. You know that. I know that. Everybody knows that now. And it's all come out, and it's coming out. But
Chat, if you know women in your life, right, that are in terrible relationships with their husbands, you know this look. This is the look that she is giving. She is giving the look of an incredibly patient woman who has had to put up with men's shit for her entire life. She's looking like her patience is wearing thin. It's on a knife edge.
Biden, if you take a look at what happened when he was president, that's a war that never happened. Russia attacking Ukraine.
Yep.
And I ended 8 wars, including Pakistan. Pakistan was great yesterday. They were the ones that really facilitated the meeting.
Right.
But they thanked it. Every time I see them, they thank me. They say, we're going to have a war with India. And as the prime minister said very openly to everybody, between 30 to 50 million people would have been killed. And I got it ended. I said, if you guys are going to have a war, we're not going to do any trading with you.
Well,
and believe it or not, I got it ended because of tariffs.
No, don't feel an inch of sympathy. But like, the reason that I'm mentioning that particular look is because it is interesting to see one of the supporters of Trump actually, like, getting stressed out with him. Trump likes musical theater? Is that true?
Which the Supreme Court was not nice to me about.
Just questioning her life choices to be sitting there forcing Glaze Trump. Yeah.
The opening up capacity in the United States
so.
is this going to be
I
enough
think
to
so.
lower the price of oil and gas, sir?
Well, it's going to be eventually. It's going to be lowered. No, it might not happen initially, but it's going to go down. When this is all over, look, the stock market, the Dow hit 50,000. It was supposed.
Don't forget the Dow. Don't forget the Dow, chat.
4 or 5 years. They said it won't happen during his term. But
oh, he loves Phantom of the Opera. That's right. I didn't know. As a gay New Yorker, how could Trump not be a fan of musical theater? It's true. It's true.
It'll be maybe 4 or 5 years. It hit 50,000 in my first year. You know it better than anybody. You cover it better than anybody. The S&P hit 7,000 in my first year. Before my first year, you know that. And
he's a big Andrew Lloyd Webber fan. So the worst musicals, actually.
I said to myself, "Oh, here we go."
Also, hi Nadia.
I got to stop this country from having a nuclear weapon. You want to see a stock market go down? Let a couple of nuclear bombs be dropped on us, or frankly, any place else.
Okay, listen. Do you hear what he said? You hear what he said? Yeah. That's why he would have never used a nuclear weapon, chat, because he is at least still smart enough to fucking not drop a bomb, right?
Stop this country from having a nuclear weapon. You want to see a stock market go down? Let a couple of nuclear bombs be dropped on us, or frankly, any place else.
He knows. He's not stupid enough to use a nuclear weapon. It would destroy a you know, it would just destroy the stock market, and that's all he knows. All he knows is the stock market. That's all he fucking knows, right? You know?
And you'll see a stock market that goes down. So the stock market has not gone down very much at all. It's gone down a little bit, much less than I thought. And frankly, the gas hasn't gone up as much as I thought. But regardless, even if it did, we have to.
He wanted to nuke a hurricane. No, he didn't. He didn't fucking want that. He was just chatting fucking rubbish.
This group of people from having, and again, it was worse because Khomeini was a total, radical. I'll be nice, maniac. He was a maniac, and you.
I'll be nice. He was a maniac.
So I just have the greatest economy ever. Everything's going along, and I say, I'm sorry. I tell my economic advisors, I say, I'm sorry, fellas. We're in great shape. We have to go and take a little journey down to Iran, and we have to stop them from having a nuclear weapon. They all said, we agree.
So do you believe the price of oil and gas will be lower before the midterm elections?
I hope so. I mean, I think so. It could be. It could be or the same, or maybe a little bit higher, but it should be around the same. I think this.
The BB does not have Epstein blackmail. Can we please fucking stop this nonsense of trying to say that BB has like an extra, like something more than what the Epstein files already have? It's just not true. It's just not true. Yeah? Also, Nadia, do I not count as a gay? Do bisexuals not count as gays? Yeah?
Won't be that much longer. They're wiped out, man. They're wiped out. And you don't get a fair shake. You don't get.
No, I know that he said that. I know he said, let's nuke the hurricane. I know that he said that. The difference between that and now is that number one, nuking a hurricane probably wouldn't affect the stock market, right? Not in the same way that nuking Iran would. It probably would affect the stock market, but not in the same way that nuking Iran would. So,
we need a free and fair press in this country, and I don't even know why people would.
Epstein files haven't been entirely released. Someone was saying this to me in fucking Rowie's chat last night, and I'll say the same thing to you that I said to them, which is that it doesn't matter if there is other stuff in the files that haven't been released yet, because the stuff that has been released would be enough to put any other sitting president out of office. What reality are we living in? Have you seen the stuff that has come out of those files? Things, literally, multiple witnesses being like, Trump was in the room when there was a child orgy. Trump was there. There was loads of times. Trump fucking raped people. All this stuff. There's loads of stuff in there. I'm sorry. There's nothing else that could come out of those files that would be worse. It could be worse stuff. But the stuff that's already out there, if it was anybody else, he doesn't give a shit. He literally does not give a shit about the Epstein files. The war isn't about the Epstein files. None of that stuff. The videos of the rape, that stuff wouldn't be made public to anybody anyway because it's sexual abuse. It's child sex abuse material. None of that stuff would be made public to anybody in any situation whatsoever because then everyone will have watched child porn. That stuff is probably already shit that has been fucking collected by a potential lawsuit against him by the fucking victims, right?
How wonderful they're doing militarily. They're doing so well.
Like, I just don't understand why people think that like a video of it is going to be the thing that does him in. It's like there's already stuff out there.
But the country is
even if the video came out, nothing would happen. I'm sorry, chat. It just wouldn't happen.
Yeah. We lost one airplane, and we captured the two pilots. How about we saved those two pilots?
Unbelievable.
Which no other country has the capability of doing. Usually when that happens, countries wave goodbye. They say, lots of luck, because you're going deep into, and
Yeah.
we went 7 hours into, it was a 7-hour flight.
Yes.
To go in and get them. We had one of the roughest.
Yes, there is no magical piece of evidence that will change everything. It just won't. It just won't, you know? Bibi could have videos of Trump saying he loves killing children while actively doing that and nothing would happen. Yes, correct. Nothing would happen. This narrative that he started a war to distract from the Epstein files is insane. Doing a genocide to avoid sexual assault allegations is not a big brain move, even by Trump's standards. He just went to war with Iran because he wanted to go to war with Iran. Ape Israel, yeah, you're right. No one in power ever faces justice. He routinely said the files exonerate him when he was being challenged about him. Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely.
Is one of the most dangerous areas in the world, and we got both of them. They were incredible, but
extraordinary.
We got both of them.
And thank God that
that pilot is definitely dead by now. He was already dead. He was already dead. There was no rescue mission. There was simply no rescue mission to save any pilot. They literally tried to do an operation to get the enriched uranium from Iran. It went very badly, so they had to cook up a story where they won. And what they're saying is that they saved a pilot, and also that pilot doesn't exist. Crazy that we haven't heard from him, isn't it? It's crazy that we haven't heard from those pilots that they saved. Wow, what's that about, chat? Anyway, don't worry about that because there's a ceasefire now. When Epstein recoils in embarrassment when Trump is in his ear by the dance floor, you know he said some absolutely heinous shit. Yes, correct.
for our military, and I know that you rebuilt the military. Now, Mr. President, before you go, it was you who did the maximum campaign against Iran in your first term. Is it going to be back to the max?
We did hear from the first pilot. He was on the news the next day. What? You are taking the piss. How have I not fucking seen that? What do you mean? Interview with rescued pilot? F-16 fighter pilot describes what went into mission to rescue U.S. airmen from Iran. That's not it. No. What? No, this hasn't happened. Hippie Marshmallow. No, it wasn't. No, the only people that they've interviewed about this are people who were not rescued. Like there's this fucking CBS News thing. Are you talking about this?
Hailing the rescue of a downed weapons system off.
If you're talking about that AI picture, she's not talking about that, I don't think. If you're talking about this is just a guy that was like, yeah, man, this is what would have happened in this situation. That's all that happened. I was 90% sure it was actually him. No, we've never heard from him. He's not real. It didn't happen. They did a botched operation to try and get the nuclear enriched material so they could get a win. It went very badly. They lost probably fucking 200 troops And so they had to lie and say that they fucking like saved one of them. It would literally have been shoved in our faces non-stop if it was real. Absolutely. Like, without a fucking shadow of a doubt. Yes, correct.
Campaign, you deemed them the leading sponsor.
Do people just watch my stream and just be like, oh, he's just a silly idiot and all the stuff he's saying is just not real? You all need to say if you disagree with me more. I will yell at you, but like, you know. Is this the relationship that we have? Am I a joke to you?
Terrorism.
Is my analysis a joke? I heard they landed on wet sand and had to make some flat pack helicopters. What do you have to say about that?
And I have to ask you about all of these efforts and the impact on China. What you've done in Venezuela.
I would have remembered if some pilot called Dick Rider 1000 was on TV. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Adric. They just had the DoorDash grandma on TV. Oh, it's so funny.
In your comments about Cuba.
They cooked up a Thunderbirds episode storyline. Oh my god, it is Thunderbirds! You're right! It's Thunderbirds! Oh my god, you're so right. It was literally a Thunderbirds episode storyline. That's... Oh my god! They had flat pack helicopters that they built. Oh my god, that's so funny. That's so funny. That's so true. We landed, we got stuck in wet sand and they couldn't take off. He's thinking about Thunderbird 1. And then we flew a faster plane in and it had other vehicles inside it. That's Thunderbird 2. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Epic Fury is go. When the movie is made in 10 years, it'll be revealed the op plan was inspired by Thunderbirds. Yes.
You approach this meeting with Xi Jinping next month.
Sure. Well, in the maximum campaign, you can't do any more maximum. We've wiped out their whole country, essentially. The only thing left, really,
that's
is
crazy,
water,
man.
Which would be very devastating to hit. I would hate to do it. But it's their water,
I would hate to do it.
Desalinization plants, their electric generating plants, which are very easy to hit. We could hit them. We could have them all down. And I mean down like you couldn't have electricity for 10 years. Because it takes
you couldn't have electricity for 10 years. What are you talking about?
From scratch. You'd never probably be able to build them again. And the bridges. So that's really the only thing. We still have some more missile manufacturing plants. We know every one of them. We will do that. We still have other things. But when you talk about maximum, I think, outside of those few things that are remaining, I think I pretty much maxed that. You are very, very violent and vicious. I don't want to have you against me, I'll tell you. What you say? I think we pretty much maxed out, other than those few items. And we still have some plants left. We had another week left to knock out the rest of the plants, but we were knocking them out fast. As far as China is concerned, China can send their ships to us. China can send their ships to Venezuela. We told them, buy from Venezuela. We have a lot of overcapacity. Which
he's begging. He's absolutely fucking begging China to buy oil from him. It's mental.
Yeah, sell it for even.
Was there a development? I don't think so. Was there?
Relationship with President Xi of China. We work together very well. They're paying us substantial money, as you know. We've never got money before.
Wow.
I listened to this Gordon Chang. He has no idea what he's talking about. We have been very tough on China.
Gordon Chang has no idea what he's talking about. Wait, what? What? Gordon Chang is an American lawyer, political analyst, and conservative columnist known for his hawkish rhetoric on China. He predicted the collapse of China by 2011. And then in December 2011, he changed the timing of the year. Oh my god. That's crazy, man. He's taking the piss out of this, like... American guy who presumably they said he was soft on China? That's so funny, man. Oh my God. He is fucking desperate at this point. That's wild, man.
But I have a very...
I think I misheard what they were saying in the interview since they were actually interviewing a pilot. I think he misspeaks at one point describing what he'd do if he was in the situation. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Is that CBS one? Yeah. Krill, thank you for gifting a sub to Hippie Marshmallow. Enjoy your ad viewing and your emotes.
Relationship with China, and they've been doing...
We're so good at war.
Tremendous tariffs. I put 100% tariff on all Chinese cars coming in, and that's destroying Europe. They're destroying Europe because they're taking away so much business from Mercedes and BMW, etc. And we don't have any Chinese cars in our country because they would have destroyed General Motors, Ford. They would have destroyed these companies if they did it. So I put 100% tariff on, and in all fairness to Biden, he allowed...
Okay, whatever, man. Who cares? Who cares? Who cares? Who cares? Who cares? Chat, it's the end of the stream. That's what's happening. In case you're wondering what is happening, that's what's happening. It's the end of the stream. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here tonight. Thank you so much for supporting the stream in the various ways that you've been supporting the stream. Thank you for all the donos. Thank you for all the subs, resubs, gifted subs. Thank you for all of the follows. Thank you for the raid, Rob. Thank you just for being here in the chat, having cool, fun chats with me, and thank you for lurking. Appreciate the lurkers, as per. We're gonna go and raid someone new. We're gonna go raid someone called J Marianne. She does like co-working space and does like the Haswatch and stuff like that. We are gonna go and raid her. So join me for that. Copy the first raid message if you're a sub, and then the second raid message if you are not a sub. So cringe, actually. There we go. We already got some J Marianne subs in the chat. That's crazy. Thanks for staying informed, tolerable comrade, as always. Everybody go follow Goblin Hugger. And yeah, thank you so much just for being here. Really appreciate you. Don't forget to check out my socials. Don't forget to check out the VOD channel. Don't forget to check out my YouTube channel, my Patreon, all that kind of stuff. Help me out. Give me money. You know the score. I'll be back tomorrow. Same meal time, same meal place. Excellent to each other. Peace, peace, peace. Good night. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate the follow. Goodbye.